Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The Congress is about to commence. Please switch off your cell phones and enjoy the Congress.
Cremacina. Café mocha. Macchiato.
Henry, I love it when you talk foreign.
Indulge in Wimpy's delicious new range of premium blend coffees.
I was on my way to the deal-proof bus for the 200th time when suddenly, Velskoen. So I raced down the pass to Volstruis to call the fire chief and his truck, Old Elias. Hey man, there's a fire on the deal-proof bus, let's go!
We ring our bells and screech our cars with a fourth grade first team Boerewors prize. We rescue cats and put out fires with our ladders and buckets and Old Elias. Velskoen.
It's at times like these that a man needs a Opel.
With a fourth grade first team Boerewors prize. We rescue cats and put out fires in a new 2.55-cylinder Volkswagen bus. We zoom out hills at 100 miles with our ladders and buckets and Old Elias in a 2.55-cylinder Volkswagen bus.
Velskoen. That's the story of the 2.55-cylinder Volkswagen bus.
Cui, vậy chứ khui à? Chi, có khí của bác cũng ngã của em. Cái quên là cái câu. Mà có một khí. Không quên là ta câu gì, thấy là coi. Em cũng sẽ thấy ngã, bà cũng ngã thì ca đâu tại cùi. Mình cũng nấu cái cột ca. Làm gì mà đây?
Vodacom, the greatest supporter of Springbok supporters.
Hey! Get up, move on to those lines. We have a lot to do today. Name?
Sasso.
Sorry, how do you spell it?
Pump up your performance.
Hierdie sienkie, hy hoor van die boer wat budgies verkoop. En die boer het 'n groot hok, maar is groot met vol budgies. En die sienkie dog, nee maar wag, hy gaan nou by die boer se plaas 'n draai maak want hy soek 'n budgie. En hy kom daar en hy sê vir die boer, oom, ek soek 'n budgie, oom. Die oom sê, nee, dis 100%, kom stap saam met my en kom maar by die hok aan. En soos wat die oom nou wil, die boer nou wil instap by die hok en sê die sienkie, oom, ek soek graag 'n blou budgie. En die oom sê, ou seun, hier's honderde budgies in hierdie hok, maar hy sê kom trend net 3. Hoe dink jy gaan ek vir jou 'n blou tussen al hierdie klomp kry? Hy sê, oom, ek wil graag 'n blou budgie hê, oom. Oom, weet hom wat? Ek sal vir oom vir 'n blou budgie betaal wat my pa vir 'n skaap betaal. En die seentjie sê en die boer sê maar ou seun maar okay nie maar dit klink alright, laat ek maar try. En hy's daarin. En hy spook en hy spartel. Dit vat lank. Na 'n halfuur kom die boer daar uit, maar hy's nat gesweet en die vere sit hier en is net budgie mis hier deur sy hare en die stof en alles. En hy kom maar uit met die blou budgie in die hand. Hy sê, ou seun, hier is jou blou budgie. Wat betaal jou pa vir 'n skaap? Hy sê, oom, ek is seker die oom moet maar die budgie gaan weeg. Hy betaal so R34 'n kilogram.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The Congress is about to commence. Please switch off your cell phones and enjoy the Congress.
Congress 22. Welcome to Congress 22. Please take your seats. The Congress is about to start. Afgevaardigdes, hoe heerlik om u weer te sien.
Delegates, it's lovely to be seeing you again. We are all Zoom-tired and virtual handshakes don't work. So welcome back to Nampo. Enjoy the Congress. We're handing over to our CEO Pieter for a single announcement. Thank you, Nico. Thank you, everybody. I'm glad to be seeing you here. And welcome, as we have said. I wish to make a few arrangements of order. And I'm asking you, please, to put your cell phone on silent.
Delegates are available. You're welcome to fetch them here from the main desk. So it will be from Afrikaans to English, the translation.
In case of a power failure, please relax, remain seated. The backup power supply will kick in within a few seconds and we will be able to continue. In a case of emergency, we ask everybody to remain calm, to exit the hall and take your place outside the hall on the lawn next to the tent. There's medical aid, first aid services available in the VIP area. As you can see in the English announcement, there's a full-time sister on duty there at the VIP area, just at the gate where you parked. Then I also wish to make a quick announcement. There's a Mahindra Scorpio, registration JY07YPGP, Mahindra Scorpio. Your lights are still on.
Thank you. Enjoy Congress.
Good morning, Congress. Good morning, Congress.
Good morning, Congress.
What a wonderful privilege to be together again. We're most certainly blessed to be able to do this. This was a voorreg om mekaar
It's a privilege for us to be in each other's company again. Isn't it wonderful that we are able to do it in the normal way again this year? It is also a great privilege for me to ask Reverend Desiree to open the proceedings for us. Good morning, everybody.
Unfortunately, I forgot to bring my English
Ongelukkig het ek vergeet om my Engelse vertaling saam te bring, so ek het net my Afrikaanse Bybelvertaling hier by my, so ek gaan die Bybel lees in Afrikaans. I'm going to read the Bible in Afrikaans. I'm going to read to you from Genesis 1 and 2, right at the beginning of the Bible. The Lord created the earth, and we heard how He separated the waters, how He made the animals, and then there's a wonderful part where the Lord says, in verse 26, and then God said, let us make man, humanity, in our image, as our representative, to rule over the fish in the sea, the birds in the air, and all of the wild and the tame animals, even those crawling on earth. And then in Genesis 7 the Lord says, and then the Lord God created humanity from the dirt of the earth and blew the breath of life into his nostrils so that he became a living being. What a wonderful miracle that the Lord did there, that he created us from dust, from dirt, from soil. That is something that farmers know very well. When the winds start blowing in the Free State in August, even the city people and the town people know the dust that comes from the farms. But the greatest miracle to me is not the fact that the Lord has created a human being, but that the Lord created something from absolutely nothing, from dust, and changed it into something completely different in this wonderful miracle of a living being, humanity, in his image. And we think a lot about how much we are really just dust. And I think COVID has taught us how short a life can really be. But Genesis doesn't just wish to tell us about our material bodies, but it also wants to tell us about the God that we worship, the Lord who makes the miracles of change. And therefore later on in the Bible, in Romans, when we read what Paul says, he says, praise to the Lord so that he will also renew your thoughts and change your thoughts. We read in the New Testament, pray that the Lord will also change your life when you become converted. Therefore, that is my prayer for all of you today, that the Lord will, in everyone's case, give a new way of thinking, so that when you, whether it's in your life, in your relationship with your husband or wife, or just where you stand on the land and you look at your crops, that you will ask the Lord, Lord, please teach me to gain a new perspective, to pray anew, to see anew, to see the possibilities, even though I might have had water damage this year. Perhaps you have a good crop. Then say, Lord, help me see the possibilities, to look at things differently, to look at the dust in front of me and the soil in front of me differently, because you are the Almighty God who created life from nothing, and you continue to do so. You are the Almighty God who can make a miracle of change, and not just a small miracle like a bit of tweeting here or tweeting there, but a change in which he makes something completely new and different. So may this word be true in every one of your lives. May it also be true in the lives of the people of Grain SA, that you will see new possibilities where you may have nothing in front of you. You will see the hand of God over all of this, who changes us into something miraculous, something great, something we would never have thought possible. Let's pray together. Our Heavenly Lord and Father, today we are together, people from across South Africa and abroad. Let us worship you, and we come to you in prayer. We may be farmers, but we are not just farmers, we are your children, and as your children we come before you and pray today that we will know who we are, what we do, and that all of that comes from your hand. You yourself created us, shaped us out of nothing, out of dust. And year after year we see how those dusty lands can be changed and growth can come from it, how the seed in those lands cannot sprout into a living plant, whether it is wheat or maize or sunflower, if you don't let it happen. And therefore, Lord, I would like to pray like Jabez. Bless the hands of everyone who is here. Bring change in everybody's life, that every one of them will look anew at what is lying ahead of them and what you as the Lord grant them. Lord, will you also expand their land, And we pray that in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
I'm humbled.
Reverend Desiree, I am humbled.
Quite obviously the Spirit has led you this morning to open our Congress and to remind us that when we faced as farmers, which so often happens, with not knowing what to do next, and where our strength will come from. What way we're standing, this Congress is themed around a huge challenge that we have, that we don't know what the solution is for. And we've called our partners together to sit around the table and to find the solutions. So your message is so apt for this Congress.
Reverend, from the bottom of our hearts, we thank you that you have been led to open this meeting in this specific way, making us realize that we need your strength, the Lord's strength. Thank you for opening the Congress for us. We appreciate it. Congress, if you will allow me, I'm going to be seated during this meeting, except when I will be presenting things from the forum. You are, of course, welcome, Reverend, to remain with us or to go as you need the rest of the day.
Deputy Chair Ramadisa Manaisa to welcome all our guests to our Congress this morning. Ramadisa.
Mr. Chairperson, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and honor to welcome you to the most important event of the Grain SA calendar. Your presence, your numbers, the diversity of representation, and most importantly, the number of dignitaries present here testify to the importance of this event. The key focus point at Congress will be the input cost environment. Therefore, we have invited panel members to discuss the research, development and innovation for seed, crop protection and agrochemicals, and as well as the fertilizer environment. A hearty word of welcome to the first panel consists of the following persons: Joseph Duplessis, Executive from Region 2, Frank Rolf Wheeler from Bayer Pty Limited, Global Corn Strategy and Portfolio Lead, Steve Rhino from Corteva AgriScience, President of the Global Seed Business Platform, Director General from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, Mr. Moeketsi Ramasodi. We also welcome the member of the second panel, which are Andries Kestel, Chairperson of the Input and Production Working Group, Julian from Fosco Pty Limited. Unfortunately, we received his apology. Louis Stradom from Omnia Fertilizer as Marketing Director, Johannes Loh from Sasol, Vice President of Planning and Optimization, Ms. Numisa Nkalisa from DTIC, Chief Director of Agro Processing, Khampi Papela from IDC, Head of Agro Processing and Agriculture. We are again fortunate to have a high level of representation from organized agriculture. A hearty welcome to Yaku Minar, President of Agri SA, and Nicole Johnson, Deputy President of Agri SA. Also, a special word of welcome to Benny van Zyl, the CEO of TLUSA. We also welcome representation from the Namibian Agronomist Board at our Congress. There is also a large delegation from our input supplier, as well as financial and the bank sector. We also thank you for your support to the grain industry. A special word of welcome to Jonathan Mzunga from the Office of Registrar of Act 36. Thank you for the role that you are playing within the agricultural sector. The various research institutions, universities, and academy support structures are represented at various levels. We are pleased to welcome you. Thank you for the very important role you are playing in the grain industry to keep us on the sharp edge of research and new technology. Welcome to the chairperson and official from the Protein and Research Foundation, as well as from the different commodity trusts, forum, councils, and advisory committee, who all play an important part in the value chain of the grain industry. Welcome to the large number of representation from AgBiz, grain, various agricultural businesses, grain trade, and processor of grain, who made time available to attend the Congress. We also thank the official from SAGIS and SAGL for their continuous support. Meneer Voorzitter, een hartelijke welkom aan die belangrijkste van al ons gasten, ons hoofdbestuur en delegate uit 33 streek. Baie dankie vir die
A hearty word of welcome, especially to our paid-up representatives from all the regions. Also welcome to everybody from the Chief Management Committee, and also a hearty word of welcome to Andri Handekom, our auditors and audit committee.
Are brutal, and we appreciate the diversity of representation here at this event. Welcome to each member of the media, and be assured of our high appreciation for your support to carry the message of agriculture. Congress, we are looking forward to the value each of you will add to the Congress. Mr. Chairperson, to all present, heartfelt welcome. Enjoy Congress with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ramadise, and from our side also, welcome to everybody.
Congress, as you are aware, I believe strongly that together we are much stronger than when we are alone. And that doesn't just apply to us as individuals, but as an organization as well. It is therefore a tremendous privilege for me to thank our sponsors. I think you will agree with me when I call this a very special bragging occasion, because the Congress that is being held here has been made possible by the incredible open-handedness of our the
Standard Bank,
sponsors, Standard Bank, who has sponsored these facilities, the hall, and everything you see here today.
En hulle baie dankie.
Thank you to Standard for that sponsorship.
Then Cortiva Agri-Science for your contribution, most appreciated. You will be enjoying a lunch today courtesy of Cortiva Agri-Science. ABSA and John Deere Financial this evening. This evening is probably part of Congress that we look forward to the most. After today's hard day's work today, we get together and we get to enjoy fellowship and enjoy each other's company. And I've often found that we probably solve more problems at that meeting than what we do in the main meeting. So to ABSA and John Deere Finance, thank you so much for your contribution there. Bayer Pty Limited is sponsoring our refreshments throughout the day today, and also our takeaway lunch when we head home tomorrow. Bayer, a fantastic partner, not only just in our Congress, but throughout our activities. We appreciate and we really appreciate your contribution there as well. And then also to First National Bank, who are also sponsors today. It's really a privilege to have you on board, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you so much for your sponsorship. Then our platinum sponsors, Santam Agriculture, also a reliable, dedicated partner. We can always rely on Santam to put the umbrella over everything. So thank you very much, Santam, for your sponsorship. Our golden sponsor is Northmec. I'm pretty sure the farmers saw a red tractor standing out there. Thank you for your sponsorship to Congress, but also to the efforts of keeping our wonderful park so neat and tidy. Thank you very much, Northmec. We call them super supporters. Sanlam Glacier, Wimpy and team, thank you very much for everything you do for us as well. Sensaku, Intelligro, and SSK. And then our supporters, we have a number of supporters supporting our Congress today. FMC Chemicals Limited, GWK, NWK, Senves, Yara Africa Fertilizer, Unigrain, BASF, Hollard, AFGRI, Agricol, OVK, and Shell. Congress, I ask you all to give them a hearty round of applause and appreciation. Thank you very much. I'm now going to call on our CEO to constitute Congress to make sure that we are a quorum and we can legally take decisions.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. I'm happy to report that we are properly constituted. 213 delegates already registered and still counting, which is more than the minimum number required. So this means that all decisions at Congress shall therefore be, in terms of the constitution of Grain SA, be legal and binding on the organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. And thank you for your dedication, delegates. Just a couple of rules of order that I'd like to mention to you. The rules of order were circulated in your document packs. Can I get an indication from Congress? Did you all receive your communications timeously? Yes. Thank you very much. So can we accept that you have been privy to the rules of order? We accept that? Good. I'm going to go through a couple just to make sure that we cover it all. Right. The rules of order were provided, and the copy of the rules of order are also in the Congress bags. The electronic equipment will be used during the election process. You all received your electronic equipment? Yes? All registered? Did somebody say no? We'll make sure that you all get it then. Those devices are all registered to your name as you register as well, so we'll get that sorted for you, Paul. And then the elections and resolutions will be done with the weighted votes. The explanation of how the weighting of the votes works was also circulated. Die geweegde stem is ook gesirkuleer. U sal dit almal in die kongressakke ook kry. Alle stemme word dan volgens die gewig.
The weighted voting explanation is contained in your bags. You will find it as approved at the meeting of the 28th of February. The electronic voting and the weighting of the voting is explained in your documentation. I'm now going to ask our Vice Chair, Richard Krieger, to take the chair while I do the Chairperson's report. Thank you, Chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, guests, producers, I wish to afford Derek Matthews, our Chairperson, the opportunity now to do his report. Thanks so much, Richard. The activities of the organisation we have on an audio-visual recording, after which I will speak to it and take any questions from the floor. So I'm asking Brand Republic now to play to us the audio-visual of the Chairperson's report.
The world has changed. The way we do business, the way we interact, the climate, the global economy, everything has changed. And agriculture gets it from all sides, urging us to take responsibility for what we can manage.
The rate of change these days is absolutely phenomenal, and farmers have to keep up, otherwise you stay behind. South African farmers are known to be very fast adopters of technology. There is, however, a caveat to that. We've got to sit down and assess that technology. At what cost is that technology coming to your business, and what is the value add to your business?
As ons na ons volhoubaarheid kyk waarvoor ons staan as Graan Suid-Afrika, dan bly die insetkant vir ons 'n ongelooflike belangrike. Dit is kernbesigheid en kan
If we look at the input side of agriculture, you will see all the various rows, Phosphor, etc. There are subtitles on the screen. If you could please follow the subtitles on the screen wherever Afrikaans is used, it won't be interpreted.
Hier koop wat ons nie nodig het en waarvoor ons baie duur moet betaal nie. So kernbesigheid sal dit altyd bly en op die einde van die dag moet dit na volhoubaarheid toe lei.
Sustainability of Grain SA was ensured through commendable farm support and excellent financial management, resulting in another clean audit.
You know, I'm quite proud to actually say we have a staff contingent that is unbelievably dedicated. We are very, very serious about the way we manage our finances, and our staff do a fantastic job about it. How did we survive the past 2 years in the absence of being able to have our main fundraising event, NAMPO? I'm equally proud of each and every one of our members who stepped up last year when we called them and asked them whether we should consider having an additional or a special levy to enable organisations to go through that. We've received tremendous support in that regard and they carried us through.
Grain SA managed to successfully complete its restructuring process prior to the retirement of CEO Gary de Villiers in August last year. This ensured a seamless transition in leadership and allowed for key matters to be addressed throughout the year.
There were many emotions around the grain market and the credibility of Grain SA's typically made very sure that we got all the facts, we made the investigations and adjustments were made, everything was improved, there was a lot of communication through our magazines, and at the end of the day the grain market is better and now we have proper alternatives to offer. Going forward, this will work better, especially pertaining to the differential. And these are opportunities for us to improve the differential.
Extensive research on the location differential led to the tabling of an innovative model compiled by Dr. Johan Strauss from the University of the Free State.
I think we have an exciting prospect on the horizon as far as location differentials are concerned. In one of the discussions that I had with the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, the head of the Stock Exchange said to me, isn't there some kind of dynamic system that we can implement to address the differential issue? And I think this is exactly what Dr. Strauss has achieved in his PhD. What he put on the table is a dynamic system that can actually take the historic data of a silo and the consumption point, a silo and a mill, and calculate the real value of grain that flows from point A to point B. So we're excited about that. There's a process to go through before it's implemented or will be implemented, but it's certainly something that we are driving very, very actively.
It's nice for us to have a more trustworthy export, to be a much more trustworthy exporter. The clients buying from us are permanent importers, so it's good for us to establish relationships there. This year we exported canola for the first time, which was new for us. We did a lot of work on the soy industry, and we are now ready to export soya as well if we have a surplus. But I think the most important thing for South Africa is that we have export value added products. It's like our meat, our dairy, our chicken, because this means that we can use more grain within South Africa.
To ensure international competitiveness, research consortiums put together by Grain SA are bringing producer-relevant results to the table. This ranges from pest and disease research to new cultivar development and economic feasibility studies, laying the foundations for strategies such as the soya plan.
Worldwide soya industry started growing, and we created a new capacity on our processing side. We identified positions on our side, new capacity was created on our processing side. The market clearly showed growth, but then we realized our profitability in terms of soybeans is under pressure. There's new technology available in the world that hasn't been available in South Africa. We sat together with the people, the technology owners, and put a plan on the table to levy income, and the levy pays for new soya varieties. It's a beautiful story, and of course with that comes the growth in the chicken industry, which is a better offset point for soy. So all in all, this is making a nice story and creating opportunities for grain farmers.
Ministerial approval was given to extend the sector levy on wheat, barley and oats with 3 years. Lupins are now also included, and the plan is to assist the groundnut industry in the same manner.
Ons hierdie klomp reël gehad het ons het ons agtergekom dat kwaliteitsprobleme veral in die
We realized that there were problems with quality, especially on the white maize meal side, and we had to make sure we didn't really react emotionally. We said, let's do the research. We approached the SAGL, which was paid for by the results, and at the end of the day we were actually surprised by the results, and that because it showed us that stained seeds do not influence quality, and this is where the reasonability of research was brought to the table. Everyone said that we don't have to have the grading rule for staining, and I think this is proof again. Get the facts on the table, get reasonableness on the table, make sure the industry can continue.
The grading process remains under pressure of government intervention through the appointment of Leaf Services as a grain quality control service.
The whole idea of Leaf Services felt to us like a duplication, and all the cost would be cascaded down to the producer. We first had consultations, we conveyed our opinion, and despite that the government decided to continue with the leaf industry. And when I said we, it's not just Grain SA, it's all role players. We first went on appeal, we succeeded in our appeal, but despite this the government still intends to continue with Leaf Services, and we will follow all the processes to ensure that farmers do not pay for things that are not needed.
With food safety being high on the agenda, Grain SA is working on sensible ways to deal with farmer accountability in the grain passport system.
Food consumers are becoming increasingly involved. For us as Grain SA, it is extremely important and we are committed to producing safe food. At this stage, the big challenge with the passport system is that there is an incredible amount of legislation regulating food and medical safety. So the ideal is to have one system for grain producers where they can all list their commodities. And then it should be specifically about what is within their control and what is applicable. And it's difficult for a grain producer to determine what his liability is. They simply cannot just sign off on all that legislation.
I deliver a wagon load of grain to a silo, I can guarantee it, put my name on a piece of paper with regard to what happened to that load of grain. That consignment gets unloaded, goes into a silo. What happens to that from there, I have no control over. So I cannot sign for that.
That is where we work with the rest of the value chain to ensure that we create a meaningful and effective passport system. But from the grain producer's point of view, they are involved in this. They want to do it, but we have to get it right. For the agriculture master plan is actually, we have to ask questions: where do we focus, where do we produce, where is it important to create infrastructure and support for the agricultural sector to grow. We're finding more and more that the government realizes they cannot do everything themselves and they're asking the private sector for assistance, and I think that makes me personally very excited about South Africa's economy. The opportunities, and entrepreneurs should think differently about the country and should think how they are going to invest. So the master plan well advanced with the negotiations we did, and we are well advanced with the implementation phase. So personally, I'm very positive and excited about the implementation of the master plan, and I think it's very well written.
Is in place, but it starts by getting crops on the land.
We're sitting at Congress now, and I don't think that we really understand the effect of what is happening. We talk about average inflation across the basket of 50%. Fertilizer, for instance, that is more than 50% of the grain farm's input costs, has risen by more than 200%. We did the actual calculations of what next year's crop is going to cost. And vast areas, both west and eastern regions of the country, cannot produce maize profitably with input costs. It is just simply impossible. So it is critically important, and that's why this Congress is specifically themed to sit together with the input suppliers to hear how we can build a solution going forward.
In terms of climate, we were in a wet cycle, which brought blessings and in some parts challenges due to excessive rains. But the weather, good or bad, will always be beyond our control. We have to focus on what we can manage.
It is extremely important that we, as an industry as a whole, as private sector in the industry, go and look and find ways that we can assist, and government must help us, and we must help government, and we must just build our future together. There's just no way of thinking one sector of the industry is going to do it alone. You know, we cannot work in silos anymore.
What we need is farmers to talk to each other, to partner with each other and build that relationship and encourage each other to support the organized structures. Because it's not us and them, it's a partnership relationship that we have between government, between input supplying companies and also other service development companies. So for us it's important to understand all the issues, to talk about it, and from the Grain SA side we want to listen to our members. We want to listen to the grain farmers and find out what is it that we can assist them, how can we make life easier and better for them and improve their sustainability, improve their profitability.
Where is your master?
So, Congress, now you've seen the report on the activities for the year. It's now my voorreg om met
It is now my privilege to share with you how it is going with your organization.
Jy weet, ek het redelik blootstelling in 'n redelike wye veld van
I have reasonable exposure to quite a wide field of organized agriculture and organizations as a whole, and something that I'm really proud of is that we have a staff complement of no fewer than 60 people, and those 60 people have a unique characteristic compared to other organizations to which I am exposed. A level of commitment that I have difficulty describing to you. So incredibly dedicated these people are. All the challenges of any day of the week between 6 and 8 o'clock to be able to phone the office and see if somebody else is. The people are not 8-to-5ers, they are people who make our business their own business. They give their personal commitment to this. They dedicate their lives to our cause. So thank you to Peter, and Peter, to your team as well, because this incredible characteristic makes of Grain SA what it is. Then I am equally incredibly proud to be able to report to you that we have had a very difficult time as an organization. It's similar to what happened in your agricultural business, your farming, with 2 successive droughts. If you had suffered that and had no crops, so for 2 years we could not have our main fund generating effort. And last year we felt free to approach you to ask the producers of this country, you, please sustain our organization.
And let's make this happen. Let's make it work. You know, it's not where it all started. Our organization started when a group of farmers stood up and they said, no more. It cannot carry on like this. And what did they do? They put hands in their own pockets and they funded themselves and they made their voice count. And they laid the foundations on which Grain SA was built. And those foundations are the foundations that make us strong. And while there's very few things in South Africa that we can be proud of, I am extremely proud of this organization, of what our forefathers did, and of what you did last year when you said we will put our hands in our pockets and we will pay an additional levy in the absence of NAMPA, and we will take this organization. And I must tell you that where we stand today, we are planning to have NAMPA. Everybody, the exhibitors, our exhibit space is 100% occupied with a waiting list. Our exhibitors are planning as if it's going ahead. But we all know the reality. The regulations as it is today, it is still not possible. We trust and we believe that it is going to work. We are going to have NAMPA. We're all working towards that. But we've got to understand that reality exists, that it might not happen. And to that length I want to say to you, give it some thought. Richard's going to talk to us about levies later on in the day, today. Give it some thought. What are we going to do if that happens to us again? As I said, I'm extremely proud.
We look at the financial statements and the financial state of this organization, despite the droughts that we've had in the country. I must say that thanks to that staff complement and their dedication that I described to you just earlier on, and the level of seriousness with which they effected cost savings and did their work differently, I can report to you today that the organization is healthy in its core. It doesn't mean that we are comfortable. It doesn't mean that everything is perfectly ordered. It doesn't mean that we don't have to take matters earnestly of how we interact with our business. But we can be proud that our organization is standing firm. Thanks to Krista and her team for dealing with our finances so well, and that we always still have clear audits. So thank you for that in particular. Congress, we can only tackle the future together. I don't want to hear again that the producers talk about you there at the top. This organization is our organization. It is ours because we have decided that this is what we need, because we have decided this is what we want to do, and this is because we have decided how we will work with our partners and our stakeholders. So thank you again for your support, for your commitment, and now you are now free to ask any questions regarding the organization, and I will gladly respond.
Dankie Derek.
Thank you, Derek. Producers, are there any questions you would like to put to Derek at this stage? Is there anything that isn't clear? Is there anything about which you have doubts or on which you wish to comment? This is your opportunity. Nothing at this stage. Thank you so much. As part of the emails that had been sent out, there was a link to lead to the full report, a complete report, which is the link you have on the screen as well, so that you can just focus on that. It was part of the communications that went out. The full report is contained at that link and is made available there. So now I would like to ask if we may accept the chairperson's report as read, as distributed to you, and that we approve it now. May I have acceptance by way of applause? Thank you.
So Congress, just a quick note. You would have noticed in the video that Jannie de Villiers took part in most of the reporting. As you know, Jannie retired in August last year, so he was responsible for that section of work. And we neglected this morning, and I want to apologize to welcome Jannie. Jannie is in our midst. I haven't seen him in the hall this morning. Jannie, where are you? Is he in the hall? If he's not in the hall yet, I know he's on the park. Oh, there, right at the back. I see your name tag here in the front, Jannie, that's why I haven't seen you. So Jannie de Villiers, thank you very much for gracing us with your presence this morning as well. Thank you very much for your annual report that you participated in, and the report back that you've given. You have served us really, really well, Jannie, and we will make note and recognition at the appropriate time. And just to say welcome to you, Jannie, as well. And thank you very much, Con.
Thank you, Chairperson. And with that, then I hand back the chair to you.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Congress, for the acceptance of the report. We will continue to carry out your wishes. I would now like to request that Niku deals with the nomination process for the elections, to announce those and to indicate how they will work. Chairperson Congress, thank you. We were still busy with processing numbers, but we have 230 paid registered by 9 o'clock members. The weighted votes will be, per region will be calculated on that figure, and that will apply to the whole of Congress. May I ask our team to play the recording of the first procedure to us?
Congress, please note the following regarding the nomination and election procedures. Only delegates whose membership and levies were paid up by the end of February have received ballot papers and registration cards at registration. The cut-off time when weight votes were determined for qualifying regions was 9 a.m. A nomination letter must be completed and signed off by the nominee, the proposer, and the seconder. All must be paid-up members. All nominees must declare their interests with regards to their production and marketing of grain and oilseeds, and/or their involvement in the grain and oilseeds value chain. An election committee will evaluate the nomination letter to verify membership and to consider if any declared interests may disqualify a nominee. The following people serve on the election committee: Company Secretarial Lead for Grain SA, Nico Mark. Representative from Auditors and PwC, Lucia Brandt. Independent third parties, Viano from SAGL and Nico Hawkins. For Grain SA, Luan van Gaal and Nikki Hima. Helene Verhoeven and Christian Verkoop from Grain SA will support. The election committee may revert to the ad hoc committee for a decision if needed. The ad hoc committee comprises the following members: Kalis Kumar, Yusuf Duplessis, Sarah Hausman, and Andre Kirsten. After the verification process, there will be an announcement before the election proceeds. A clear and absolute majority is applicable to all voting processes.
Baie dankie Kongres. Ons gaan dan voort tot hierdie stadium om die nominasie vir die voorsitter te hanteer. Vir die opbetaalde, geregistreerde afgevaardigdes, laat sy een van die nominasiebriewe. Dit word in skrif gedoen. Onthou dat die voorsteller, die sekondant en die persoon wat genomineer is, moet afteken. Dit word dan deur die verkiesingskomitee geverifieer. Is dus welkom om die nominasiebrief te voltooi, af te teken en dan ons vir Helene en Christian vra van die ander personeel om dit op te neem. Voorstel, ons kan meneer die program aangaan. Baie dankie. Ons sal afkondig wanneer die nominasie sluit. Dit sal na teetyd wees, so u het die tyd, maar begin so lang om die aantekeninge vast te maak. Baie dankie.
You may start now to fix the signatures and get them in place.
Kongres, u het die prosedure rondom moties het u ontvang in die stukke ook vooraf en gee my dan dus die geleentheid nou om 'n mosie in te stel. Eers wil ek vra dat Kongres laat ons 'n mosie aanvaar van medelee, a motion of condolence to all our members, our farmers and their labourers, and our industry members who might have lost loved ones in the past year with regard to COVID or for whatever reason. And I ask that should the motion be accepted, we stand in respect of those people for a few seconds. Thank you very much, Congress. Congress, and further than that, I would like to propose a motion of concern. You know, we live in a global world. We are impacted by everything that happens in the globe. And I'm a member of what is called the Global Farmer Network, which is a group of farmers from around the world that get together and discuss farming issues. Nothing other than farming issues, technology mostly, tillage practices and the rest of that. And I wish I could share with you the discussions, the conversations that go on, particularly pertaining to what's happening in Russia and the Ukraine. And it impacts us. That situation impacts us on two fronts. It impacts us on the input supply front, with regard to the manufacture of fertilizers, and it impacts us on the output side as well in regard to oilseeds and wheat, massive oilseeds and wheat. So we cannot stand apathetic to what is happening. So my motion is one of concern about what is happening in the world, and particularly in that conflict at the moment. There are no winners in conflict like that. So I ask that we accept that motion. Is that accepted? Thank you very much. Are there any other motions? I think our Vice Chair, Ramodisa, has another motion that he would also like to propose. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to pass this motion for empathy of losses due to recent floods, droughts in certain production area over the past season. Over the past season, climate impact of either floods, droughts in summer and winter grain producers area. President recently referred to loss due to floods in Eastern Cape. Also, loss after high impact floods in Free State and Northwest. So possibly those people who have been affected are our farmers and families of our farmers. So those who have been taking care of the grain and support the food and food production in our country. Therefore, Chairperson, I pass this motion to the Congress.
Chair. Thank you, Ramodisa. Congres, is daar enige verdere moties wat iemand van die vloer af moet gee vir die geleentheid om nou enige motie in te stel? Ek sien niks verder nie. Ek wil graag een bylas. Ek wil net vra dat ons as Congres 'n mosie van dank aan ons personeel wat ons so goed dien net instel asseblief.
Submit a motion of thanks to our staff who serve us so well. Is that accepted?
Baie dankie, Congres. Congres, ons vorder goed.
Thank you, Congress. We are making good progress, and I will now ask that the audio-visual be played, the message from Bayer.
That will be played in now.
It will be played in now. Thank you.
Van die oomblik wat jy jou oë oopmaak, is daar baie dinge wat gebeur.
The moment you open your eyes, there are many things that happen. We know what motivates you to get up in the morning. We know what keeps you busy during the day. We know what keeps you awake during the night. We share in your challenges. We share in your joy. We see what you see. We see you. Bayer, your pride is our passion. Thank you for feeding our country was the slogan. I'm Jockey Brett, the farmer from Babsfontein. I farm with maize, soy, potatoes and sometimes peas. Last year, just before harvest, Bayer came to see me and introduced a product to me, which is Field View. Everything that I do is saved in real time to my database, and it just takes one's farming to a different level. We are farmers are sometimes not at the lead of the technological development, but if you can do these things by just directly working with your finger on the screen either, and if then I suppose, or any tractor is on the field, and you just plug in your adapter and it reads everything onto your screen. And it makes my farming more effective. You can still work on the same rands per hectare, but you can get your products off the land more effectively. The value that it has added. Here I have 25 row maize, year of maize, and I don't have to mark out things with pegs or work it out on maps and program my harvester. All the data has been worked out already. I can just mark that area of my land with my hand on the screen, and I can do my harvest and see what the return was on that land, what crop was brought in compared to another sector. And I can just farm better because I have real-time data. It opens the world to doing anything. If there's something that you can think of to try, you can do it. You don't have to have everything measured out physically, perfectly. It just makes things a lot easier, and it's worth every cent that you spend investing in this. I can't work without it. I won't work without field view in future because I won't be able to make the decisions I'm currently making. We are constantly busy finding new ways of optimizing your return potential to protect you against insects on your soybean and to limit the use of resources. With Intacta R2 Pro, the new soybean product, we open up the possibilities of your farm, and we will give your return potential a boost. Intacta R2 Pro is a milepost for soybean development in South Africa, as it is the first soybean property that has been approved by the South African Regulatory Authority in the past 20 years. It presents three main advantages: protection against the African it optimizes your return potential by bringing in weed resistance on the DNA level and improved glyphosate resistance by R2 Pro Intacta technology brought to you by Bayer in your soybean crops. Inquisitiveness will only bring you so far, but to get a new perspective, you have to work together to drive innovation and sustainability, because your success is our success, your family is our family, and your dreams are our dreams. Because your pride is our passion. At Bayer, we shape agriculture and we build a future where food security is a reality to us all. Let us talk about what Bayer can do for you and your farm.
Well, Chris, well, ek sit nou terwyl ek kyk na die video sit en dink ek aan my eie boerderyloopbaan wat in 1983 begin het, waar ons nog 'n span handtoesters gehad het en Nigel dorsmasjiene.
Can remember the time when we had to harvest by hand, and yet look where we are standing today at the incredible pace at which technology is brought in. So I thank you very much for bringing your innovation to the table.
I'm going to hand over to Nico to make arrangements for tea. Nico?
Chief, thank you very much. I remind the Congress to please hand in the nomination letters for the chairperson when you go out. After tea time, I will cut down the notice, but you've got an opportunity to hand in on your way out. Then we remind you of a press conference. Our friends from the media, there will be a press conference in the VIP venue with the Grain SA chairperson, vice chairpersons, as well as the CEO about the focus areas of Grain SA. Then I want to ask panel members one. The first panel members, that is Joseph, Frank, Tony, and the representative from the DG, to please come to the panel next to the stage. The technical team will support you to set up, and thereafter you can go for your tea break. And then to the delegates, aan al die afgevaardigdes, koffie en tee onder die tent en in die leerlokaal. Voorsitter, baie dankie. Ons sien nie dan oor so 30 minute.
Thank you. We'll see you back here in 30 minutes. Thank you. Okay, so dis dan
ek vir die ander van. Dan moet meet hom nou net want hy's nou aan. Ja.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The Congress is about to commence. Please switch off your cell phones and enjoy the Congress.
Een wyse man het een keer gesê, daai mielies wat jy in jou pap vreet, is die mielies wat ek stroop. Alright? Boerboys, farming. Okay? Die moeilikste beroep in Suid-Afrika. Boer is 'n ongelooflike ding. As 'n ou boer, boys, moet jy goed doen soos farm management, plaasbestuur. Okay? Daar's handearbeid betrokke, fisiese goed. As 'n oue boer wil wees, moet 'n ou natuurlik begin by die look. Nou boys, enige boer sal vir jou vertel, as jy 'n mooi stoor bou, begin dit by die fondasie. Alright? Nou net so met jou voorkoms. As jy begin met 'n lekker paar van hierdie boere shooties, short booties wat jy kry, dalk 'n dikkerige gekous, anders ruik hy ook nie lekker nie. En dis basies vir enkel beskerming, boys. Want 'n mens weet nooit of jy 'n bok moet sidestep of 'n plaasindringer of sulke goed nie. Alright? Dan basically, soos 'n ou opgaan, kyk 'n ou basies na die two-tone of kakie. Saam met jean en jou shootie lyk dit glad nie te okay? Baie mense beweeg oor na goed soos camo en dis natuurlik so die taxman hulle nie goed kan sien nie. Of die nuwe trend is enigiets met 'n John Deere sticker op. Selfs al boer jy met wild. Alright? Nou, enige boer se kantoor is bitter belangrik. Nou boys, baie ouens dink as ek praat van die boer se kantoor, dink hulle ek praat van die ding met die aircon en sulke. Nee boys, hier's jou kantoor. Jy het 'n mobile kantoor, jou bakkie. Okay? Baie belangrik as deel van jou kantoortoerusting wat 'n ou by jou moet hê, is dinge soos jou plathond wat nie kan rondrol nie, 'n stukkie koffie of soos die boere dit noem, koffie. En dan natuurlik baie belangrik vir jou kommunikasie en uitwerking van planne, jou dreams and schemes, jou laptop, jou boere laptop. En die belangrikste ding wat jy ooit sal hê of wat jy gaan nodig hê binne in hierdie kantoor van jou. Hierdie ouetjie. Julle dink ek maak 'n joke? Trust my. Dis nie 'n joke as jy 'n carry-all met 'n stronk moet afvee. Alright? Jy kan net so wel 'n rasper gebruik. Boys, 'n baie belangrike deel van plaasbestuur natuurlik is kommunikasie. Nie visuele kommunikasie, verbale kommunikasie, sowel as nie verbale of visuele kommunikasie. Okay? Dis 'n feit soos 'n Brahmaan, enige ou weet beter as jy hom wys. Ander dele van kommunikasie is byvoorbeeld kommunikasie met die diere. Okay? Mense moet met hulle kan kommunikeer. En jy hoef nie met die goed chats te bou en love stories te ruil nie. Net 'n fluit is genoeg. As jy byvoorbeeld met beeste werk, 'n skerper fluit. As jy kan met enige dier werk. Jy kan selfs iets soos met zebras kommunikeer. Petrus! Julle moet check, onthou as julle by die stroper is om julle chains binne te gooi. As hierdie in die polie kom, is jy 'n ander vorm van kommunikasie is hierdie tipe van veiligheidskommunikasie. Okay? Hou die werkers, jou mense op die plaas sowel as jouself veilig. Die hoofrede vir kommunikasie is natuurlik probleemoplossings. Okay? Om probleme op die plaas op te los en seker te maak goed is reg. Almal weet, dis 'n feit. Die enige ding kan gebreek wees, jy kan dit regmaak met 'n tang. Alright? Baie belangrik vir jou as boer is 'n boer is nooit bang om self sy hande vuil te maak nie. Dan moet jy hier regmaak, hoor.
Hy's daar reg.
Hy's reg, klaar reg.
Hy's daar reg.
Hy's reg. Boys, so soek met die boere. Niks in die lewe is lekker as jy honger is nie.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The Congress is about to commence. Please switch off your cell phones and enjoy the Congress.
Okay, ja, die eerste een dis kant, ja. Ek het nou hier so die ding aan en ek praat nou.
Voorsitter Derek, baie dankie afgevaardigdes. Dankie vir die terugkeer na die teetyd. En dan op hierdie stadium sluit die nominasies vir voorsitter. Ons vra asseblief enige nominasie vir die voorsitter dat u dit in die lug inhou. Van die personeel kan dit afhaal of u kan dit voor ingee. Die nominasies vir voorsitter sluit nou.
The chair closes now.
Chairman, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. Back to you.
Regarding the Grain Producer of the Year award.
Thank you, Nico. So all nominations are then closed for the chairman. We're going to now watch a quick video on the Grain Producer of the Year Awards. It's our prestige event every year where we recognize outstanding achievements in grain production. Grand Republic, please.
The Grain Producer of the Year Award was introduced in 2000 to honor South Africa's great producers of grain and oilseeds. The event also reflects the extent of modern grain production and is an inspiration to our young farmers, while serving to build the image of producers among consumers.
By having this function tonight, we want to give recognition to the South African grain farmer. You are truly remarkable. Maar vanavond moet daar echter een winnaar wees.
But tonight there has to be a winner.
These are smartphones. They use technology to counter challenges. They focus on the smallest detail, yet have an integrated, holistic approach to growth.
The past 2 decades have seen finalists widely vary in terms of region, crops, scale, and production practices.
Die proses waarvan ons deel was, het by tyd vir landbou in my mag en been is. Al is dit 'n uitdagende beroep,
Is dit nog steeds baie
It's a
vervullend?
challenge. It's
The
still
evaluation
fulfilling.
includes the completion of a form to give an overall picture of the operation, followed by a panel visiting the farm. Financial information is only seen by one person and kept highly confidential.
Het was een bijzondere ervaring uit met die paneel. Het was te kort. Het was voor mij ook baie leersaam.
Experience was fulfilling to do self-investigation, to see what you're doing. It's something that I learned a lot
Grain
from.
Producer of the Year award is more than a tradition. It's a proud portrayal of the passionate people who make South African grain production unique.
Dankie Kongres,
Thank
ek
you,
herinner
Congress.
u dat
Just
ons
remind
graag
you.
vandag nominasies ontvang vir die grondproducent van die jaar.
For the
U kan dit
producer of the year,
inhandig by die
you can hand it in
verkiesingskomitee wat op die
at
tafel
the
hier
election committee at the
my
table
linkerkant in die hoek
on
is.
my left-hand side in the corner.
Dit gee ons die geleentheid
Gives us the
om
opportunity
uitstekende prestasies
to reward
ons boere
exceptional
waarop ons ongelooflik trots is te kan erken en
to
vereer.
recognition
ons vra graag
for
dat
the
u
exceptional
deelneem aan
farmers.
die nominasieproses
So
van
I'd
die
like to invite you to take part of the
dan gaan
nominations
ons
for
aan met
the
ons
Farmer of the Year.
werksaamhede
So
en
now
ons
we're
gaan
going
vir
back
Pieter
to the
Talja
program.
vra
We're going to
om
ask
sy
Peter Talja
paneel aan ons bekend te
and
stel
to
en
introduce
die
his
gesprek-
panel
die bespreking te lei asseblief,
and to guide
Pieter.
the discussions. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Chairperson, and welcome back. Hope the coffee was the right temperature and you enjoyed. With me today, I want to welcome Tony Esparella. We also have Steve Reno that's starting in from the US. Steve, I hope you're online. Maybe they can give us an indication, but it's very early morning for Steve that side. Then we have Frank Rottweiler from Bayer. Thanks, Frank, for traveling all the way here. Hope you will have a good visit to South Africa. And then Joseph from farmer from the Schweizer Reneke area is going to introduce the topic, and then also Mr. Depaneng Sarage, which is here representing Delred today, and he's standing in for DG Muketsa Ramasodi. So Mr. Sarage is the Chief Director Quality and Inspection Services at the Department of Agriculture. So we have short videos to just introduce and say more about our prestigious guest here today. So let's play that. Thanks, Brad Republic.
The crop protection and seed panel members are representing Grain SA, Yusuf Duplessis, Executive Member, Bayer Crop Science, Frank Rottweiler, Global Corn Strategy and Portfolio Lead for Europe, Middle East, Africa and Asia Pacific, Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, Muketsa Ramasodi, Director General, Corteva AgriScience, Steve Reno, President, Global Seed Business Platform, and Tony Esmeraldo, Business Director, Southern Africa.
So there we have the introductions.
Yeah, so the whole purpose of this discussion this morning is really to look into the future. We have some of our trusted partners here, Bayer and Corteva, that's really responsible to enable you guys to play that pivotal role, to overproduce in this country in terms of grains. And we know how important grains is in the whole farming sector. So, but the challenge that we have seen, and you all have feel it, especially in the Western Cape, farmers are now gearing to plant in the next few weeks. If we look at fertilizer cost, which will be the discussion later this afternoon, if you look at fuel, which is also driven by economic forces on the back of the South African rand, we've seen increase of 40% in fuel prices, and the challenges are just there. Our independent information from Grain SA side that we have completed is, despite the fact that we have relatively strong commodity prices, if you do the calculation, there's really little margin left on that. And the only thing we can do is to produce more, to become more productive. And I think that's the whole purpose, as I said. We have these companies, they are just two together with the department that will assist us to drive these new innovations, but we need you. We are partners in this, and we need to take it forward. And for us, it's proud to say that we have been food secure for many years now. South African farmers do produce safe food. And I think that's the key thing, why we need these intelligent innovations based on scientific research, so that we can ensure that the food that we produce are safe. So Joseph, over to you. If you can just put this in perspective and see where we came from over the last 20, 25 years. Thanks, Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to present the farmer's perspective here.
I've been asked to do the presentation in English for the guests, international guests. I hope my English keeps up and doesn't get expended. So I'll ask of you to please just bear with me and let's just do our best.
To start off, I would like to say Dwight D. Eisenhower, who was President of the United States from 1952 to 1960, but himself a Kansas farm boy, he said once when he was president, farming looks mighty easy when your plow is a pencil and you're 1,000 miles from the cornfield. Now, each of us that are here knows this exactly is also true in South Africa for us in this day. Farming may look easy if you focus on the success stories of South African agriculture, but I can assure you it's very challenging to farm here in South Africa. We have a difficult and unstable climate with periodic droughts alternated by flooding. This is all exacerbated by climate change. We have to contend with crumbling infrastructure such as road, rail, harbors and electricity supply that increases the cost of doing business and makes it more difficult. We also have rampant levels of crime, civil unrest, and at farm level, we have a price-cost squeeze where production costs go up more than the farm gate prices for our farm produce. There's presently no support from government for commercial farmers in South Africa. There's no safety net and there's no comprehensive insurance scheme for agriculture. We all know the risks are very high. Under difficult circumstances, maybe just a little bit more about the price-cost squeeze. In this graph, you'll see the bottom line, the blue line, is the increase in maize price, the maize price index. All the inputs, fertilizer, seed, machinery, diesel, you can see have increased much more over the years than the maize price have increased. This one specifically looks in terms of maize seed in comparison to our maize price farmers receive. You can see how the gap is opening up, how much more expensive maize seed is becoming in terms of an index. This is one of the most popular wheat kilos. The 2022 price is not even there. If it's there, you will see how much this cost price squeeze makes things difficult for us. But I must say, under difficult circumstances, especially since 1995, when the support structures for commercial farmers disappeared and the marketing system changed to a fully free market, many grain farmers went out of business. The farming businesses that failed were small, medium, and up to very large scale producers. Size was therefore not a determining factor who survived or who did not survive. In my district, Schweizer-Reneke, on the western side of the grain producing area, there were more than 100 farm units that produced more than 500 tons of grain in 1995. By 2015, 20 years later, only 52 were left. This is the sad news. The good news that we have is that those farms that survived had to adapt and became much more efficient in the production of grain, primarily maize. You will see on this graph the South African maize yield, national yield, how it increased over the past years. By the grace of God, on our own farm, the 10-year average maize yield increased. In the 1980s, it was 1.8 tons per hectare. In the 1990s, 2.4 tons per hectare. In the 2000s, it went up to 5.2 tons per hectare. And the past 10 years, it was 5.9 tons per hectare. Much the same correlation as over the whole country. This increase in yields and productivity came primarily from the implementation of new technology in farming practices, more productive inputs, better genetics, biotechnology, and the use of agrochemicals such as glyphosate. Farming in South Africa feels like running on a treadmill, and each season this treadmill gets set one click faster, and you have to keep up, otherwise you fall off. And this means we have to continuously improve yields and productivity on our farms. We have to do more with less. We have to be better than the seasons before. Otherwise, we won't survive financially. This explains why the South African farmers are of the quickest adopters of new technology in the world. Much of this technology, like better genetics, biotechnology, and agrochemicals, are scale neutral. Grain South Africa has demonstrated through the successes of their farmer development program that from the smallest farmer to the largest farmer, all can benefit equally from the adoption of this new technology. To farm profitable brings for us the ability to compete internationally. It brings long-term sustainability, and it brings, very important, food security for our country. Without making a profit, no farm can survive in the free market environment. And soon, agricultural production will go down, and with that will come food shortages. With maize, the free market system we currently have, we as South African maize farmers have to compete with the best maize farmers in the world. Some of them who operate in regions with much more suitable climate, and others in countries with comprehensive assistance from their governments. The price, the maize price, or any grain price a farmer receives here is determined by the world price in rand. If we have a shortage, not enough for the country's needs, it is the world price plus the cost of transporting the grain to inland centers. This is called import parity. When we have a surplus, too much what we need in the country, we have to export, and then the market determines the price at the world price, less the cost of exporting the grain to the end user. This is what we call export parity. In this graph, you can see the big difference in our country between having enough, the blue line at the bottom, export parity, and not having enough, need to import parity. The difference is about 2,000 rands per ton if you look at that graph. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the past 10 seasons, we were net exporters of maize for 8 seasons, earning valuable foreign currency for our country, but also selling our maize at export parity. And that means many years having the cheapest maize in the world in the local market. And this, we must all say, is a massive advantage to a population with huge unemployment and poverty. Just think about it, to have abundance of your staple food at the cheapest possible price for 8 out of 10 years. Here's a comparison between our price, current price, and the world price. You can see South African maize is cheaper than the world price is. One thing we must discuss is food security. Food security and affordable food is extremely important in an urbanized country like ours, where 50 million out of the 60 million people have to buy everything they eat every day. You must listen carefully. 50 million out of 60 million people buy everything they eat every day. Furthermore, we have a rapid growing population. Some estimates are putting our population at 100 to 120 million people in 2050. This means an additional 40 to 60 million people that we will need to provide for in 28 years' time. This means, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to produce much more than we currently do to feed our nation. This means there is no time to waste. We shall need to constantly increase agricultural production, and we will need to gain momentum. Remember, electricity supply once upon a time, many years ago, in this country was adequate, but today we are suffering from so-called load shedding. Ladies and gentlemen, it is us, the grain producers, the input suppliers, the agricultural value chain, and the government that needs to form a partnership to work together, to find win-win solutions, to make sure that we as farmers stay competitive and sustainable, and that we can increase production so that agriculture and our country can prosper. South Africa must maintain food security so that one day, in the not so distant future, we won't have to do food shedding. Innovation and the adoption of the relevant technology will be the driver of better yields that we are going to need to feed our nation. Many of us in this hall have studied at the University of the Free State, and many of you will recall the inscription on the front of the agricultural faculty. But before I get there, perhaps just a bit more for the panel. What we need is a partnership between stakeholders. We need science-based policies by our regulator. We need consistent, timeous, reliable regulatory process for products that come in. We need faster availability and approval of new technology and genetics. We need creative solutions to counter the high costs of biotech and genetics. And I hope we can discuss this now. To end off, I'd just like to say in front of the Agricultural Faculty of the Free State, there's this inscription in Afrikaans. I've translated it to English. It says, "A nation that cares for its agriculture, cares for its future." May that be so for us, here and now and the years to come. I thank you, Chairman.
Well, thank you, Joseph. Indeed, very true. And I think we have seen all through COVID what is the real importance of agriculture, not only globally, but specifically in Africa. So, Steve online and Frank, Africa is a unique place, and we sit with additional challenges of infrastructure, legislation, safety challenges. And on top of this, we also sit with political pressure in terms of economic uncertainty, which is really complicates the situation. Joseph, thank you for sketching this picture there, but when you referred to the Free State, in my first year, we still had the privilege to be taught in our mother tongue in Afrikaans, and one of our professors in Ag Econ, he told the well-known phenomenon of the cost-price squeeze. So Frank and Steve online, Afrikaans is a beautiful language, and so if you translate it into Afrikaans, the cost-price squeeze, it really refers to a pair of pliers that will punch you. But it was only quite later in my career that I realized that pliers is actually a piece of equipment called the Borduzo, because it really can get you. So that's the situation. But Frank, as we said, Bayer Crop Science, Corteva is two of the most trusted partners globally to bring innovation. Please share with us some of the new ideas and innovations so that we can have a fruitful discussion today. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Goedemorgen. Good morning, everyone. Before I dive into my presentation, talking about sustainable and profitable solutions for South African agriculture, just a quick personal note. This is my 4th or 5th visit to this beautiful and fantastic country, and one of the reasons why it's never too long and too tedious to come here is the passion that I always experience in the agricultural community. It starts with our customers, these fantastic farmers and members of Grain SA sitting in this room. It expands through the regulatory system, and of course also involves our industry. And I see us really in this game together. And I think, Joseph, the message is clearly taken and clearly understood, and I hope that the information I have to share with you actually addresses some of the very severe challenges. And I think everybody in this room can be extremely proud of what you've achieved, especially during this past season. It was quite a convincing and impressive video that I saw. So congratulations to Grain SA and your members before I start.
Thank you, Frank.
Looking a little bit at sustainability at Crop Science and the challenges we face, and I think you can relate to all of them here in South Africa. a growing population, expecting 2.2 billion additional people on the planet by 2050. Joseph mentioned 40 to 60 million of them coming in this country, resulting in a 50% higher demand for food and feed requirements. 1/3 of the land is only able to be used globally for agriculture, and 75% of the freshwater resources that are devoted to crop or livestock production. So agriculture, while we can never get enough water, is the main consumer of the water we have on the planet, so we must actually treat this natural resource with utmost care going forward. 17% harvest lost by increasing climate changes, and 20% loss in arable land per capita between 2016 and the outlook for 2050. And all of this leads to the need to look at sustainability and to create sustainable and profitable solutions that not only meet societal needs, but most importantly, meet farmers' needs. We translate these global challenges that you see on the left, and I won't repeat them, I've just taken you through them in a more quantitative manner, into priorities within our company. And as you can see on this slide, we're working both on the input optimization side, so the maximization of your top line through increasing yields, but we're also simultaneously working on technologies that allow you in future to use our inputs more efficiently and also reduce costs, especially when we talk about certain crop protection applications. Higher yielding, disease-resistant seeds. I think everybody can relate to that, especially in the area of maize, that hopefully will allow the South African farmers with disease issues to reduce their crop protection applications on these specific hybrids. Biotech traits was mentioned as a key technology going forward, and crop protection. Biotech traits as our preferred option in Bayer to be able to protect maize, soybeans, cotton, other crops against pests, diseases, and allow the over-the-top use of very efficient herbicides. The example of glyphosate was mentioned at the very beginning. And this hopefully will also lead to a more efficient use of crop protection, kind of saying crop protection, yes, if needed, and only there where it's supposed to go, but then reducing the need or the application and avoiding the crop protection to be sprayed where it's not needed. So we're talking about precision application going forward. Fewer natural resources, I will come back to that with a concrete example on maize, what we're working on there. And then a new value pool for all of us going forward, which is extremely exciting in the area of carbon sequestration and carbon credits. This slide on sustainability, I'd like to focus specifically on the second point. We at Bayer are a company that is very, very, very focused on listening to the farmer's perspective when we talk about sustainable solutions. So while sustainability has to address the environment and the society, we need to make sure that these solutions also allow the South African farmer to keep producing profitably. Otherwise, we're not walking the same talk here. We have clear global targets which are also related to this country in terms of our sustainability targets. And what you see here basically are very clear reduction targets for carbon emissions of 30% by the end of this decade. We're also aiming to reduce the impact of our crop protection products equally by 30% by end of this decade. And here we will come back to the topic of precision application and things like that. And finally, and this is also a topic for South Africa, we are also committed to addressing the needs of our smallholder customers around the globe and have the ambition to reach over 100 million smallholders by the end of this decade. And the means of doing that you see in the circle on the right-hand side of the slide. We call it internally tailored solutions, and I think the word tailored is very important. Depending on where your farm is, which type of geography you're growing your crops in, what soil type you're dealing with, the precipitation situation, we are here to make recommendations that specifically meet the needs on each and every individual farm, and maybe something just to think about. Maybe the definition of 1 hectare in future is no longer 1 hectare. Maybe it's 3 square meters in terms of precision. Just think about that for a moment, and that is something that we really take seriously to really address the needs of farming going forward. Some of the examples I'd like to bring into the discussion here that we're working on. Only last year, we have deployed over 250 new maize hybrids to expand our leading seed position in this very, very important crop. And as you can see here in the red frame on the bottom middle of the slide, South Africa is for us one of the top 10 core markets when we talk about breeding new maize varieties from our R&D engine that we work on. And we're very proud of having the market share that we have, and we take this country as a leading country in terms of the receptiveness to new technology. I think this was clearly stated by all of the presentations we've heard so far. South African farmers are very, very keen to adapt new technology, and that's why this country has such a high priority for our company. Last week, we were very, very happy and proud to launch a new technology in soybeans. And in our video, you saw the Intacta Roundup Ready 2 Pro technology, which gives the South African soybean grower new ways to control Helicoverpa, the cotton bollworm in soybeans, but also other pests, and also allows the over-the-top usage of glyphosate to control the major weeds that you have in soybeans. And the claim, I think that you recall, is actually that we're saying on the average of what your soybean growers have been harvesting so far, Intacta 2 Pro allows up to a 20% increase on average in your soybean yields. So here again, working to increase the productivity, the output side, by higher yielding soybean varieties. This technology is something the South African maize farmers can look forward to in the next 1-2 years. It's the next generation of insect and herbicide control technology in corn. The technology called Tricepta, having 2 proteins that control both fall armyworm as well as the Busiola pest here in South Africa, and still allowing at the same time the farmer to continue to spray over-the-top glyphosate for broad-spectrum weed control. I talked about before saving natural resources, and likely the most game-changing technology the industry will see, not only in South Africa but globally, is the short-stature corn technology from Bayer, which we estimate to have a potential of well over 1 billion euros. This technology is not immediately around the corner, but I can promise you, well within this decade, South African farmers will see the day of light of this innovative shorter corn hybrids that allow both extended in-season application of crop protection products. A good example is the late-season application of fungicides, which then can be done with normal spray equipment. But even more importantly, the cost squeeze that you are experiencing with nitrogen, with this technology allows you to split your nitrogen application into an early application and followed by a later application at the 5 or 6 leaf stage of maize to allow the crop to receive the vitamin injection that it needs at the right time to optimize your output. So this is really a technology that will allow you both to maintain your yield as well as to optimize the use of inputs and hopefully alleviate the cost squeeze in your maize production going forward. And maybe just relating to another aspect of 2 of the technologies I just mentioned with relation to that new value pool in carbon sequestration. The Intacta Roundup Ready 2 Pro soybean system is able to reduce greenhouse gas emissions that are equivalent to 3.3 million automobiles globally. The short-stature corn technology I mentioned on my last slide is able to not only produce higher yields and reduced crop loss, especially if you can imagine very, very erratic storms and high wind velocities, but it also enables the precision use of crop protection products and nutrients like nitrogen, which result in less input. And also, a final aspect on short-statured corn, early indications are telling us that the root system is actually developing itself in a quicker, more rapid way than traditional corn. And we're hopefully going to be able to see that short-statured corn is able to be grown in areas with less water availability. Coming towards the end of my presentation here, the digital aspect, I think you saw the very impressive video on the Climate Field View platform that basically is going to support our inputs to allow you to not only document what you're doing, but also track the success of what you're using in terms of technology. And one of those climate projects that we're working on is the precision application of herbicides based on weed detection, and that will definitely be able to reduce the amount of herbicides sprayed on a field from a blanket application to a very targeted application on your individual weeds. Danke, and thank you very much for listening.
Frank, on behalf of Bayer, thank you also for your company and for what you are doing and for the exciting new technologies. I was also looking up and saw a lot of farmers making notes specifically on carbon sequestration and short-statured corn. Definitely looking forward to those new inventions. So we're going to cross over now to a video that will be played from Steve Reno, but maybe Brand Republic, you can just give us an indication. Is Steve online? Is he joined in? Maybe you can just say hello to the Congress. Good morning, Steve. How are you? Thank you for joining so early.
Good morning. Yes, it's
where are
great
you?
to be here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, likewise. We're going to play your video now, but you're online, and just after your presentation, we will go over to our department, DELRAD, Department of Agriculture, and after that, we will have an open session for discussions. Thanks, Brand Republic.
Hello, everyone. I'm Steve Reno, president of Corteva's Global Seed Business Platform. I'm coming to you from the United States in our Global Seed Business Center in Johnston, Iowa. I'd like to thank President Derek Matthews and CEO Peter Talliard for the opportunity to address the farmers and the members today. I wish I could be there in person, but with travel restrictions, that was not an option. So we decided to be on the safe side that we do a video just in case we had any technical challenges. I am excited to participate in the live Q&A later with Tony Esmeraldo. I'd like to start out by thanking all of you. Thank you for being innovators in grain production. Thank you for demonstrating to the farmers around the world what is possible when you use those technologies available to you. And thank you for your commitment to efficient, sustainable production. Corteva is committed to bringing innovations to the market to keep you competitive. We know you need seed products not only with high yield, but with strong agronomics. And that starts with our research and development teams. Our researchers strive to be the best at designing, discovering, and developing innovations that create value for farmers and deliver consumer benefits in a sustainable fashion. We start with Corteva's collection of unique germplasm that allows higher production with fewer resources, while also resisting disease, pest, and the extreme weather that you have on your farms. Corteva has more than 90 years of germplasm expertise, and we're proud to have built the largest and most robust germplasm portfolio in the world for key crops like maize, soybeans, and sunflowers. Our elite germplasm is a differentiator for all of you. In addition to our farmer benefits, seeds with higher yield potential also have environmental benefits as well. When seed products perform at a higher level, less arable land is needed to meet the rising food needs of a growing population. And the acres saved by the higher productivity can help bolster farm income, protect fragile and uncultivated land, and help meet food security goals. But germplasm alone is not enough. Corteva is dedicated to a multi-crop approach. In key regions like yours, we have researchers at several locations in South Africa that are breeding for products you need and are working with our local agronomists to make sure those products perform on your local conditions, on your local farms. And we're investing in new breeding methods to ensure that our scientists have the tools they need to build our genetic gain for the trajectory for years to come. And those are prediction-based breeding, marker-assisted selection, predictive analytics, digital phenotyping, double haploid, and CRISPR technology are just a few of those breeding tools that we use to deliver the products you need to maximize productivity by combining genetics, statistics, engineering, and analytic principles. We have built a powerful breeding system that can be applied to all crops in South Africa. Corteva is proud to have launched PowerCore Maize in 2021. PowerCore contains new insect trait technology that helps protect plants from two of the most serious insects in South Africa, maize stalk borer and spotted maize stem borer. PowerCore Maize contains a Bt gene that is stacked with 3 modes of action against above-ground pests. The multiple modes of action help reduce the potential for insect resistance, helping to ensure trait durability for years to come. You'll find the PowerCore trait in Corteva's elite germplasm and the Pioneer and the Pinar seed brands. Bred and tested in South Africa, where our researchers also prioritize agronomics like stress tolerance that are important for your local growing conditions. And next in our maize pipeline, our scientists are working hard on new, novel, and proprietary maize products with broad spectrum insect control for South Africa pests. And you will experience the Enlist weed control system, which is going to help you unlock superior weed control by planting maize and soybeans with Enlist trait. You'll get the herbicide tolerance to 2,4-D-choline and glyphosate for more weed control options and greater flexibility. It's a better seed and herbicide system for your fields. On the soybean side, our pipeline includes Enlist E3 soybeans and Conkesta E3 soybeans. And like PowerCore, both Enlist E3 and Conkesta E3 soybeans will be available in Corteva's industry-leading germplasm. Conkesta is a robust trait that offers multiple modes of action, as well as broad-spectrum insect control, and when combined with Enlist E3 soybean trait, farmers will have the option of new herbicide solutions to manage increased weed pressure, as well as those tools to manage glyphosate-resistant weeds such as Amaranthus species. And we think you'll be pleased when you see the whole system all put together. And it's a great approach in soybeans for insect control, herbicide tolerance, and new herbicide tolerant options, and all combined with our elite germplasm. And we test this locally also, just like we do our corn, and anticipate bringing these products to market in a few years, pending herbicide registration, regulatory authorization for local cultivation, and completion of field testing. We're also proud of several things that are unique to Corteva in South Africa. We have 2 leading seed brands with Pioneer and Pinar that offer you the seeds that you want. Our seed production and supply chain processes are just one example of how we champion for our farmers and deliver high-quality seeds to you. And last but not least, we bring seeds, we bring crop protection, we bring seed-applied technologies and digital solutions that we believe that integrated approach is going to help you maximize productivity on your farms. Before I wrap up, I'd like to thank the staff at Grain South Africa. On behalf of everyone at Corteva, we really do appreciate the partnership. Thank you for advocating for farmers in South Africa. Corteva is a pure-play agriculture company. We're investing in agriculture, and we're investing in South Africa because you understand the value of technology, you're very quick adopters of the technology, and you prove how it works on your farms. An area of emphasis for our company is growth outside of North America, and we believe the South Africa market is a key factor for growth for our company. So thank you again for having me here today, and thank you for showing the world how adopting technology can help you increase productivity in a sustainable manner, ensuring progress for generations to come. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Steve, thank you again, and we would love to have you here. And Tony, thanks for joining us on stage today, but definitely also very exciting and a lot of options that will be provided to grain farmers in South Africa in the future in this multi-product and specifically also in crop rotation options in the future. So without further ado, Mr. Saragie, again, thank you for joining us here today on behalf of Director General Moketsa Ramasodi. We would love to have him here, but we know he's a busy man. There's huge responsibilities on his shoulder, and please, you have an opportunity also to address, and thereafter we can open the floor for some discussions.
Thank you very much, program facilitator. And I know it's been a long day, so I'm going to be very short, but we're proud to be here because we had to make sure we know that it is an undisputed fact that of the food security challenge that the country faces, grain becomes an integral part. Grain in its all different formations, so we know that this is very important. Today we come here as part of the regulatory environment, but in this specific case, as you would have seen in the program, Act 36 of 1947. This is a 75-year-old legislation that unfortunately we are still using to regulate the environment, and you can see why you then have challenges that you're already having. You can see that why you would have the industry worrying about the bottlenecks, the policy uncertainty and all of that. But I can assure you sitting here today that we've begun a process of reviewing and to simplify, separating the act, which at the current moment, one act is responsible for pesticides, feeds, fertilizers, and stock remedy, just in one and with one registrar. This you can see that it has brought a lot of challenges. But as you can see, in 75 years back, in 1947, there was definitely a need for all these important components of farming to be brought together. But as technology then and a lot of things happening and advancement happens, it now becomes important and necessary for us to separate the regulation of fertilizers from the regulation of pesticides and the regulation of farm feeds and everything else. And of course, I must warn you, unfortunately, that with every good intentions, there's always a little bit of unintended consequence. Because at the moment, a farmer can talk to the same registrar about fertilizers and about pesticides and about registration of feed, while if can take care of all the challenges on his farm at the same time. With the separation later on, it would mean one registrar for feeds, another registrar, another office for fertilizer, another office for pesticides and all of those. But because we are already, just as a comfort, we're already aware of the challenges that this separation might bring. We already are making sure that there shouldn't be really many challenges. The industry, especially grain industry, has already engaged the department and DG Director General specifically about the slow pace of registration, about the bottlenecks, and about the delays that the industry, has been facing for over some time. And I'm glad to announce today here that this new department that has merged, we are in a new department, has set aside 6.5 million rand just on the filling of vacancies that have been a problem. So thank you. So this is not a plan, it's already an action because we've got 6.5 million rand specifically earmarked for filling of vacancies, and we've started the process already. And we hope by December this year, we'd have all the technical advisors for all different fields filled. And so that will make our the life of the industry much easier. And additional to that, we've had the plight of the industry. We've appointed 16 external evaluators, external experts. This makes it easier for us so that when there's a new product to be evaluated, or there's an application, we can easily have within a phone call away, 16 other external evaluators who have become part of the process, so to make sure that we have a quicker decision making. So these are not plans anymore. These are actions that are unfolding. The 16 external experts are already in the employ of the department, of course, on a consultant basis, but they are available. They have dedicated their time. And most of these are experts that have already worked with industry, are known to the industry, and are also familiar with the nature of farming in South Africa. I always say farming in South Africa is different from anywhere else. So they're already aware of the situation that we're facing. And I'm glad to also announce to Congress that as things stand today, there are pesticides and remedies for all known pests and diseases in the country. We are sure of that, and we've got that ready now. There are products already registered in the market, and we are innovating the registration process as well. We're coming up with an online system to ensure that we cut to chase, we shorten the red tape, the bureaucracy. So we're going to have an online system rolling out. We've already started the process of rolling out that registration. So we're going to have that done quicker. By the end of this year, we should be able to have that system in motion. So this is one of the ways of ensuring that farmers concentrate on farming, not on the paperwork, the administration, all of that. That should be just form less than 10% of their worry on a day-to-day basis. So I must also inform the Congress that the registrar is here with us today. Mr. Maluta Mzunga is here. So during tea break, if there are any other issues we didn't leave him behind, he's here with us as part of the delegation from the department here. Yeah, and other things I think are easier when we talk to address to questions that are posed. But without wasting time, thank you very much, facilitator and the program.
Thank you, Mr. Sarahi, and I'm very happy and to hear that you and the department are joined here today, and also welcome Jonathan, and to understand and show that you appreciate the importance of the role that the registrar plays in bringing this technology in a fast way to South Africa, making sure that our food safety is of utmost importance, making sure that our competitiveness is improved by this registration. So I'm going to hand over now discussion. Maybe we can give the panel a quick round if they want to add something or some of the observations before we hand over to the floor for some questions. So please get your questions ready. There will be a roving mic. There are some mics placed around the floor, strategic areas. You're welcome to stand up. Just also say who you are, which region you are from. So I really would like to invite all the farmers, all the delegates, as well as all our guests to ask questions to the panel members. But maybe just a quick round. Tony, from your side, please.
Thank you, and Chief, I think Steve did explain it nicely, but I think the one issue that I would add that was mentioned previously is that we're actually a water scarce country, and climate is one of the biggest things that we need to manage over the next decade. So for me, it's not only about the right hybrid or variety, but the right product on the right hectare as well. So I think from a Corteva point of view, we've got the total range of products with the technologies. So that's something that we'll have to think about in the future. Is it appropriate to plant corn, wheat, what is the appropriate crop? And I think that multi-crop approach is something that we drive hard in a South African environment.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. And I think the key thing today, we have heard a lot about seed and seed technology, but also I think the emphasis is on the crop protection products, how to protect that. And in the end, crop production, grain specifically in Africa, you mentioned now the water scarce. The risk is the real big thing for a grain farmer in South Africa, what we said. So maybe Frank, from your side, something else to add before we hand over to some questions?
As you saw from the presentation, our, let's say, major, what we would call game-changing innovation is coming in the area of maize and also soybeans. These are the two crops that we are investing very heavily in terms of breeding, biotechnology. I think also it's fair to say that crop protection does play a very important role as well. I did mention technologies to reduce the use of certain crop protection agents, to lower the cost level that you're facing at the moment, the increasing cost level. But here, I can assure you that we're also in crops like other cereal crops or canola, oats, barley, sunflower. We are very diligently working on what we call life cycle management, which means basically taking what we have available, either in our own portfolio or also collaborating within the industry to access other molecules, mixing and matching them in a different way. And why we do that is not only to provide new solutions, but also to ensure the utility of base compounds, for example, glyphosate. And this is maybe just something very, very important that we need to also learn from our experience from the Americas, for example. If we use one crop protection agent too often and without stewarding it properly in terms of mixing and rotating the chemistry, then that mode of action, that technology at a certain point in time becomes obsolete. I think if there's one thing that South African agriculture needs to preserve, it's the value of the existing tools that you have available from our industry, especially in terms of broad spectrum weed control. That's an additional aspect which maybe is important to consider. Thank you, Frank. Joseph, something else you observed today?
Chairman, I think as a farmer, I'm very excited to see what's in the pipeline and what's coming. I can see that a lot of the new technologies is going to make a big difference in productivity. Will even help us to increase yields much more. But I'm cautious about the cost of some of those technologies, and we have to be very sensitive to see if they are really profitable. And I appreciate Mr. Rottweiler's comments that they are cost sensitive and they understand that our situation in South Africa is a bit different than from farmers that farm in the USA or continental Europe. And we'll have to go and sit down and think about innovative ways how we can bring that technology on a win-win situation. So, but I'm sure we'll find each other and we'll be able to implement them profitably for us, because it doesn't help we bring technology, but it's not profitable, it's too expensive for us to implement here. But I'm sure we'll find each other. And then for Mr. Sarahi, I'm very excited to hear the changes you are making there. We hope through what we've said here that you realize how important role the Department of Agriculture plays. If you look at what happened in the country the past 20 years, agriculture is actually a shining light. And we need all the farmers in the country, from the smallest scale farmer who can farm 1 hectare to the largest commercial farmers. And much of this technology, as we've said, is scale neutral. But we have to be on the edge. We have to do more with less. We have to be quicker with the implementation. And that urgency we'd like to impart on you in the department. That urgency to get things more done, more quicker done. We appreciate the steps you are taking, and we hope that our partnership will bear fruit in future. Thank you.
Thanks, Joseph. Mr. Sarahi, before, I'm sure the questions are there, before we hand over to the floor, something else that you want to add?
Yes. Thank you. I liked you see, as regulators, we find ourselves between the rock and hard place. At the same time, we must balance the registration of the innovation and the new chemicals and all of that. But at the same time, we also have to balance that against the environmentalist. And I liked Bayer's statement that, in trying, I'm paraphrasing, but that you don't want to starve the planet while trying to feed the world. So this is the challenge that we need to continue as a balance, so that South Africa is unique, and so far I like it. We know now that be it from the fruit industry, from the grain industry, we are known all over the world of how our best products that we can compete with other countries. So we don't want to drop the ball. While we innovate, we just have to be responsible at the same time. And lastly, from us, I can assure you that the days of regulators sitting in Pretoria and the offices and doing papers is over. We now want to be with you. That's why we left everything today to come and be here. DG would have loved to be here. So call on us, and don't, instead of having challenges and mourning amongst yourselves, let us know of your challenges before they become big challenges, so that we can together solve. The days of industry taking us to court are over. We shouldn't even get to that. We are here. In the 16 panelists we appointed, none of them are lawyers, because you see no need. We're going to collaborate with you. Let us know. Our details are all over, are known to you. That's why we brought even Mr. Mzunga, the registrar, and I'm available. DGs every day when there's challenges. Let's know about them, and we'll come to where you are. Thank you.
Mr. Sarahi, thank you very much. We appreciate that balance that you are talking about, and we also understand that. So, I'm sure there's a lot of burning questions from the floor. Just by the raise of your hand, you can raise your hand, and we'll give you opportunity. So please, the panel is available. We've got 25 minutes left for this discussion. There's plenty of time. Richard, are you allowed there from the floor? Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Peter. My question goes to the department and the registration process and management of 36. I saw an interesting statistic, and I can't remember offhand the exact number, but we've been producing soyas as an argument since the mid-40s and have produced 17 million tons to date in this country. And that sort of number is equivalent of what some of the South American countries produce in a year. The process to have products registered, in my opinion, is need of a total revamp and a bolstering and acceptance of the work that's done in very rigid economies and markets like the European market, where MRLs, etc., are highly monitored and a lot of work done. I know there's a climate condition, but we need access to products quicker and at a fraction of the cost and the complexity that it takes international companies to do it. And I'd like comments maybe from the other panelists as well on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Mr. Sarachi, do you maybe want to respond?
Yes, yes, thank you very much. That's true. The process of registering new products takes longer, and we are aware, like I said earlier, it's one thing that we are going to, and it can simply just be blunt. It used to be almost okay, and then mergers of government happened. First, we were merged with forestry and fisheries, and that process just takes you unnecessarily too long for you to then become a fully functional in one department. The delays then leads to us not being able to fill critical vacancies. That's the one problem. The other positive is a problem, but the positive is that the very industry then poaches all our experts. Most of our experts then get poached by the industry, they go into the industry. We then have to rerun the whole process again and fill the vacancies, but we're going to do that. So what makes the registration process long? Two things. One is that, of course, the issue of vacancies, and now we will be introducing the online system. But the other problem is applicants not providing all the information at the go. Because in order for us to register a product, we don't just quickly register because of the urgent need, unless in the event of an emergency, like we would have seen with the fall armyworm registration. We were very quick because we knew, and the industry came on board, and quickly we could register that quicker. But that's not how things should be done if it's not an emergency. We need all the information available, all the technical information must be available, and we test that. And some of this registration have to happen over more than one season. So that takes time by itself. But I understand as a farmer, you want, or as a business, agribusiness, you want registration to happen yesterday. Unfortunately, some have to take time. So the earlier you start with the process, the better. And also coming to us, engaging us earlier in the process will help. But I understand the challenge. It's one challenge that we are taking home. We're going to ensure that we streamline. And also one of the things that we're going to be doing this year is to have awareness. We realize from the incorrect applications that there's more that we need to do in the form of making awareness, coming to your meetings, coming to your congresses, just being there for us to not be able to answer questions. But yes, we understand the plight, and we're going to ensure that we fasten the process. Thank you.
Thanks. Frank?
Maybe just to add from an R&D perspective, what we're doing and what we've changed in order to facilitate let's say, the speed of approving our submissions for new agrochemical products, but also the probability of them eventually being approved. Our internal screening process is now very, very rigid in terms of toxicological and ecotoxicological studies at a very, very, very early stage of development. So what we basically do is that we discard many times very efficacious products if we very early have the notion that they are either environmentally or from a human tox perspective not able to be registered, taking into consideration the requirements of the registering country. So this will hopefully result in the quality of our submissions increasing and hopefully facilitating the speed and the work of the regulatory bodies around the world, including South Africa.
Thank you, Frank. I've seen also you are all welcome on Twitter, hashtag GSA Congress 2022. Please post your tweets there or tweet something there. You are welcome. We also have people dialing in on YouTube. But Steve, you online, please also indicate if you have something to add. I can't from this position see if you have a question, so somebody can just indicate. But let's go back to the floor. If there's any more questions from the floor, please just raise your hand and say who you are.
Peter, Steve was online, if you want to give him a chance.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Chris, we'll take your question now, and then we'll go over. Steve, you're welcome.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, the only thing I would, one thing I'd comment there is, I think we also have to take the consumer into account and what the consumer is going to want us to bring to market, along with the regulatory things, I think is going to be extremely important in the future.
Thank you, Steve. Chris Quinwinkel, you're welcome.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Chris Quinwinkel. I'm a representative of Region 21. The question which I'd like to ask is, the mother company provides us with seed on the farm, and we as producers do like it to receive the whole package which they provide. And what I'm referring to now is the chemical side of it. I would like to ask the question, and I know it's a difficult question at this stage. We buy chemicals through second, third, fourth, fifth party representatives. We would like to buy these chemicals from the mother company. I don't know if you follow me now, but we would like to buy the chemicals directly. What is your response to this? Thank you.
Thanks, Chris, for that direct question. So you will give it to Steve. Tony, can I use it closest? Can I pass the ball to you?
I think I should pass it to Steve and see if he can answer it. So I think that question is asked quite often by farmers. Why can't they buy directly from Corteva as well? So obviously at the moment, our go-to-market is through strategic partners. But that doesn't mean we cannot package looking at a seed product and an appropriate chemical and get that onto farm through the same channel as well. So there's certainly different things that you need to look at. One of the things that I think was mentioned earlier is that if you keep on using the one molecule resistance, how do you manage that? And then secondly, I think that there needs to be farmer's choice, and you need to have a complete portfolio in terms of covering all the crops that I don't always think exist within one company. So it's been a discussion, and I think Derek and some of the Grain SA focus already engaged us on that. So we're thinking about all the time, but that's how it works at the moment. Yeah.
Before we go to Steve online for his reaction, Frank, from your side, any other opportunities, any other models that you see elsewhere in the world working?
Yes, thank you for the question. Very, very important question, and something we really are discussing almost day and night, I would say, around the world, saying, you know, how do we see the roles of the different value chain players in agriculture evolving over the next 5 to 10 years? And I'm personally convinced that these roles are going to change. If you recall on one of my slides, you saw on the right-hand slide the word tailored solution, which is nothing else than matching our hybrids with our crop protection agents, and layered on top of that our digital enablement to really apply seeds and crop protection in the most sustainable and profitable way. As we work on providing more holistic solution packages to the farmers around the world instead of single products. For example, testing how a fungicide responds to a specific DeKalb hybrid. A lot of testing going on in different countries around the world. How can we change the application, as I mentioned, of herbicides being more precise on certain crops? As we develop these packages, certainly the discussion comes up, do we then have the right and maybe also the need to go more directly in terms of financial transaction with such a package to the farmer? I think we do, but having said that, we must do it in a way that we keep all of the existing value chain players at least complacent and discuss together what are the roles and future of growers, of dealers, and of the industry. And I think we have a good basis in terms of research and innovation to really jointly and openly discuss new business models and new value capture models going forward.
Thank you, Steve. Certainly, risk and value plays a big role in all the roles players. But Steve, online, maybe do you want to add something?
Yeah, I think the only thing that I would add to that is every person in the value chain, we've got to make sure that there's no waste there, and that as a grower, you're seeing value for each piece of that. So I agree completely. I think the value chain is going to change as we go forward, and we've got to make sure there is no waste and that you as a grower sees value in that as we go forward also. So that'd probably be the only piece that I'd add, but I do believe we will evolve as we go forward with the new technologies, with the digital tools that we have coming.
Thanks, Steve. Mr. Sarahi, maybe there's also some implications, no comment from you at this side, but maybe in the future some interesting things to consider in the Act also in terms of the responsibility of making sure, and especially back to Steve, your point on the stewardship that you mentioned, you at both and Frank. Thanks, Chris, for that question. Other questions from the floor? There was a hand here in the middle table. I think this hand was first here. Please, ma'am, please just, where's the closest mic?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, everybody. My name is Maleshwane Mokwezi. I'm from Ventersdorp in the Northwest. My question is for Ndate Serage. Ndate Serage, I might be out of line, but I think it will help. As you know that today everything went up. Diesel and petrol went up. So it affects everything. The inputs are so expensive. We don't know what's going to happen to the or during the next planting season. How about the government meet us, the farmers halfway concerning the fertilizer? That's my only plea, that one. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Sarahi, just before you respond, I see a hand there from Richard Krieger.
Peter, Richard?
Thank you, Chair. I think I want to add on to Chris Schoenwinkel's comments, if I can, Chair. And I think it's about the transparency of pricing from supplier or innovator to farmer level. And specifically, then we've done initial work, and it's been publicized, where we do a price comparison between producers and what they're paying for a specific name-branded chemical within the market. And the discrepancies and the difference we're seeing on pricing are astronomical and very, very concerning. Chair, and then I'd like to as well take a little bit of latitude here, if you allow me, to request producers to partake in that survey, that we can build a data bank of information with regards to pricing and what you pay for chemicals, etc. It is handled on a confidential basis, and I would request that they partake, that we can get a clear picture of pricing within the market. So thank you that I can take an editorial for Grain SA. Thanks.
Thank you, Richard. Can we, Mr. Sarahi, can we go back to the question from the lady from Ventersdorp, please, on the fertilizer, maybe if you want to respond?
Yes, yeah, look, it's a reality, it's a real question. The cost of inputs, unfortunately, are high. This discussion is taking place at the government higher level up, especially the cost of fertilizer in the country. As regulators, unfortunately, we just have to make sure that the playing field is level, at least from the regulatory point of view. But from the food security point of view, which is another wing of the same department, there are attempts of trying to assist farmers. It may not necessarily be about giving fertilizer subsidy or pesticide subsidy, but there are grants that are available. Some of you would know that I also worked in the Northwest for quite some time. And when I worked there as the head of the department, we made sure that farmers, irrespective of race, those who come forward looking for subsidy, not subsidy, but for grant, would have done the same. So Ventersdorp is part of Northwest, and I know the MEC there is very passionate about especially female farmers. There shouldn't be a problem with them assisting with, it won't be fertilizer, but it would be just input, general input grant to assist farmers. But the government is actually helping. Maybe you just need to know which offices to go to, but we can assist in going forward and also working with Grain SA. There was actually a partnership of Northwest Department with Grain SA back then. Even when I was head of department, there were attempts of resuscitating that need because Northwest, Free State, and Mpumalanga were elevated as the provinces that have to ensure that their grain production is enhanced. So that discussion, I guess we should, from Grain SA level, through the National Department, we should look at it, something that we can look into.
Thank you, Mr. Sarahi. So there's a lot of questions. Jan George, you're welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm from Region 5 in the West, and I don't have a question, it's more of a concern. And maybe the guys from Corteva and maybe Mr. Rothweiler can just help to shed some light on that. And that's a concern of sclerotina on sunflower with the hectares that went up. I think we're a big producer of sunflowers, and that even in the soya side, it's a big concern. And just maybe to get a pledge that there's navorsing, sorry, the English research being done on that part, because that's a big concern for us as farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan George. Yeah, Tony, I know both your teams, Frank, your teams are also in the hall. You're welcome to also respond, but the question specifically on sclerotinia on sunflower. This year, I think it's one of the highest, Joseph, if you help me, 620,000 hectares that was planted this year in sunflower, and we're looking for the day that we're going to plant 1 million hectares of soy in South Africa, but I think that's a big concern and really a big need from that side. Tony?
Yes, so I think obviously you guys may know Louis Koenraad, who's our breeder on sunflowers, that participates in all the workshops with Grain SA as well. So obviously one way to approach it is to look at it from a breeding point of view, and is there, in terms of native traits, a way to address that. Now, I think we're a bit away from that, but there's a lot of work going into that and see whether we can get natural traits to get resistance against that. I think it's a problem for us. I think we focus on that, but I think it'll take a while before we do have a solution in terms of, especially from the genetics point of view.
Thanks, Tony. And we know what the value for oilseeds nowadays is. Frank, maybe some learnings from other parts of the world that you have seen?
Yeah, and maybe to complement what Tony just mentioned from the breeding native trait side, what we definitely are committed to, and we have quite a significant franchise already in Brazil established with our fungicide business in soybeans. I think it's worthwhile taking the learnings, and this is something we will discuss here within our South African team, What are we doing successfully to manage the major disease complexes that we have in Brazil? And can we take some of those fungicides that we have, the learnings that we've established from that market, and really ideally fast track those registrations to get a solution against things like Sclerotinia. Sunflower, the same. We wouldn't now have a global breeding activity for sunflowers, but we do again have the opportunity to label extend what we're doing in other crops in terms of disease applications or fungicide applications to a crop like sunflower. So from our side, more on the crop protection side, we would be looking for solutions there.
Let's just go back to Steve online. Steve, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I think the only thing I would add is what Tony and I think Frank said well, is that we got to make sure that it is probably a holistic approach. It'll be native traits, but we've also got to leverage what we're learning from other parts of the world from a crop protection standpoint and be able to combine those two together. And as we get further advanced in digital tools, I think they can help us also. So I look at it, we're coming at it from several angles, from a native trait, from a crop protection standpoint, and then leveraging digital tools as we go forward. But, you know, sunflowers is an extremely important crop for us. And, you know, we've got to leverage, though, our learnings from other crops around the world to help us there.
Thank you, Steve. Derek, before you go, yeah, please, Derek Matthews.
Peter, yeah, a question perhaps to our partners, the multinational companies. And then after that, a second one, if I may, to our department. To the multinational companies, you know, we talk about mitigating risks. Most of your presentations were about how you assist us as farmers to be more efficient, to cut out risks, whether it's weed control, whether it's insect control, whether it's disease control. But there's a risk that comes like a thief in the night in the South African market, and we never talk about it. And this goes to the relationship, the international relationship that we have, the global economy within which we work. It's the exchange rate risk. So often as farmers, we are confronted with extreme price increases as a result of exchange rate. What, if anything, are you as companies doing to mitigate an exchange rate risk in the offering that you make? Because we as farmers are simply, I mean, we're confronted with it all the time, and we do what we can. We hedge out our prices, but we're exposed in that. So that's the question to the multinational companies. Do you do anything to hedge out exchange rate risk in your offering that you make to us?
Frank, maybe you, the first opportunity here. Then
yeah,
we go to Tony.
it's a very appropriate and important question that Derek is asking here, and it's well recognized. And we have several countries that are facing, because of devaluation of local currencies, we have Latin American countries having that situation. And what we try to do, similarly to what Grain SA does, is of course hedge our major currencies in terms of being able to absorb certain devaluations, and in which way, shape, or form we then react flexibly to local currency risks is something that we basically very diligently discuss within our local organizations, because here there's no one size fits all. There's no global recipe to solve these issues, and we recognize the situation here in South Africa, and that is something that we would typically then discuss within our local commercial organization to see in whichever way, shape, or form we can somehow contribute to relieving some of that pressure.
Thank you, Frank. Tony?
Yes, so let me start from a seed point of view. So obviously I think it's a well-known fact that about 90% of our seed are produced locally. So the dollar is not necessarily impacting us, but then we need to understand that the growers in South Africa want commodity prices. So the commodity prices, especially like soy and sunflower at the moment, those are the type of prices that we pay for producing seed locally. So we try and mitigate it through that process. I think the other component, except just $1, is if you look at the crop protection molecules, the disruption in the supply chain is impacting everybody, cost of flying stuff in. We do not have any hedging against that, but I think we try and take as much as possible in terms of that. As we know, the molecules are mostly produced on other continents. So I think there could be some flexibility around that, but we'll always be impacted in terms of that. Our approach in Corteva is obviously we see as much as possible that we can absorb and not giving all of that through to the growers. Yes.
Thanks. I'm also going to give an opportunity, Steve, maybe online. Do you have something to add?
Yeah, I think Tony said it extremely well. From a seed standpoint, we produce locally, so that's within local currency. The supply chain right now, especially on the crop protection products, is probably where we're seeing that bigger impact. And we do work globally as far as, is there some opportunity for us to do some hedging in local currency? It's probably a combination of those three things, but from a seed standpoint, it's kind of natural hedging when we're producing locally around the world.
Thank you, Steve. Let's go back to the floor. Derek, maybe I saw your light.
Yeah, Peter, maybe if I can then just ask my second question to Mr. Seragi. So you hear today the need that we have as farmers. Our profitability is under extreme pressure. And in fact, the department as it is standing in between us and solutions. What is it that we can do? You've now said that we're going to fill positions, but what is in the spirit of public-private partnership? What is it that we can do, or what is it that you will be doing to speed up that process to resolve this as soon as possible? Because really, this is a single stumbling block that is really directly in the way of solutions that are already on the table.
Mr. Seragi, you want to respond?
Yes. I'm very aware that the issue of the backlog and the issue of registration, it's a typical, and every farmer is worried. Like I said earlier, 40% of that problem arises from the application process. It's either that if I take you to the office of the registrar and just show you the toing and the froing in form of incorrect applications, that adds to 40% of the delay, and we shoulder the 60%, which we already have a solution for. And unfortunately, because of what I've already alluded to, the delays and the moratorium and filling of vacancies, which resulted from the merger of the departments, fortunately, that is over now. We've got the money. It's ring-fenced. It's for us to fill the vacancies. And we also have money to have 16 technical experts that would assist us to quickly evaluate applications. So those 16 technical experts won't be of any help if the application process or the application is not correctly done. So we need to have that sorted. But the online system will assist that, because it will then help instead of spending all the time and sending documents to Pretoria only to realize that some documents are missing or incomplete. The system would assist you to already make sure that the application process is done correctly. And once it reaches our offices, then we take it to the 16 external experts that we have to help. This was never done before. So this is a step in ensuring that the processing of applications is quicker than it used to be. We are aware, we very much are aware that there's delays at the moment. But I can give a time frame. I don't like giving time frames, but as far as filling of the vacancies is concerned, by December we would have all vacancies filled. That one I can assure you. And I can't unfortunately say the online system has already started actually. Module 1 is already being tested. So we may have the online system earlier than December, and we will have all vacancies filled by December. So we should be, by the time of the planting season this year, we should already be seeing a lot of developments and advancement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seragi. Definitely looking forward to the light at the end of the tunnel there. And also, as always, I think the commitment from private sector, from industry is there to support where we can help, and let's keep the channels open. Tony, you want to add?
Let me just add to that. I think it's encouraging to hear that there's plans in place to address it. I think one important forum is that if you think about the seed industry registering varieties, looking at biotech traits that needs to be registered, I would encourage the department to work with industry bodies like CropLife. I think there's a lot of discussions, there's good ideas, even with Sansor, in terms of building that relationship and jointly through the private sector and the industry and the department to work on this new plan to implement that.
Thanks, Tony. Let's go back to the floor. Tertius, I saw your hand. There's somebody ready at the mic, please.
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm Peter Albert Botha from Bultfontein, Region 20. My question is just for Mr. Rottweiler. Regarding glyphosate, I know that there's been a lot of questions regarding cancer and the lawsuits that you guys faced in America, and we as farmers became quite reliant on it, and I just want to know what's the worries regarding it, if there's any new products that you might think, and what would that be on the grain passport and the master plan, if there's questions on the safety of glyphosate, because not that we want to have questions regarding it, but thank you very much, sir.
Cobus, I see while you lined up, let's go for that question and we'll handle them together. Thanks.
Yes, I'm Cobus Grobelaar from Streek 24. I would like to know, region, sorry. I would like to know if maybe because you can give us a lot of discount if we buy seed, you pay early or the amount, but maybe if you can also put in if farmer only buys Bayer's crop or Corteva for the smaller farmers that only can buy or only buys one company's seed, to give him extra discount because he can't buy the large amounts. And the second question, we pay for the technology on the seeds, but maybe I'm wrong, but do we pay less if the technology gets older? So if we pay Roundup Ready this year, say 200 rands, next year we can pay only 150, or it's just a question, I don't know, because it's older technology, can we pay less per year, or does it stay the high amount because US have showed us the price of seed versus the maize price is growing out of each other, and so if you can pay less for the older technology, maybe it can maybe shrink a bit. So thank you.
Thanks, Cobus. Frank, maybe the first question on the glyphosate, well bespoken, well communicated also in South Africa, but maybe some of the latest news from your side.
Yes, so I think to summarize the question, what is the future of glyphosate? Do we see any risk of anything happening to the molecule here based on what's going on the legal side in the US, if I correctly understood the question? So what we've basically done is, number one, we are not giving up on this legal situation in the US because scientifically speaking, there is no risk of cancer development if the farmer, the customer, the end user applies glyphosate according to the registered label, which is also printed on each and every liter and jug of glyphosate that we sell. That said, the US legal system is challenging us at the moment, as I think everybody is aware of. And the proof of what I'm saying that we're not giving up on this is simply that we've taken this to the Supreme Court, to the highest jurisdiction in Washington, D.C. We're hoping that the Supreme Court will, within the next 3-4 months, come back with a decision to take over the final jurisdiction on glyphosate from the federal, which means state jurisdictions from which we are getting these allegations. And if that is the case, we legally see a very, very big opportunity to get this litigation topic off of the table. Even if that does not happen, you can be assured that we will continue to fight our cause, and we are confident that this chemical is amongst the, in italics, safest of all chemicals that are globally sold. So with the hope that local registration authorities continue to apply a science-based approval system, we're confident that this molecule will stay in South Africa. The bigger risk, and I mentioned it before in one of my additional statements, is please steward that chemistry properly by doing proper crop rotations, by doing proper mode of action rotations when you look at your herbicide strategy.
I think definitely that integrated weed management is a key thing and a focus, because we have seen it with some hot weeds coming in, if I can call it that way.
Yeah.
Before I give you an opportunity to respond to Kobus' question, which is mainly on the pricing and looking at the value and of all the technology, Steve, I'm sure online you have heard the question. Maybe you first want to respond on your pricing methodologies, your strategies. Also, if I can add to that, what do you see globally happening in other parts of the world? How are you forming this partnership with farmers, the way you look at value and thinking about technology getting older? Thanks.
No, I think it's a very valid question. And, you know, as we look at how we price, is at the end of the day, the growers have to see value there. So traditionally, yes, as we bring new technology to the market, you know, it will be, you know, at a higher price. And, you know, as products age or as products get older, you know, they're at a different price differential. You know, the question comes though, what is the value of that new product for you as a grower versus something that, you know, that may be a little bit older technology? And that's where the partnership has to come into play. And, you know, whether it's, you know, in the Americas or whether it's in South Africa or it's in Europe, you know, that continues to be the challenge that we have. But at the end of the day, you know, you as a grower is going to vote with your pocketbook, and we got to make sure that the value is there from the new technologies, and, you know, the investment we're making, we got to make sure that you see that value also. But as we have some older technologies in the marketplace, you know, there usually is a value spread, you know, between those.
Thanks, Steve. This is key to understand, Frank. Before we go to the last question, maybe an opportunity for you to respond on this.
Yeah. Basically, I'd like to just more or less refer to what Steve said from Corteva's standpoint, which is basically also the same philosophy that we follow. New technology, the pricing of that is based on a value proposition that is derived from the many thousands of field tests and R&D results that we've received. And it's always priced to a point where there has to be space for the grower to increase profitability, but there also has to be space for our company to make sure that our margin is of such that we can continue to drive innovation. Because if we start getting into a negative price spiral, to be very open and frank here with the audience, then our R&D activities are also at a point where we cannot sustain the degree of innovation that we increasingly need when we talk about not only performance increases or enhancement, but also addressing the sustainability issues that we've talked about today. So that's a little bit, just adding a little bit more context, but in essence, fully in line with what the colleagues from Corteva mentioned here.
Nico, my time is on empty, and I know there was one question from table 5. No more questions. Okay, one more question. Table 5. Thanks. Yes, Thomas?
Ja, my name is Thomas van Amersfoort, Region 29. Ek het net bietjie vraag daarso voor. Daai goed van die pryse is 'n moeilikheid. Ek dink die mense of die saad, diesel, alles daai goed van die government. Ek dink nie van ons van die farming. Laas jaar het gepraat van die almal die besigheid die gaan onder. Die government die gee iets almal van die mense van die besigheid. Maar van die farming het geen niks van ons nie. Nou ek hoor ek moet om die register die grant sal hom uitgee, wie daai die grant kan hom kry. Hy vat die grant gee die smallholder van 1 hectare, dan hy verkoop hom. Van daai groot farming, hy waarom nie van dit neem. Hoekom hy vat nie daai grant nie, gooi van daai goed van die sand, hy vat daai geld van die kunsmis, dan ons weet almal van die besigheid van die boerde, ons gaan saam van die government. Maar daai klein project, hy kry iets by government. Ons groot die farming, ons kry fokol.
Our farmers get nothing from government. There's no subsidies. Well, businesses are getting the subsidies.
Thomas, thank you, Thomas. Frank, luckily that question wasn't addressed at you. I understand. Mr. Sarachi, but I'm sure you heard the Afrikaans there. Maybe a last minute to respond there and say, but I'm sure Frank, Tony, Steve online, there's a big contingency of Western Cape cereal growers here, and they have been very quiet. But be sure, afterwards, this afternoon and tonight, they will be there with the questions. So, but maybe a last opportunity to respond, Mr. Sarachi.
Thank you. It's really, he's right. That's why the presidential stimulus package program was stopped halfway, because government had to try and uplift the smaller subsistence farming, but at the same time it looks like it neglects the commercial farmer. But this is because an assumption which is wrong was made that at least the commercial farmers might have access to other financial instruments in the market and all of that. My advice here is, because you are part of Grain SA, do not keep quiet when these things happen. Approach government. I so loved that I would have loved that DG is here to it, because this has been a concern that you don't have enough money. Remember with the COVID relief, it was about 1.2 billion. But because it was cut, spread into finer amounts, you wouldn't see the impact. So his question is, why couldn't government at least go to those who are commercial and smallholder and try and assist them so that they can get uplifted? But it's a valid, genuine question. My advice, I will answer it in an advice that please, much as you are organized, please approach government. There's this chapter, the last thing for me, I know we are almost, time is up. There's this tendency of the commercial farming sector to group themselves away from where discussions are happening. Please change that. Please go to where government, start raising that question early on and saying, we are aware that there's 1.2 billion, where are we in this 1.2? Start from Grain SA. I appeal to you, start making that necessary noise.
Thank you, Mr. Sarachi. Derek, can I hand over to you and let's give a round of applause for the panel.
Thank you, Peter. We've run 4 minutes over time, but I think the last 4 minutes were the most valuable 4 minutes of the whole discussion. That's where the tacky eats the tar, and it's the truth. Farmers. I want to then express my appreciation to all the panel members. First of all, to Yusuf for stating the farmers' case so succinctly, so clearly. And we all need to understand exactly where we come from. To our international and multinational companies as partners, we want to put the challenge to you this. We want your technology. We need your technology. We just need to be able to afford your technology. And then to the department. Mr. Sarachi, we appreciate your presence here today immensely. We're disappointed that the DG couldn't attend. We take our business extremely seriously, and we would like you to convey the message that we expect our Department of Agriculture and the departments with which we do also to take us very seriously. We need to find the solutions together. Government often talks about public-private partnerships. I know that the industry stretched out a hand specifically to the registrar.
and there was no fruit from that exercise. So please, let us take hands, let us build the future together. My sincere appreciation to each and every member of this panel for the discussion today. I thank you. Right, Nico. Now we're going to move on. I'm going to hand the microphone to Richard. You know, we've seen a lot of key role players in agriculture who have dedicated their lives to our industry, retiring, reaching retirement age, and I'm going to ask Richard to take us through the process of recognition of those people.
Ja, dankie voorsitter. Dit is 'n voorreg vandag om hier voor julle te kan staan dat ons hulde en erkenning gee aan 'n paar mense wat toevallig in 'n baie kort tydjie almal afgetree het en nou hulle aftrede geniet het wat instrumenteel was en gehelp om die ruggraat van die Suid-Afrikaanse landbousektor te vorm en te bring tot waar hy vandag is. En as julle my dan nie die kans sal gee, sal ek graag wil begin daarmee. Die eerste persoon is Dr. John Purchase. Ek dink dis 'n naam wat elke een in hierdie gebou al die naam van gehoor het. Hy is bekend aan ons, nie net omdat hy self die hoofuitvoerende beampte van Graan SA was 'n paar jaar terug, maar vir die rol wat hy gespeel het en die leiding wat hy gegee het aan die bedryf, die sy betrokkenheid vir 14 jaar as die hoof van Agbus. En uit dit was hy ook betrokke vroeë jare by die ARC of Landbou Navorsingsraad. Hy was voorsitter van die Militrust, instrumenteel in die vorming van daai trust en die bestuur en die funksionering van hulle. Hy was 'n raadslid van SAGIS, 'n convener for NEDLAC, and played many other roles within the agricultural industry to help form and bring us to where we are today. John, we salute you. And thank you for your contribution over a lifetime to the sector and the industry, and we'd like to invite you to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. John Birch.
John, our appreciation, many thanks for your service, and if you'd like to address comments.
Thank you, Derek, Mr. Chairman, Richard, Deputy Chairman, and Mr. Ramadise, sorry. It's a great honor and a privilege to stand here today and to receive this recognition. I've been very fortunate when I chose my career to choose agriculture, to work in the grain industry, even from my university days, holidays. I've been blessed. I've met so many wonderful people. Many of you I know very well. It's been a journey. I'm still doing quite a lot in agriculture, but now in a different field. But I want to also say that it was a blessing driving here today, just to see the crops, to see how the industry is still progressing and growing. You are in good hands, and I really wish you well going forward. I hope to see many of you still going forward on this wonderful journey that we have in the food and agriculture environment in which we work. It is the best career that you can choose in life because you contribute so much to society and to people. So thank you very much, sincerely appreciate it, and I want to especially wish Grain SA very well. Grain SA is very close to my heart. I worked here for a number of years, built up great relationships, and keep the organisation going. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. John Birch.
Thank you very much, John.
Rousseau, as jy nader kan kom, asseblief, Rousseau Swart. Dan die volgende persoon wat ek graag vandag die geleentheid wil gebruik om hulde aan te bring. Dis Ernst Pelsner, ongelukkig kan hy nie by ons wees vandag nie. En Rousseau Swart gaan die toekenning namens hom ontvang. Ernst Pelsner
Alice
as
Pelsner,
hoofuitvoerende
as head
beampte van
of the
SSK Sentrale Suid-Koöperasie daar in die
SA
Suid-Kaap.
Corporation,
Is
Southern
instrumenteel
Cape.
om nie net SSK as 'n koöperasie te behou vir sy lede nie,
He
maar ook
kept
die
the
vestiging van
organisation
die
for
canola
its members,
industrie. Dis 'n
and also
industrie wat
his
begin het in
industry
1993,
input
94
in the
met die eerste
canola business.
aanplantings wat gedoen het.
Started
Die
planting
verkryging van
in 93,
finansiering om 'n
94
persaanleg te
to
bou,
get the finance
seker
to
dat daar genoeg
establish
perskapasiteit sowel as opbergings vermoë
press
onder die
and a
landboubesighede
storage
en soil dan wat
in the
gevestig word
agriculture.
as 'n volledige
Also,
persaanleg en verskaffer van 'n kwaliteit en premium olies.
so that they can contribute
Erns
to
het hierdie
the
bedryf
oils.
ondersteun en laat groei tot waar ons verlede jaar 'n
Break in the
rekord
business where
kon
we
gelewer
had
het.
a record
Canola is beslis die
harvest,
nuwe ster op die blok.
and canola is the new star on the block.
Suid- en Weskaap produsente
South
is
and
dankbaar
West
vir die
Cape
gewas en die alternatief wat hy bied.
thankful
Net,
for the
wat wisselbou,
crop,
gesonde wisselbou betref, maar dan nou ook
not just for the healthy
die geleentheid om nuwe chemiese groepe te kan gebruik wat die gewas betref.
harvest,
Hiermee dan
and the contribution to
bring
the
ons
industry.
hulde aan Ernst Pelsner vir sy
Therefore,
rol
we
en
honor him
hierdie oorkonde en erkenning
and
wil
give him
ek
recognition
net noem dat kom
for all the
spesifiek dan ook uit die
contributions,
canola bedryf.
especially to the canola industry
Baie dankie.
and to our work group in canola. Thank you very much, Adam.
Voorsitter,
Chair,
dan bring dit my na die volgende persoon toe, iemand wat ook
person.
bekend aan ons almal.
It's also
Nico
well known
Wilkins,
to us.
landbou,
Nico
ekonom
Wilkins,
en mug en been. 'n man wat lief is vir die syfers, lief is vir die landbou. In
loves
1989
agriculture,
het hy as WPO bestuurder basis in landbou
manager.
gekom.
He came into the agriculture.
Hy was deel van die
He was
stigting
part
dan
of the
van Graan SA in 1999
SA
en is
Grain
aangestel as 'n senior ekonom. So
senior
ek sien
economist.
ek dink julle sien hier's 'n patroon wat
And you
gevorm
can
word
see
wat
the
mense uit
pattern
ons
is being
geleedere
formed,
gekom het en aanbeweeg
that the
het.
people
Dis kwaliteitmense en dit spreek
that
ook van die
we
kwaliteitmense
can
wat
give
nou nog
heritage to
die
are quality
organisasie
people.
Hy was
They
instrumenteel
helped
in die
establish
vestiging van die
SA
vrye
Grain.
mark
It's
soos
part
ons
of the
ken
free
vandag
market,
met die deregulering.
the
En ek het 'n
deregulation,
droom gehad dat
and he
ons
had a
beweeg
dream that we
en baie
move
idealisties gewees oor die
in
vestiging
an
van die vrye
idealistic way
markstelsel in
in
Suid-Afrika.
the
Hy was 'n
establishment of a
stigtingsdirekteur
free
van
market system.
SAGAS. En van 1
member of the
April
SAGAS
2012
starting
was hy die
through
hoofbestuurder van
2012.
SAGAS en hy
He
het
was
met
the head of
uitmuntendheid hierdie
SAGAS,
organisasie bedryf
and he
tot sy onlangse
managed this
aftrede
organization
en die eerbiedigheid in die syfers in
in
die mark
perfection till
gedoen,
his recent.
gebring. Hy was ook 'n lid van die
was also a
Nasionale
member
Landboubemarkingsraad
of the marketing
op verskeie komitees
committee
gedien. Nico het
and
dan
on
ook
various other committees.
lewenslange bydrae
Nico has
gemaak
also
aan die
had
vorming soos julle
a
kan
lifelong
hoor,
contribution
die ruggraat van die landbou
in the
en die
backbone
graanbedryf
for the
soos ons hom
agriculture
ken.
and the grain
Baie
industry
geluk.
as we know it.
Dankie.
Thank you, Nico. Thank you, Chair. Yes, everybody should know me by now as the donkey, because it's always been my say word. I'm the donkey that wants to do the work. I don't like to be in front, but I like to push from the side and behind because I want to contribute in my way. I just want to say firstly, the producers of South Africa, if you in a whole like this don't fight with each other, even outside, don't fight, rather discuss and rather have confidence in each other's choices so that we can implement the choices we make. And then the chain sessions. The producers can't stand alone in this free market. And even there, argue is fine, but don't fight. Get to a decision get everybody involved in the industry and stick to it. Thank you so much.
Dankie Nico, dit was
Thank you, Nico.
altyd lekker om saam met jou te werk.
It's always been an honor to work with you, and we honor you for your work in the industry.
I want to call up a member who served us extremely well at this point in time. We will recognize this person at an appropriate time with the appropriate recognition. But I want to give Yanni the opportunity to come up here and to say goodbye to Congress in person. So I want to give you the opportunity, Yanni, please.
Mr. Yanni.
Ja, terwyl Jannie nou 'n bietjie vorentoe.
Jannie is moving forward.
Miskien kan ek 'n paar goed uitlig wat van julle nie geweet het van Jannie en sy loopbaan tot sy aftrede. Hy is gebore en welkom in die Vrystaat.
He's born and welcome in Free State.
84, ja Josef, hy was ook daar by jou universiteit.
84, he was in university in Orange Free State.
En nou neers dan voltooi by Tikkies in 86.
Did his honors at Tikkies.
Opleiding en opleidingskursus voltooi beide in Suid-Afrika en
courses that he went in South Africa and internationally. He started in the agriculture department in 1985 as an ecologist. He was also involved with the marketing committee.
In an advisory body for the Minister of Agriculture. He joined the National Chamber of Milling in 87 as a financial manager and became the executive director in 92. During his career in the processing sector from 87 to 2011, he held the offices of CEO of the Chamber of Milling, SA Chamber of Baking, SA Agricultural Process Association, and the National Maize Millers Association. Yanni was always on the other side of the table when it came to negotiations with farmers. The board in 2011 decided to approach him and get him onto our side of the table, a wise move at the time. And we welcomed Yanni into our fold as CEO in March 2011. Yanni built and helped to take Grain SA to a new level, serving on various boards, starting the Grain Academy 2012, serving on the Maize Trust, the Wintergraan Trust, SAGIS, SAGL, Graangeboue Maatskappy. Hy was instrumenteel om Jafara te begin
en ook as 'n raadslid daar te serve as a committee member there.
Hy dien ook dan op die Cecil Trust
on the Cecil Trust.
He's on the CEO's Agricultural CEO's Forum.
Agricultural Forum.
He was involved in the grain value chain, CEOs of companies serving the grain value chain, and a member and previously serving as chairperson. He served on Agri SA General Council and has been a member there since his appointment in 2011. Hy was ook by die commodities Kamer vanaf 2011. He served in the Centre of Excellence on Land Reform and was instrumental in our fight as an agricultural family on the Bill of Expropriation and the amendment to Article 25, and led the procession into Parliament many a time, defending the farmers' right to retain title and deed of their properties. He also was instrumental in founding SAWCIT, which is the new funding body for the winter cereal industry after the collapse of the Winter Cereal Trust due to the nature of the relationships there. Yanni, you've been a leader internationally, you've been a leader in South Africa, you became the face of the grain industry for a long time. As a spiritual person and a spiritual leader in your church, you remain active in your church, within your community, and serve on various boards. Yanni, you have certainly helped form guide and grow Grain SA as an organization, and we can certainly build, and your legacy will long be remembered within this organization and within the industry in general. We salute you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard, Chairperson.
Congress,
so luister na al hierdie lang goede, dan kan jy met 'n lang meetings gehad.
recognitions of a 5-day cricket with so many acknowledgements. But
long haul in the same direction. So dis wat ons op die ou ende volhoubaar maak.
Makes it sustainable at the end of the day. I hope it's the things that remain in place, the building blocks that it's nice to hear from the international guys how they speak about our farmers, best farmers, because they accept technology, they try new things, they're not afraid of the future, and they struggle without the government sometimes and still succeed, because we don't have support in agriculture. We're going to find our own future. There are nice building blocks to be stepping on. Last year, the virtual Congress already said goodbye to everybody, but it's an honor to stand here today. Just to be a physical person. It's nice. From August 2015, I have to catch up with my sleep. I've still got a few nights to catch up. But it's nice. Walking in, is the aircon right? Is the Wi-Fi working? Is the rain going to come? It's nice to just sit here and enjoy it and not worry about it. Thank you for tolerating me. Sorry to the people that I angered. And thank you to the team that supported me in my leadership and gave me the opportunity to serve our country in this way. Thank you very much.
So baie dankie voorsitter.
So thank you, Chair. And as Derek mentioned, it's our plan to give him recognition at the producers' function in January. It's a more prestigious event on our yearly calendar, and there we will honour him further and announce Jannie. So thank you. Last point is Leon du Plessis, last person.
Is 'n man wat agter die skerms verseker het dat
he ensured behind the screens
trusts
that our
in die
trust,
administrasie van
the
sekere
admin of
organisasies
certain
binne in die
organisation
landboufamilie
in the
goed
agricultural
funksioneer
sector
en op 'n vlak van
function well
administrasie is
on a level
eintlik in
of
sy tyd
administration
onbekend was.
that was
Leon du
unknown
Plessis
at
het
its
dan
time.
gedien as die
He served
administrateur
as the
van
administrator
baie trusts,
of many trusts,
sowel as die administrasie van
and the
die
administrator
Forum, die Sorghum
of
Forum,
the maize
die
forum, the
Forum
sorghum forum,
as 'n
and
houer van 'n
the
beeprok
wheat forum.
reg
The
graag,
proc
het
in
hy as
law.
regsadviseur dan ook gedien vir die
He was a
Mielie
legal
Trust en ander
advisor for
trusts.
the maize trust
Hy was
and many other.
'n persoon wat
As a
noukeurig
person,
die Tieles saamgestel het. Hy het weinig indien ooit 'n fout op dit gekry.
Never
Sy administrasie en sy
missed a mistake on
professionalisme
it.
was van
His
'n
admin was
ongelooflike hoë standaard
at a very high
en
standard.
hy het verseker dat die
And he
trust
ensured
soos
that
hulle
the
nou daar
trust
uitsien
as it is
en hierdie organisasies waarby
and this organization and others can be managed at the highest level possible. We've got a short video we represent him, and he's already retired and he's immigrated. So thank you, Leon du Plessis, once again.
So Leon, if I say I was surprised, it's actually an understatement. I think I was quite shocked when you told me that you were leaving us. And that forced me to think a little bit, you know, about Leon du Plessis and my experience of Leon du Plessis in my career in organized agriculture. And, you know, I got to know you right in the time of transition, when we were shutting down the maize board and when we were building all the new structures and so on in industry. And I just got to realize the contribution that you have made, I want to say single-handedly. I know you have a team, you have a family behind you, but the contribution you have made is second to none in this industry. And for us to be able to express our appreciation is actually very difficult. You have done more to build the foundations of this industry than anybody else that I know. And all we as farmers can say to you, Leon, is thank you, thank you, thank you very much for what you've done. Thank you. And as a token of our appreciation, Grain SA would like to present to you what we call our Inspiration Award. Why? Because Leon du Plessis, what you have done inspires all of us. So thank you very much. May you remember Grain SA, Leon.
I will. Derek, thank you very much.
Thank you. And if you would like to address the farmers, I'd give you an opportunity to do that.
I'd love to. Thank you for your kind words. I really appreciate that. It was a difficult decision for us as family to decide to actually leave our country of birth, a country that we love, an industry that we love. Because I've been in agriculture for a very long time. Even before I finished my studies, I came into especially the maize industry, at the maize board, first as a clerk, and then eventually as general manager. And then after the maize board, we had to decide what we're going to do. And we found our niche in managing, a number of agricultural entities and trusts. And I would be lying if I say I did not enjoy that. I honestly did. We had difficult times, we had good times. But it was really an enjoyable career that I had in this industry. And I will always be loyal to agriculture and to the agricultural industry in South Africa. So the move that we're making at a late stage of my life is a difficult one, but because we do it as a family, we're 9, and all 9 of us have decided that this is what we're going to do. We're going to move to Europe, Portugal initially, and see if we can start a new life for us as a family. And yes, it's a sad day for me that we had to make that decision to leave this country and to leave the industry that I love. But I can assure you that I am not gone, because COVID taught us one thing, and that is that irrespective of the location or where you are, you can participate in the matters of industry. So Derek, thank you very much. I honestly appreciate it. And thank you to you as farmers, and please keep on holding the name of agriculture high in this country.
Thank you very much, Leon. And you rightly say, you're not totally lost to us. We're still going to make use of your services. We'll see how that all pans out. The virtual environment allows us to do a lot of things, as you said. And we look forward to working with you and your continued contribution in whichever form. But we wish you and your family well. We pray that you are blessed in this move, and that things turn out better than what you even expect them to turn out. So thank you very much, Leon.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you.
Congress, we ask Nico to make a few announcements. Thank you, Nico.
Chair. Sometimes we must just observe and note and recognize a special moment. I think this is one of them. It's not often that 3 CEOs of one company shares one venue. And that is John Purchase, Jannie Dev, and Peter Taljaard. Note a moment. Chair, back to the elections. And it's wonderful to announce that we received one nomination only for the chairperson, and the election committee verified all. Mr. Derek Matthews, baie geluk.
Congratulations, Derek Matthews.
Derek, you're welcome to share some words with the Congress if you want.
Congress, thank you very much, Congress.
I am
baie bewus van die die vertroue wat hulle my plaas.
Very
Ek onderneem om
honored
my bes te gee.
to take your trust. I'll give my best for the next term.
Ek wil graag herhaal wat ek met die
I'd like to
vorige kongres
repeat what I said at the previous Congress.
As hierdie ore nie hoor nie, kan hierdie hande nie regmaak.
If you don't,
So praat
if
asseblief
these
oor
ears
die
can't hear,
organisasie.
these hands can't do. So please support the organization. We need to know and communicate with each other. So thank you for putting your trust in me.
Ja, Nico, miskien kan ek die geleentheid
Nico, maybe.
gebruik om Derek te bedank.
Take a moment to thank Derek. Yes, we do trust you, Derek, and we thank you for what you do as an organization, as producers, and the prize.
Is fenomenaal.
It's a phenomenal
Jy lei die organisasie
You guide the
bewyse dat ons
organization
die
in a
vertroue
way
in die
that
het en
we can trust
die
you,
naam van Graan SA
and that the name of
baie
Grain
professioneel
is
en baie
always
goeie
very
manier
professional,
uitgedra
and
word
it is
aan die breë
carried out
gemeenskap
in a
en ons
positive way
produsente. En ja,
to the community
namens
and
ons almal, ek
producers.
dink kan ons net
So
vir jou dankie sê vir jou leierskap en jou
just a
toegewydheid aan die
thank to
organisasie.
you for your contribution
dankie.
to the organization. Thank you very much, Derek.
Kongres, kom dan weer by 'n stukkie verkiesing. Wat u
To
beleef
another
en sien
part of
vandag
election,
is
what you
demokrasie
see
in aksie.
today, it's
En
democracy
die
in
volgende
action.
is die nominasie
And
vir die
the next
eerste
part is the
verkose
nomination for the
visievoorsitter.
first
Blaai
vice
asseblief na
chair.
bladsy 2 van die nominasiebrief
Page to
en dan is
the
u welkom om
page 2
persone
of
te
the
nomineer
nomination
vir
page. Then you have to nominate
eerste
a person
verkose
for the
visievoorsitter.
first
Onthou die
vice
persoon wat
chair.
nomineer, sekondeer en die kandidaat
So
moet dit onderteken en die verkiesingskomitee gaan dit verifieer. Ons gaan hierdie
sign
nominasiebriewe inneem
And then
net
the
na
committee
ete.
will
Ons sal
take
afkondiging
in the
doen en
nominations after lunch. And
Voorstel,
then we
terug
will
na
do
u.
the announcement. Chair, back to you.
Kongres,
So Congress,
terwyl daai proses aan die gang is,
while that
gaan ons
process
graag
of
kyk
election
na,
is
video
going on,
aansetsel
we're
van
going to watch a
Corteva.
video of Corteva.
En Tony kom vorentoe om
Tony
ons,
will come to the front
'n paar woorde te wissel.
and to just
Ons
give us a
kan
few
ook net vir
words.
Corteva sê as ons
And we
as
just
ons,
want to thank Corteva
luister dit na die aanbieding
that we
vandag.
listen to the
Ongelooflike tegnologie,
presentation,
ongelooflike
amazing
ontwikkeling wat
technology
hulle aan
development.
toegewyd is. En
And then,
Tony, ons luister graag
Tony,
na
we
jou
listen to your video.
In listening lies the art of growing. Being together. Sharing breakthroughs. Breeding success.
Looking forward to potential proceeds. It's one of the single factors of the improvement in agriculture in the last 10 years. We may have changed in practice, but the yields we saw the difference, and it's made the single most difference for us.
Focus on addressing challenges and offering choices. Options for specific needs. Relevant seed and crop protection technology that are locally tested to make a real difference to a South African farmer's bottom line.
Ons is multi-gewas spesialiste. Ons doen
Multi-crop specialists, soybeans, cane, sunflower. So we've got a nice wide range and offers African product like ash and
As a company whose very existence revolves around agriculture, we are in it for farmers, in it for good. Corteva, making sure South African farmers keep growing.
Great, thank you. So let me start again. Derek, congratulations with your election. And I think I also want to appreciate the relationship that we have with yourself and Grain SA. We know you as a man that's open and frank, and I think then we can start talking about solutions. So congratulations. So guys, I think I can't remember when last did I speak to so many farmers pre-COVID. It's probably the previous conference that I did that. So thank you for sponsoring again. I think it's our third year, and we want to commit to do that next year again from Corteva's point of view. So allow me to talk a little bit about Corteva and what we do in South Africa. So first of all, our purpose. Die rede hoekom ons in landbou is om waarde toe te voeg tot produsente en verbruikers en op so 'n manier te doen dat ons kinders eendag ook kan boer en voedsel produseer vir Suid-Afrika. So elke Corteva employee staan elke dag op en sê dis die purpose om vir waarde toevoeg tot die lewe van 'n produsent. Now I'm going to show you this slide quickly, and it's just to show that we're going to need worldwide support to be able to develop the best technologies for South Africa. And you see a lot of numbers there. I think the important ones is we've got 150 research stations worldwide, 100 production sites, 65 molecules, and more than 100 crops that we operate in. And our approach in South Africa, with our strong research footprint that we invested in South Africa, we want to leverage this opportunity to get local solutions for farmers in South Africa. Now, just quickly to remind you guys, so Corteva has been established almost over 3 years now. Just to remind you in terms of the seed platform, is the Pioneer brand. That's the high technology brand, focusing on corn with 2 strong support crops in soy and sunflowers. And then Panhard, that's been around, I think it's 67 years now, with a multi-crop offering in South Africa as well. So really 2 strong seed brands in South Africa. On the crop protection side, we had DuPont and Dow that merged now under the brand of Corteva Crop Protection, providing molecules to farmers in South Africa. It's also important to understand where are we playing in agriculture in South Africa. So first of all, I think, as you've heard today, Corteva certainly has got the strongest germplasm bank in the world. So in seed, looking at germplasm, breeding and biotechnology, which we get in different ways. You'll see in your package today, we've launched PowerCore last year and bringing that to market in South Africa this year. On the seed, which is seed applied technology that we're going to bring to South Africa as well. And I think importantly on the farm as well, in terms of crop protection through our channel, and then secondly through digital and agronomy services, advising farmers on a day-to-day basis. This is a busy slide. Now, first of all, I want to say these are 6 of our crops. It's not all our crops. I just want to quickly talk about this. I think we differentiate ourselves in South Africa in that we have a multi-crop, multi-technology, multi-channel approach. It gives choices to farmers in South Africa. Now, if you really want to talk about productivity, it must be an integrated solution. It can't only be one tool. So what we say is first of all you need the germplasm, and you can see in all 6 of those crops, maize, soy, sunflower, dry beans, wheat and canola, we are playing the germplasm game in South Africa, either through a fully fledged breeding program or a strong testing program in South Africa, providing germplasm to farmers. I think the other thing that we often underestimate is the importance of agronomy. The potential lies in the germplasm, but you need the right economic practices to get the maximum yield out of that. We have in Corteva South Africa strong agronomy teams that can serve farmers, planting trials as close as possible to your farm to see how that genetics react to the environment so that you can make the right choice. The other is a combination of biotech, where we have different options in South Africa. Those that you can see in yellow there are the products that we're going to bring in future. We launched PowerCore last year, commercialized now. We started in 2019 with trials on PowerCore Ultra and List. And you've heard Steve spoken about that as well. That adds an additional insect-resistant gene to PowerCore, but also bringing the Enlist system and controlling weeds, which will bring 2,4-D choline as well as glyphosate as an additional tool to control weeds on your farm. The other one is on CE3, Conkesta E3 that Steve spoke about, and E3. We'll give options to farmers in terms of soybeans, either to do Insigene along with that, or just using the E3 system, which will help farmers to control weeds, again with 2,4-D choline as well as glyphosate. And then I think the other things that we're bringing through our breeding programs is native traits. If you think about sunflowers, we've got Clearfield Plus, the high oleic seed that's available to farmers, which has got an output value for farmers. And then in canola on the Western Cape, we've got canola and Clearfield as well. Crop protection, you can see I'm not going to go through the detail there. This year, we'll be rolling out our granular right inside product into South Africa, especially in the row crops, to give that option to farmers as well. Almost done. I can see I'm on zero here. So in agriculture, it's important to work on the relationships. People do business with people. So our values is important. So you can see that one of our values, we always do what's right. Our sales rep or agent will tell you we do not have a product for your farm, look at an alternative. And that's the way that we operate. Whatever we do in our boardrooms, it's championing customer success. And you can read there at the bottom, we will work every day to deserve the business of our farmers. And we will never take the business of any farmer for granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony.
Thank you there, Tony.
Appreciate that. Nico, some announcement, please.
Gee, thank you so much. And how fast time flies. Half the day is gone. And with that, we are getting to lunch. And we are inviting our friends from the media for working lunch in the VIP venue with the Grain SA leadership as well as the panel members. The panel members of panel 1, please join us in the VIP with the media for a working session. Then I would like to ask for panel 2, the panel members for panel 2 and Courtney to stay behind so that the technical team can set you up. Just after lunch, panel 2 will follow.
Congress lunch. The doors at the back were open. All the white doors were open. And the old saying, the last will be first now, because they will be in the front of the queue. Once you've received your food, come sit under the tent on the stoop and enjoy the lunch. More or less 45 minutes time from now. Just want to confirm, the vegetarians, there are dishes for you as well. And then tea and coffee also available, same locations. Modisa, just come say grace for us. Thank you. Ramodisa will bless us with the prayers.
Let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for being with us in this Congress. We thank you for protecting us. We thank you for giving us wisdom. Dear Heavenly Father, bless the food that we are about to receive. Bless the hands that made it. And we ask all this in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The Congress is about to commence. Please switch off your cell phones and enjoy the Congress.
Was that the neighbor's combine?
Did you check the engine oil on that? Where's the grease gun? Did anyone check the tires on this? Man, that tire's a little sketchy. It'll last one more day. What was the fuel at on that combine? Come on, guys, this field ain't gonna harvest itself. Let's get to work. We're burning daylight. Okay, so what's the plan?
Well, let's see what we're gonna break today.
God paints a beautiful sky.
This is so much fun. Another day in paradise.
Man, I can't see anything.
Where are you going? Who planted this? Oh, that's right. It was me.
So what's the moisture?
How's my bin sample look?
Where is the combine?
Where is the grain cart?
Yeah, are you gonna make it to the end?
Oh yeah, I can make it.
You can go ahead and follow me down here.
You're loaded.
You can catch me on that next pass. Watch your auger by that tree over there.
Move up, move back, stop, move out, move in.
Hurry up.
Slow down, you're gonna break something.
You didn't fill it up full enough. You filled it up way too full.
I'm doing the best that I can.
Yeah, I spilled. Bring a shovel.
Yeah, are you close to being back from the elevator yet?
Yeah, I'm like 15 minutes away. What time does the elevator close?
Where should I bring the food?
Well, it depends.
How many more days will harvest last?
Well, that kind of depends.
So what time will you be home tonight?
Well, it depends.
I really should start eating better. Maybe after harvest.
I need to get more sleep. Maybe after harvest. You want to go to a wedding? Maybe after harvest.
When is the food gonna be ready?
Hey, babe, are you busy? Hey, honey, I know you just got home, but can you come out to the field and help us move equipment? It'll just take a minute.
Can you pick me up? Which field? I'm at Miller 1. I'm at Almquist South. I'm at north of track. I'm at west of the creek. No, not that west of the creek, the other west of the creek.
Let's see what's for lunch. Sandwiches again. Oh well. Man, these snacks are gonna last me for weeks. I can't believe they're gone.
What's that smell?
Can you hear me? Look, another deer.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to bring me some coffee.
My phone's almost dead. Can you bring me a phone charger?
What's this beeping noise?
I think it always sounds like that. It ain't broke until it's broke.
Just take it slow and don't plug the combine.
Dad, I slugged the combine.
Piece of junk. Why are you the way that you are? This is why we can't have nice things.
Unbelievable.
How does that even happen? What are the odds?
Yeah, that don't look right.
What should we do now?
I'm sure it'll be a quick fix.
Did you try turning it off and turning it back on? What were the engineers thinking here?
Now, if a guy could just...
It is what it is. Always something.
Man, if it's not one thing, it's another.
Where is the 9/16? Where's the ratchet? Oh no, I dropped that in the stubble. I'm never gonna find it. Is the dealership still open? What time is it?
So, would we be able to get that part today then? Next week?
I know you were in the middle of something, but do you think you could go pick up a part? Okay, they're gonna leave the parts on the back side of the building behind a tree in a box.
Yeah, it's getting tough. We better quit.
This is my last round. I gotta quit to go feed cattle. Yeah, babe, I'll be home soon. Just another couple rounds.
Do we need to tarp this? Oh yeah, you're right. It's not gonna rain. It'll be fine.
Ooh, it's chilly today.
Man, it is hot today.
Why is it so windy? I hate the wind!
So, do you think it's gonna rain?
Well, what's the forecast? What does the radar look like?
I'd like for it to rain. Not too much and not too long. You know, it's good for the wheat, but we need the sun to come back out so we can keep harvesting.
Oh, starting to sprinkle. It's raining here in town. Is it raining out there? Wonder how much it rained. Let's check Farmer's Edge.
Looks like the majority of the storm might miss us.
Back in business. Let her eat.
Hammer down, baby.
Full send. Gotta make hay when the sun's shining. Get her done.
You got a copy?
10-4.
Watch out for that low spot over there.
Watch out for that power pole. Watch out for that rut. Looks like the engine's getting hot. Flat tire.
I got stuck.
Didn't you know it'd be muddy there? I wouldn't have drove through there.
What in tarnation happened here? Let's check the markets, shall we? I should have sold more of this crop ahead of time. Are we gonna get that truck full?
What's the yield monitor saying on this?
This spot is gonna kill our yield. Man, if the whole field could look like this. You have to burn the candle at both ends today.
Day is today. Is it Tuesday? Oh yeah, Saturday. Tired of that song, tired of that song, tired of that song.
How many acres do we have left? Ooh, well, we'll get there.
Down to the short rows, not long now.
All right, buddy, you can make it one more day. Well, if we don't have any surprises, we should be done by Saturday.
One more pass and Harvest 2020 is finished.
Farm, they said. It'll be fun, they said. If it were easy, everybody would do it.
Better luck next year, I guess.
Harvest is finally done. Thank you, Lord. God is good.
Time for a nap.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The Congress is about to commence. Please switch off your cell phones and enjoy the Congress.
Besig en forward.
gentlemen, if you can please take your seats so that we may start.
Kongresiepaneel is al vir ons reg. Kom ons neem asseblief vir ons sitplekke.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats so that we may continue.
Congress, baie dankie, voorsitter, baie dankie.
Congress, thank you very much. Chairperson, thank you.
Sit die bal hoog in die lug op en dan soek
We
ons
are
'n
kicking off and putting the ball up high in the air, and we're looking for a maul to push over the try line of the end of the race. Election time, I'm asking for your attention. Please assist us, Congress.
Right. Nomination letters. Jannie help hier van die kant af. Hy sê tik tik. Manne, julle moet
Yeah,
tik tik
from
as
the
Jannie
side,
sê
somebody
tik
says
tik.
tick
Daar's
tick. That's Johnny that says tick tick.
Congress, nomination letters.
Congress,
Nomination
nomination
letters
letter.
for the vice chairperson elected first must be submitted now. We are closing nominations now. So if you want some to hand in, put your hand up and the staff will take it to the election court here. Thank you.
Nico, is dit dan nou afgehandel?
Nico, is that the end of the thing?
Congress,
Okay.
dan gaan ons vir
Thank you, Congress. Then we are going to ask Corneille Lou, the facilitator of this panel discussion.
sal jy vir ons dan die
Corneille, will
paneel
you please
voorstel?
introduce the panel to us? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Afternoon, Congress. I think we definitely chose the best topic to keep everyone awake after lunch. So I think it's going to be nice and interactive. We've got a voice recording that would identify all the panel members, so we can go ahead with that.
The fertilizer panel members are representing Grain SA, Andre Kirsten, Executive Member, Industrial Development Corporation, Gabi Papela, Head Agro-Processing and Agriculture, Foscor, Julian Pillion, Chief Financial Officer, Department of Trade, Industry and Commerce, Ngulisa Palisa, Chief Director in the Agro-Processing Unit, Omnia Fertilizer, Louis Stradel, Marketing Director, Sasol, Johannes Lowe, Vice President, Planning and Optimization.
Thank you, Congress. Thank you for that introduction. Welcome, panelists. We've got a good mixture of fertilizer companies on the panel, as well as government institutions that support our industry. We're going to start with Andre Kirsten, our chairperson of the Production Input Working Group, giving us the platform to lay the discussion. I think we've got big steps to follow in. The question that was posed to the panel was, can the fertilizer cost structure be more cost effective for our local grain producers? So we have this nice balance between government and fertilizer companies, as I said. Just as an introduction, I think we've seen fertilizer prices increased to record levels. We're currently at levels where we haven't seen it before. So, and I think the Russian-Ukraine war, if we can call it that, has even made it worse. So without further ado, I would like to ask Andre Kirsten just to lay the table for us for the panel discussion.
Chairperson, fellow panel members, delegates and guests. Joseph, you said your English is going to be used up while mine is up from listening to English only, so I'm going to make my input in Afrikaans. So please, those who don't understand Afrikaans, please use the interpreting services. I just wish to give you a bit of information because not all of us are always aware of what is going on in the fertilizer industry in our country. Fertilizer forms a very large component of grain farmers' inputs, maybe anything between 25 and 50% of your input costs. So it is a very important, let's call it commodity or product used by us as farmers. And as Kunaya said, the prices are running away completely from us. Kunaya, may we have the first slide, please?
You
see, these things don't fit on our farmers' heads. Nay, doesn't it want to come up? Can we make the clicker work, please? Okay, Kunay, you may continue on slide. Another.
As ons nou daar kyk, dit is min of meer die kunsmisverbruik wat ons in Afrika aan is. As jy kyk dat die graanindustrie maak 65% van die kunsmisverbruik in Suid-Afrika
makes out 65% of fertilizer consumption in South Africa. So we are the sector of agriculture that makes most use of fertilizer in this country. If you look at that graph, for example, you'll see how in South Africa imports have grown.
Last year
we imported more than 2.2 tons of fertilizer is equal to the use, so 2 million is what we use. So some of what is imported is also exported to our neighbouring countries, but we imported more fertilizer last year, which shows you how dependent we are on imports and how dependent we are on decently operating harbours, which is also a big problem, and then the transport infrastructure for fertilizer across the country and how dependent we are on that. And if funny things happen on the world, across the world, then and the panel will deal with it, you will see that we cannot produce without fertilizer, and it will most certainly have an impact on us. There you can see how we've grown in terms of tons of imports, and it's a pity that phosphor isn't here today, because last year we imported approximately 300,000 tons of MAP, and if we just pause at phosphates, for example, phosphor has a capacity of 2.6 million tons gross phosphate. Their capacity, at full capacity, is 690 million of tons phosphorus and 400,000 tons of MAP. And the figures I got was that Phosphor produced 195,000 tons of MAP. So this is supposed to be a strategic asset to our country, but at the moment it is one of the fertilizer commodities that is putting us under pressure, where we are currently having one of the best phosphate sources in the country. We can't use it properly. I hope we will be receiving some answers in that regard today. Then, for further information, if you look at the table there, or the graph, you will see South Africa is the second most expensive country for nitrogen resources. So the nitrogen you get here is the second highest in the world. Only Japan has to import it all. So it just shows you that per kilogram nitrogen we pay quite a premium compared to the rest of the world. If we look at phosphate, We are the second most expensive. We have phosphor in the country, and yet we are fourth most expensive as far as phosphate is concerned in the world. This is definitely something we need to work at and do something about. I'm closing my own things. According to BIFAB, South Africa is the third most expensive country as far as fertilizer is concerned. The cost that we pay for fertilizer is the third most expensive in the world. So it is a problem for us all, and I hope the panel will be able to build on the little bit of information I've given and build on that to give you more information.
Thank you for setting the scene, Chairperson, Andre, panelists. To summarize, I think the challenge we have in South Africa, as you've seen, is the increased dependency on imports for fertilizer. That what makes it worse is fertilizer is between 30 and 50% of our producers' variable production cost. So it's kind of critical for us to be sustainable going forward and profitable over the long term. So as we said, as Andre said, unfortunately we can't have Foscor as part of the panel. We wanted to have Foscor part of the panel. Unfortunately, Julian Palliam, that's their CFO, has been appointed yesterday as their CEO. Rian Rademan has been appointed at Sasol. So Foscor unfortunately made apologies. But just to add on what Andre said, we've got a challenge in South Africa. We are importing currently more than we use ourselves. We've seen in times like COVID that being so dependent on imports puts a massive risk to the value chain. We were so fortunate to have a very robust input industry. We never spoken about input security, but suddenly it's on our tongues. So the one thing I want to add is we know we don't have any potassium in South Africa. So I think we can tick that one off. We have to import our potassium needs. For that we need our harvest to be streamlined and our transport. But for nitrogen and especially phosphates, we need to be able to be more dependent. As economists, we see it frequently. If you more self-dependent, over a long run, you are the best priced, best cost for your own industry. So Dr. Johannes Louw is from Sasol. I think it would be good to start maybe at the nitrogen part of fertilizer, because we believe it's the start of the nitrogen of the fertilizer chain. And we know Sasol, through the manufacturing of ammonia, is the main and sole manufacturer. So Johannes, can you maybe just tell us where does the ammonia chain or the nitrogen chain start? Where's maybe the low-hanging fruit? What can we do to improve our dependence on imports, or are we at a dead end?
Thank you, Conrad. Chairperson, Congress, good afternoon. Thanks also for the opportunity to be here. Allow me to briefly, on behalf of Sasol, just to express also our appreciation of Grain SA and its members and the larger agricultural community for your support of Sasol products. Many of that beyond fertilizers, of course, also. Sasol's role in the fertilizer industry is currently essentially just in the nitrogen value chain. And I will give a few perspectives in that respect. If some of this is old news to many of you, please bear with me. So ammonia is the basic feedstock that gets used to manufacture virtually all nitrogen fertilizers, whether it's urea, whether it's ammonium nitrate-based fertilizers like LAN and others, and even the ammonium sulfate, the nitrogen component in phosphate fertilizers like MAP, that's also derived from ammonia. So globally, ammonia is the feedstock commodity that drives manufacturing cost and prices. Sasol is still, as Corneille mentioned, the only manufacturer of ammonia in Southern Africa. Unfortunately, there's no urea capacity. In spite of us maximizing our ammonia capacity to the best of our ability, as we've always done, there is a growing shortage in ammonia. I think one of the graphs that Andre showed, pointed out that as much as 200,000 tons of ammonia got imported. You can compare that with, in the order of 600,000 tons that's manufactured by Sasol, and obviously the million tons of urea that gets imported is really what I guess drives the local nitrogen industry to a large extent. In South Africa, the majority of the ammonia, whether Sasol produce it or whether it's imported, is then converted to ammonium nitrate. And it's important to also understand that ammonium nitrate is then used to manufacture either fertilizers or mining explosives. So there is a trade-off there. Let me then just also briefly reflect on where and how we produce ammonia. That is now Sasol. So roughly 50% of our ammonia is produced in Sasolburg, where the feed is natural gas, which we pipe from Mozambique. And the other 50% is produced in Secunda from coal gasification. Now, as much as I would have loved to give just good news here, I think the reality is that there's probably more risks than tailwinds generally for ammonia and nitrogen manufacturing locally. If I talk firstly, as far as gas-based production is concerned, we are bringing the gas from southern Mozambique, and we are doing everything we can to continue to exploration there. We've also got projects to lengthen the life of our reserve there. But ultimately, if there's not other more economical reserves becoming available, the feedstock will become increasingly a challenge. If you ask what would be the alternative to gas that currently comes from Mozambique, LNG or liquid nitrogen gas is certainly a readily available option, and Sasol is in discussion with international entities on potentially at a later stage using that as a complementary feedstock. But it brings you back to the dilemma that you are in essence would be relying on an imported feedstock. In Secunda, we've got a bit of a different challenge in the long term, and that's the environmental challenge. So those of you that follow Sasol will know that we've committed to a 30% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. Now we are using a host of projects, mostly in energy efficiency, looking at sourcing some renewable electricity, etc. But to the extent that ultimately, if these suite of projects, if they don't assist us fully to reduce our greenhouse gases, the ultimate impact will be that we will have to start cutting back on coal gasification in Secunda. And the unfortunate thing is with ammonia, the ammonia that we produce in Secunda is fairly directly related to the coal gasification. So yeah, you know, coal is clearly a very competitive feedstock, and you know, we've got enough coal for many decades, but there the environmental risk is staring us. So if you ask whether there's any good news that I can share, I think in the long term, Sasol certainly has got an ambition to start to produce green products. And in the case of ammonia, it would then be green ammonia. So if you ask how do one produce green ammonia, you use green hydrogen. And how do you produce the green hydrogen? You use renewable electricity, either from solar or wind. And you then use a process called electrolysis, where you basically split water into hydrogen and oxygen, and then you use that hydrogen as your feedstock. But as is the case with all these green and newer technologies, you know, they work in the laboratory and they work on pilot scale, but to make them commercially viable against the fossil fuel alternatives is easier said than done. And to be perfectly honest, I think, you know, I'm not sure whether it's going to be 3, 5, or 10 years, but it's going to take considerable time before commercial scale production of green ammonia could compete effectively with imported alternatives. It is something to look forward to there. I personally, you know, can't see a better future for South Africa's fertilizer industry if in a decade from now, you know, we could become almost self-sufficient in local ammonia production using green hydrogen as a feedstock. But it's a long road to travel. Yeah, Corneille, I think I'll stop at that. Unfortunately, you know, quite a bit of headwinds, but
so
I'll stop at that.
Yeah, Johannes, thank you so much for that. I think that put it in perspective. Just to make sure I understand correctly, so the half of our ammonia is produced through the coal gasification process, and the other half comes from gas out of Mozambique.
100%.
So we're basically in a shortage of ammonia.
Yeah, I think I would guess probably at least 20 and sometimes even up to 30%, I would guess, of our ammonia is probably already being imported on top of Sasol's production.
So just allow me for another follow-up question. When you get ammonia and then you have to make a decision on what's going to be done with the ammonia, whether it's going to be used for manufacturing of fertilizer or for using in explosives.
Yep.
What drives that decision?
Yeah, you must try to ask a question where I can give good news, Corneille. Yes, so I think you know, the hard reality is that it's more feasible, both economically and from a safety and regulatory perspective. It's just more feasible to import ammonium nitrate-based fertilizers than what is the case with ammonium nitrate-based explosives. So I think one will tend to see that ammonium nitrate, a significant portion, probably at this stage more than half of the ammonium nitrate in South Africa is used for explosives manufacturing. Okay. And it's obviously going to depend on how the explosives industry grow or decline in time will impact that balance.
Okay. Thank you, Johannes, for that. I think, Congress, it's the picture for nitrogen. We have potential. There's new technologies coming in, so it's something we can take forward and look and see how we can improve our nitrogen self-sufficiency in South Africa. So our next panelist is Nkumi. She's head of agro-processing or the chief director, at agro-processing at the DTIC. Nkumi, welcome here. We are really fortunate to have you here. We also have Ima Maleng as a guest, and I just want to introduce you to her. She helped us with the soybean value chain and what the success. She helped us set up all the crushing capacity for the soybean industry, and wow, that was really amazing. Thank you. So, Ima, yeah, and thank you, Nkumi. I think we've heard the challenges, and your department specifically looks at import replacement. And you are working on the stuff like the poultry master plan, various other master plans. We have already heard of the chemical master plan that's currently being established. What kind of industrial development tools do we have to help the fertilizer industry in South Africa?
Thank you, Connie and Chair, and good afternoon, Congress. I think it is important that we are quite aware as government that, most businesses, they are in distress following, also the impact of, COVID. And if you look at the fertilizer, value chain, as I think the speakers have indicated, that the major challenge that now the industry has to look at is affordable prices, or the surge of, fertilizer prices, which actually have got a lot of impact in terms of, the margins for the farmers. And we're talking about the farmers who are already in distress. So from a government proposition point of view, we are collaborating with Grain SA. Thank you so much, Grain SA, in terms of collaborating with us on a number of interventions from an industrial point of view as part of our reimagined industrial strategy. As Conner has indicated earlier on, that we are developing quite a number of master plans, including, by the way, the agriculture and agro-processing master plans. The master plans are very important because they actually look at, the social compact, where we're looking at collaboration with both government, private sector, including, by the way, the international partners that I think presented this morning, which were talking about the technologies that we need to bring into our industry, as well as, organized labor, and more importantly, I think our traders as well as importers. So we need to look at, establishing under some of the master plan that I talked about, either the agriculture, agro-processing master plan or the chemicals master plan, a round table discussion where we are going to bring all the parties together to look at this issue. Because what we have noted in terms of the cost structure for the fertilizer industry, it's, things like, for example, your sea freight costs, it's things like your port costs, it's things like your fuel costs, and then more importantly, how are we going to make sure our roads and infrastructure is actually improved to make sure that, the product is accessible to our farmers. So one intervention that we are looking at in terms of the master plan, across the master plan, to improve, the manufacturing capabilities for the industry, it's mainly your incentive program to make sure that we industrialize, but more important, to improve our manufacturing capabilities. So it is important that when we work in through the structure, the roundtable structure, we look at where exactly are we going to incentivize in terms of our manufacturing capabilities. I think our colleague from Sasol has indicated that, and I think also the chair has indicated, we're a net importer of fertilizer. Can't we look at localization programs that we can put in place together with the industry, even if it's inorganic fertilizer, to work very closely with the industry in terms of establishing that. And then also saying that that's part of the import replacement, opportunities that we can sort of look at through the sort of that value chain. And then also secondly, I think we can also look at storage facilities as part of the incentive, program, including, by the way, your warehousing, including your packaging costs. Those are some of the costs that actually impact on the sort of final, cost of the product. And then also, I think regional integration becomes very important important because I think our colleague from Sasol has indicated most of the companies, they've got a footprint, especially the fertilizer companies in South, they've got footprint in the SADC region. So as part of our continental free trade area, can we look at, regional integration in terms of, focus on the regional infrastructure, focusing on, trade corridors to focus more on the harmonization of the fertilizer, standards as well as regulations. I think that was one of the discussions I think that was taking place also this morning from our colleagues from DELRAD. Another thing that I wanted to suggest, various provincial departments, they are providing also support in terms of, supplying fertilizer or providing fertilizer to our farmers. Can we look at, procurement, kind of, partnership between, let's say, Grain SA as well as, the farmers, as well as government, where we're looking at bulk, procurement in terms of supporting those farmers rather than to look at, provinces doing, procurement on an individual basis. So it's one of, I think, Cornel, something that I thought about, partnership in terms of, encouraging, our procurement policies that will enhance, the bulk buying. The last issue that I wanted to talk about, it's mainly, our exchange rate. That has got a lot of impact in terms, because most of, the fertilizer prices, as you would know, that they are controlled mainly by international prices. So unfortunately, there's very little that we can do in that regard. But more importantly, I think the industry has to sort of have a strategic conversation, sit down and look at these issues and look at, interventions that can be put in place. I don't want to say let's come up with the fertilizer master plan, because already there's a chemicals master plan, which is looking at the shortage of some of these chemicals, as our colleague has indicated earlier on. But where we can localize, let's look at localization of the fertilizer program. But more importantly, I think to try and sort of make sure that we create the jobs, because by importing, it means we're exporting jobs. So those are some of, I think, the initiatives that we need to think about. The last issue that I wanted to, I've got my partner from IDC, that we've got, I think, in terms of our incentive now, the minister has made pronouncement of the agri-industrial fund that is going to support, across, the agro-processing value chain, including the fertilizer value chain. And from DTIC, we also have quite a number of incentives, including the agro-processing support scheme. So all our incentive schemes in terms of applications and whatever, they are online. You can go to our website, which is www.dtic.gov.za, and then you'll download all the applications and so on and so forth. Yeah, I think, let me put it like that. I can talk up until Connie has come home, but I think those are, I think, a government proposition from a reimagined industrial point of view that I think can help the industry to make sure that the fertilizer prices are affordable. Thanks. But not also, because we've seen also what is happening in terms of the truck business now. What is happening on the roads, especially if you go on entry and so on and so forth. So those are some of the strategic decisions we need to have with the organized labor in terms of, the trucking business and so on and so forth. Yeah, thanks.
Kumi, thank you very much for that introduction. I think what I would like to hear is definitely a fertilizer master plan, but we will be okay if the fertilizer can fit in with the chemicals
or the agriculture and agro-processing master plan.
That will do, definitely. Yeah. So thank you very much for that. Gampi, I'm going to skip you for now. I'm going to leave you for last. Louis, the marketing director of Omnia. Omnia is very vested into South Africa, rooted in South Africa, brought a lot of capital to South Africa, and is one of the biggest manufacturers of fertilizer, and right to the farmer, on the farms. Welcome, Louis. I think let's start off with asking you what do you see as the major challenges that we have in the local fertilizer industry, but also looking at the opportunities on the other side.
Thank you very much. Now, it's always good to start this with a bit of a lighter moment.
On my way driving here this morning, my telephone rang. It was just after 7, my youngest son phoning.
because he's enjoying life at university. Normally people phone me just after 7. I respond, "Good morning, my son, what's your problem? What trouble are you in?" I said, "No, I don't have any problems, but I heard that you're participating in a firing squad this afternoon." And I responded, I said, "This is going to be worse than a firing squad that I'll be facing."
At the end of the day, us as Omnia is vested in this business, and we're here to solve the problem because we're also dependent in terms of the people sitting in the hall surviving. And then also allow me the opportunity to send Omnia's greetings to Grain SA and wishing you all the best for your Congress. Now, I thought it would be a good starting point to give an overview of how us as an importer of fertilizer, a producer of fertilizer, and then also a distributor of fertilizer to yourselves sees the world. And I'm going to do it by briefly touching on the 4 types of fertilizer that you can buy. First 2 I'm going to handle is 1, the so-called straights, which is urea, MAP, and KCL. And then what I want to put into the mix is the so-called bulk blends. And to be able to make bulk blends, we need to add LAN or CAN to the mixture as a nitrogen source, and also ammonium sulfate, which is a granular. Now looking at these 6 raw materials, urea, as we all know, is completely imported. There's no local production capacity on the continent for that matter. MAP, we partially import, as Andre has shown, and we also buy locally. And potash, obviously, is imported from across the world. LAN is locally produced, and we also have to import the deficit. And ammonium sulfate, the granular, is also imported. The next category is chemically compounded fertilizer. Pretty much the same raw materials used. I think the one difference is, as Johannes has alluded to, is ammonium nitrate, iron ore, ammonium nitrate solution. And then that obviously is produced through a nitric acid plant from the ammonia that we then buy. And as Johannes said, the ammonia is then locally sourced, but also imported through the port of Richards Bay. Ammonium sulfate we've discussed. MAP we've discussed, locally bought and also imported. The other one which we add into the mix is rock phosphate. It's processed rock phosphate, where I think it's general knowledge that we spent some capital where we built a nitrophos plant where we buy locally produced rock phosphate. We react that with nitric acid, which we get from the ammonia process, and we produce a product called nitrophos, which is then a substitute for MAP or DAP. And then obviously potash, which imported from across the world. The last product is liquid fertilizer. Nitrogen source is ammonium nitrate, as I discussed, and urea. The P is phosphoric acid, which we only buy locally, and then obviously ammonium sulfate, potash, and the like. So in summary, ladies and gentlemen, only imported products is urea and MOP or KCL. What we partially import and buy locally is CAN or LAN, MAP, and ammonium sulfate. And then what's locally purchased is obviously rock phosphate and then phosphoric acid. Nou, die uitdagings wat ons as 'n verskaffer aan u beleef elke dag en as 'n produsent wil ek opdeel in 2 kategorieë. Die eerste is die voorsieningsketting, die mooi Afrikaans daarvoor is die supply chain. En die tweede een is in die aard van die saak.
The second factor, of course, is utility costs, or energy costs, as we refer to it. As far as the supply chain is concerned, I wish to divide it into imports and import challenges. The first of which is, of course, our harbour infrastructure, the capacity of our ports to import the volumes.
Now, if you've looked at Andre's slides, you would see that in 2009, we've imported 750,000 tons, and last year we imported 2.3 million tons. That's 12 years. And what we see happens, and as Andre rightfully pointed to, is that a lot of the cargo that goes to Beira and Maputo, where you've got these storms, eventually get pushed down to the port of Durban, and obviously the congestion. Now, you know as well as I do that there was very little development, not from a berthing perspective, but also from a port storage perspective. And I will elaborate on that in a minute. From a local purchase perspective, I think you staying in the country, in the areas where you are, I can tell you nothing about the road infrastructure. It's deteriorating, and I always said to the people in Johannesburg that we've got a 500 to a 700 kilogram per hectare logistical problem. Farmers, you're a maize farmer, you've got a 5 to 7 ton per hectare logistical problem. If you farm citrus, you've got a 30 to 60 ton per hectare logistical problem. If you sugarcane, you've got up to 120 ton per hectare logistical problem. But the state of the roads is incredible. The strike, the effectiveness of our transport, the strike of the past 2 days cost Omnia between 4 and 5 million rand, only for those 2 days. Where the truck is loaded, it gets pulled off, they have to stand for a day, and someone needs to pick that cost up. The riots that we saw last year, which ever gloomy, has an impact on insurance, has an impact on the risk, and increases the cost of logistics. And I think the fuel cost is no more explanation. From a logistical perspective, ladies and gentlemen, I think our biggest opportunity is to get rail going again. We compete against the rest of the world. We compete against the rest of the world where transport is done by rail. Now let me give you just an insight in terms of what we were used to. And it's the times when Corneille said we had a proper infrastructure. We would import a vessel of 40,000 tons. And let me do this in Afrikaans. We
will import 40,000 tons per ship, and then we would arrange for 2 block trains with Spoornet. We would unload the ship onto the train where the product would be put in bags and again transported by train to be delivered to US farmer at the nearest station. Now we unload the 40,000 ton ship onto tippers of between 6 and 8 tons. We drive it to a store in the harbour, then we load it onto an interlink, take it to a bagging facility or where it is bagged, then back to a store in your area, and then when you want it to your farm. I don't think one needs a high degree to make the sums in terms of the costs that we sacrifice in this regard. As far as the reliability is concerned, I'm running out of Afrikaans now. The dependability of rail is incredible. We're at the point where we built 200 ammonia trucks to transport ammonia, but we are dependent on pulling power, drawing power from Spoornet, and it's almost impossible to transport the ammonia from Richards Bay to Sasolburg. I see I have to finish. Obviously, it is capital that is involved, and the capital needs to be obtained somewhere.
Labour, I mean, that's well known to yourselves. Water is a big thing. And the sad part of water is that there's no substitute other than what we currently have. I'm closing off, Mr. Chairman. AN, we've got 2 choices. It's either ammonium nitrate or urea. Ammonium nitrate is the cost of ammonia, the movement of ammonia, and then the conversion cost of ammonia to usable fertilizer. Urea, we have what we have. International prices, we've got logistical issues, and we've got import issues. Phosphates, we have to leverage the local resources. We're sitting with the best rock, not on the continent, but we're sitting with the best rock in the globe from a rock phosphate perspective. We need to buy local. We need to buy local to get the fixed cost down to make us more competitive. infrastructure, we don't have a choice but to upgrade the infrastructure. And in closing, logistical infrastructure is costing us more by the day. And we need to see how we sort that out. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you for pointing out the challenges that we have, but also the opportunities that do exist. I think the infrastructure is very important. Our harbour infrastructure, our logistical infrastructure, whether it's roads or the rail, is definitely we need to work on intensely in South Africa, not only for our input industry, but for the whole value chain. I want to link on with what Louis said about having our own local resources, and I think in this case it's talking about the elephant that's not currently in the room, and being Foscor. And unfortunately, as I said, they had to cancel on Friday at short notice, not to present on the panel, but for me, how I see it, and our farmers see it as well, every one of us have a soft spot for a South African company. Foscor is South African. It's a national strategic resource that, as Louis said, is possibly the best resource in the world. So I think that's definitely something we need to pick up. We need to be able to produce at the capacity, the nameplate capacity that Foscor has, and then we can produce for the whole of SADC, and that will already change the dynamics of our needs for imports. So Gampi, I'm now with you, being from the IDC bankable projects. That's what you look at, agro-processing. How do you see us taking the local fertilizer industry forward? You're also looking at import replacement, possible solutions for South Africa. We've heard how much Valita is going out of the country, how much jobs we are actually exporting by importing so much fertilizer. How do you see us taking, as South Africans, the fertilizer industry forward?
Thanks, Bonnie, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Congress. IDC, throughout his 2 years of existence, strive to industrialize South Africa. And we know with the likes of Sasol, the IDC had a hand in. So what we look at as IDC, we look to look into new projects which seek to localize. One of those, I think, Sasol colleague has already alluded to, is the hydrogen economy. We've already started work on that, but obviously it's difficult to predict as to how long it takes. It may be that in 10 years, it may be that in 5 years we'll be able to do that. We still at the feasibility stages. Obviously, to do that, we also need technical partners who will be willing to take equity and participate, because we are not in the business of running businesses. We only fund us to enhance the process by maybe taking equity to de-risk the project. Another one is coal. While we know that the world is striving towards more cleaner energy and a cleaner environment, but coal, we must admit that coal is still one of the most readily available resources in South Africa, and we should take advantage of that, be it going that way, but investing in cleaner technologies while processing it. The dilemma that we're facing is there is another project we're looking at of producing, partnering with an international partner to use coal in production of ammonia. The challenge is the process also is water hungry. Where do we find our coal resources or the large reserves? They're sitting on the other side of Limpopo, And unfortunately, that's the driest part of the country. So that's another challenge that we have to deal with. But as the organization, through our project development division, we're willing and are ready to partner with whoever comes with ideas. And we're willing to, even if it's still at the very early stages, we're willing to put money and share risk with the partners. So if there are such opportunities, you're more than welcome to talk to us. Infrastructure, obviously, is one of those that the previous speakers have cited as the one of the big contributors as well. We also, in recent years, established an infrastructure unit. We never used to focus on that. Our focus was more on the industrial side, but we realized that there is it's a very important part in the agro-processing space, be it from road, rail infrastructure to storage, be it cold chain facilities and all that. So we participate in that space. But also, we're having access to a suite of incentives that are offered by our parent department, which is the DTIC, while doing that. So I will implore to the business people and businesses that are represented here, if they're having those opportunities and ideas, to reach out to us, to invite us as a partner to can work with them. Thank you.
Great. Gampi, thank you so much for that. Can I ask the panel members, after I gave everyone a chance, have you picked up something that we might have missed? Starting with you, Johannes.
Corné, no, thanks. Not something that you've missed. I think just to emphasize, obviously, First Price is more local manufacturing. Yeah. But if you look at how much we are importing, and you listen to what has been said here, I think the hard reality is that the biggest lever in the short term to manage fertilizer cost and the reliability of supply is to work with Transnet, for the industry to work with Transnet and the government to make logistics more sustainable and more cost effective. I think Sasol, I'm not sure what the latest number is, but I know we export probably more than 1 million tons per annum chemicals. And,
not ammonia.
No.
Okay.
It's interesting that, that while we're very short on some, we are certainly long on others. And, so while Louis and Omnia and others are struggling to bring products in, we are equally struggling to take products out. My understanding is that there is a business unit South Africa working with some government entities and other private organizations has put together what they call a logistics coordinated committee that are now meeting on a bi-monthly basis. And I think maybe, if the fertilizer industry members and so on, can certainly do with all getting in there. Ultimately, if all the commodities are competing for a certain rail and road capacity. And if you don't stand strong to find your spot in the sun there, it's just going to be difficult.
Yes. So, in short, Congress, one of the low-hanging fruits is logistics, Transnet, infrastructure. When you look at our import parity pricing for fertilizer, say, for example, you import urea from Eastern Europe, you can add at least 45% to your FOB Eastern Europe. That just tells us what logistics and infrastructure cost us as farmers. Kumi, any additions from your side?
I think the suggestion around getting our rail going, I think it should be one of the take-homes for the Congress. That we need to work very closely with Transnet as well as the Department of Transport to look at alternative kind of routes than to use is the route transport. I think, let's look at that through the sort of the roundtable discussion. Maybe we bring, the Department of Transport and Transnet on the table.
We definitely need.
Yeah, thanks.
Gampi, from your side, before we give the audience a chance to ask questions, any other additions?
I think yes, logistics, and I'm glad that there's been an announcement recently. It looks like there is willingness from government side to allow Transnet to prioritize a portion of or partner with other companies. I think that will go a long way dealing with the backlog.
Thanks, Gampi. Louis, enigiets nog van jou?
Louis, anything from your side? Kunai,
We need
yes.
to realize that this is a crisis. We can't talk for another 2-3 years. We need to survive this year. Sure. Because this year is the problem. With what's happening in the world, it's a crisis and we need to act now and fast.
Yeah. So just to give you an idea, ammonia prices have increased more than 200% on an annual basis. And that's the start of... Andre, any last words before we give Congress a chance to ask questions?
If one sits here and discusses fertilizer, it's all okay, but fertilizer is not the problem. It's the things around fertilizer that cause the big problems. Yes, there's a war that is driving prices up, but our problem is to get the stuff on the farms to the farmers timeously so that they can remain in business. So it's actually, it's heartsore that we are discussing fertilizer, whereas fertilizer is not the real problem. Thank you, Andre.
So we've got ample time for questions. Any inputs, enige bydrae van
any contribution
lede van die Kongres, enige idees.
Any ideas?
In Graan SA is ons gewoond om oplossingsgedrewe te wees, nie net in die probleme vas te kyk. So asseblief help ons dink aan oplossings vir die probleme wat ons het.
Help us think of solutions to the problems. Uncle Dizzy has the first question, Jacob Breitenbach the second.
Corneille, baie dankie.
Thank you, Corneille.
Miskien net 'n vinnige opmerking. Ek dink dit is 'n klap in die gesig van die boere.
Comment. I think
dat
it's
Voskhor nie vandag hier is nie.
a slap in the face of the farmers that Voskhor isn't here, whereas the farmers are their biggest clients.
Voorsitter, kunsmis
Really
bestaan
a
uit
slap in the
fosfaat,
face.
stikstoffosfaat en potas.
We are looking at
Ek herinner my aan die jare
ammonium,
1970,
at
1980.
nitrogen phosphate
Was ons
and
70%
potassium.
selfvoorsienend geweest.
We were 70%
30%
self-reliant and 30% was imported in the
Louis dit reg
90s.
daarna verwys. Ons sit met die beste
Louis referred to this
fosfaatbronne in die wêreld.
correctly. We have the biggest phosphate resources in the world, yet it is our most expensive product. What happened to the capacity we had in the 70s and 80s that we can't bring back that capacity and assist the farmers in that way? I think it's disgusting that Voskhor isn't here today. The infrastructure compared to was in the 70s. Thank you, Uncle Dizzy. Jaco. Chairperson, I wish to establish two concepts. One is input security and the other one is the national asset for which there is a demand. As far as input security is concerned, we want CropLife and all kinds of inputs, and we will discuss crises with the industry and the companies that are involved, and we will point out the prices that are difficult and important to us, and we get very good feedback from CropLife. Sanso the same, seed companies for example say that our prices shouldn't increase by more than inflation. So that's on the one side, on the one hand. But last year we had a meeting with Voskhor, and it's the master who's not there, who's flattened the elephant that is lying behind the scenes. we were told that input security can make or break you, because if you don't have input security, you cannot have food security, and these two are closely interlinked. And every year Grain SA comes after having consulted all the stakeholder companies and having visited them, we can return to Grain SA's management committee and say it seems as if this year we will have input security, and there may be small things like there have been, and where there are problems we quickly resolve them by consultations with the various stakeholders. But Rian isn't here today, but if there are input security breaks, I want to say to him today there were times with MAP that we had serious crises. What we have heard from the gentlemen and ladies in front, Foskor has enough MAP or feedstock for 90 years, not only for South Africa but for Southern Africa in terms of MAP provision. And they have some of the best phosphate sources in Palabora, that's in the world, and it's a very high quality product that they get from there. And if you see that we have 300,000 tons that we imported, whereas we used 320,000 tons in South Africa over the last year, then, and I'm on the Foskor wagon now, Foskor hasn't actually provided 10% of the production for the production of the farmers in this country, whereas they should have been able to provide the whole of Southern Africa. So I don't know where the problem is. It's a national asset, like the Vaal Dam is a national asset. Like every citizen is a national asset of this country. In the same way that company is a national asset. I don't say they shouldn't export. They must export. They must get in foreign exchange. But the way they operate now is totally unacceptable. Thank you for that wise input.
Richard, I see your hand.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think our situation is ununique to the world, and I'd like to bring similarity of Australia, that their last manufacturing plant closed some time ago, and their reaction is to create and build a new plant using natural gas, and that plant will supply 96% of their fertilizer requirements in Australia at a cost of 4.3 billion Australian dollar. Now, while we have some manufacturing capacity in this country, we still rely on import to supply, so we move immediately to import parity pricing. This is highlighted in Andre's graph of being the second most expensive fertilizer consumer in the world. Now, my question to the panelists is, I'm hearing there's a logistical problem in this country, and we're trying to address that through various platforms, and Peter's driving that for us, AMP as platform. But how do we create additional manufacturing capacity in this country to fulfill the needs of the demand? That's one way to drive prices down, and we can move to even perhaps an output parity. We've got the resources, we should be able to do it competitively and cheaply, as opposed to importing with the logistical issues and the supply issues. The security of food security and production inputs here is an underlying question in the instability of the world at the moment. You know, do we approach the IADC? Do we approach PIC, who's a major shareholder that, funny enough, tried to sell their share to Foskor and couldn't find a buyer? What stands us to do as producers in this country to help find a solution for this problem? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard, for that contribution. I think that was the exact question we had from the get-go. How do we use our current natural resources that we do have efficient enough? And I think that's something we need to take forward, some sort of master plan or a roundtable discussion with the larger industry. I don't know if one of you would like to help answer or direct us where we need to go.
Yeah, I can try and maybe add something to that. And at the end of the day, fertilizer production is very energy intensive. And it's also, as has been alluded to, it's a volume-based product. Now, in order to expand, you need to have supply of security of electricity, which is a problem in our country at this point. And it's fairly capital intensive. And you compete against an international producer who can deliver it here cheaper than what we can produce it, given the uncertainties that we have. Ladies and gentlemen, and I don't want to talk for Foskor, but the logistical issues also hampers them, where the rock sits in Palabora and they make the MAP and phosphoric acid at Richards Bay. So the cost of getting the rock to Richards Bay also costs them dearly, and that all adds up to being competitive in the global market. So we should not underestimate our infrastructure from a logistical perspective. And then they import sulfur to make sulfuric acid, which is also a logistical issue. We sit with a vessel now outside Foskor, outside Richards Bay today, which is costing us $30,000 a day on demurrage because we can't offload. And it just speaks to our infrastructure.
Thanks, Louis. It almost sounds like we're talking more about infrastructure and logistics than what Andre alluded to, than fertilizer. Questions? Kobus?
Kobus Grobler from Region 34. I've finished using my English. I would like to ask if the Russian-Ukrainian war continues and business has to decide between explosives or fertilizer, what are they going to make, fertilizer or explosives? And then can't we look at Saldanha Bay to do imports from there because Durban is so expensive? That's just a question. And then with what is now going on internationally, is Omnia Fertilizer now going to buy in import fertilizer? Is it going to be available apart from the infrastructure? Infrastructure, yes, that is going to be a problem. We can try to fix the rail network, but it's not something that you can do overnight, so that is a problem that we will have to sort out. But our biggest problem at the moment is, will fertilizer be coming into the country for the season that is lying ahead? Omnia is the biggest. What is your plan? Do you have a plan? Should we plant soy? Should we purchase fertilizer? Should we let our lands lie fallow? What plans do you have for us?
I had almost 3 questions there. The first one was a loaded question. Loaded. I don't know, Johannes, if one can answer the question on the situation in Russia. How does it affect your decision making on where ammonia would go into the market?
Thanks, Kobus. Yeah, so I think I can honestly say that what happens in Russia, will have no impact on how we to whom we sell our ammonia. We've got fixed long-term contracts on ammonia supply, and we obviously do everything we can to honor those contracts, irrespective of what happens in international markets. As I said earlier, and I'll be brutally honest, when it comes to ammonium nitrate, and then manufacturing ammonium nitrate-based fertilizers or explosives, I think the reality is that it is generally more viable to import fertilizers than explosives. And for that reason, I think you'll also find that there's probably more long-term, firm, steady volume kind of contracts in place with explosives than what might be the case on the fertilizers. So yeah, nothing is going to change on our side, but that trade-off is going to continue.
Great, thanks for that. The second question I heard was, is Saldanha as a port, is it an option?
Yeah, we've investigated Saldanha as at this point in time. I mean, just doesn't make sense from a distance perspective. Capacity perspective, also are they not geared and rigged to the tune that we have locally here? So Saldanha doesn't work towards this side. Works towards Zambia and Angola, but not necessarily to our side.
But that, do you want to? Sorry.
Ek dink op Saldanha moet ons
I think in the case of Saldanha, we need to point out that they're far advanced to move the containers from Cape Town Harbour to Saldanha. 5 years ago, the government had already been investigating a rail line between Cape Town and Saldanha. Now, with the chaos around the fruit exports this year, it's been put on the table very seriously and dusted off. The wheel is turning slowly, but we hope that Saldanha will be able to do that, because it will relieve the pressure on the Cape Town Harbour if we can move the containers to Saldanha. One big problem is that the boats cannot unload because of the winds, or the boats just pass the harbour by. So that is the story about Saldanha currently.
Thank you, Andre. Louis, did you want to add to the Saldanha, or can we talk about availability? Rubens had a question there about the availability. Lots of our farmers got this question. I think the international markets feel that, well, this was before Russia and Ukraine, felt that we almost at the peak of international fertilizer prices. So how do you see, how do we handle the availability? Are we waiting for prices to cool down before we get in our major stocks, or does some of the companies have the strategy to have the availability right through the year?
I think from an Omnia perspective, I can assure you today that we're working day and night to secure fertilizers. We are dependent on supplying new fertilizers. But
I think what is critically important, and I'm not being impolite by taking out my phone, because there's an SMS going around that says almost all of South Africa's potassium and phosphate comes from Russia, and then the classical South Africa one. This has been received as a fact. Here comes big shit is the Afrikaans abbreviation that was used there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I can't tell you that there will be fertilizer for you every single day of this year, but Russia is not the be-all and end-all. There are alternatives. All the products that I listed for you earlier can be imported from other sources. What we have to understand is that the Northern Hemisphere is busy preparing to plant, and naturally they've delayed the purchase of their feedstock, awaiting the lowering of prices. So everyone is late, and now the prices have turned around. So the question is now, what is going to happen? In the case of Andre and them, in the winter rainfall area in the Western Cape as well, it's a difficult situation, but if you don't have fertilizer in the Western Cape today, you're going to miss the planting season. If we turn to the summer rainfall area, I think we still have time to make plans, and perhaps I want to abuse this opportunity by making myself available should you wish to discuss matters with me. Should I come to your Farmers Association, you are more than welcome to invite me, but I think it is critically important that you do have a plan, that you do position yourself and say, for 60% of the year I will position myself, but I will take a risk on the other 40%. But put a plan in place. Say you will purchase your phosphate now, but you will buy your ammonium nitrate later, because you will purchase that later, or you can replace it with
just remember, there is also a marketing director.
Remember also, there is the marketing director.
No good intentions goes unpunished.
I see Wondani Minnar for a last question.
Cornay, thank you for the opportunity. I think we heard this afternoon about a few key industries, or from key industries. We heard about harbours, about rail. The government has been telling us that it is the government asset. We see in the negotiations that took place over the last while that the harbours and the rail may be contracted out, and I want to include Foscor and say yes, it is a strategic asset, but, and you must correct me if I'm wrong, but the IDC has 59% of the shares in Foscor. So if the boss of Foscor is sitting on the stage and Foscor isn't there, then the question is Foscor being managed optimally? Is it effective? Is it not time for Foscor also to be privatized? And isn't that the instruction that we should be giving from this Congress?
Thank you, Dani, for that also very loaded question on the infrastructure. I think we're all on the same page. Also, with regards to Foscor as a strategic national resource for South Africa. Kampi out of the IDC, I don't know.
Kampi out of the IDC?
If you can answer that question, we know it's public knowledge that the IDC shares is up for purchase. I don't know if there's anything one can share at this stage. There's very sensitive dealings going on as we here in the fertilizing industry, but you can say yes or no if you can answer that question.
I think the question is, or the response thereof is above my pay grade, but what I can safely say is that yes, when IDC announced its results, it was mentioned that there is an interest and there's been an international party that has put an offer on the table. That's all that I know, but also in terms of why are we here as IDC and they're not here, we invest in so many businesses, but we're not running the businesses, we just investors, and we let the governance, good governance take place, so we don't lot over them. Otherwise, it will make it difficult for us to actually invest in our country.
Kampi, thank you so much for that. We came to the end of our session. We already ran 2 minutes over on the clock. There's lots of food for thought. There's definitely takeaways, there's opportunities, although we know that we have major challenges with infrastructure and administrative issues, but I think we had lots of takeaways that we can take forward. So I want to thank all the panelists from Andre, Louis, Kampi, Kumi, and Johannes. Thank you so much.
Congress, please afford me the opportunity to thank our panel members.
For your participation in the panel today. And then I would be amiss if I didn't pose some challenges to you going away. We were hoping for takeaway messages. I think the one good thing that I did hear was from Louis, when he said we need to solve the problem now. It's this year, it's the coming season, it's a winter crop that we're about to plant, and it's a summer crop that we need to plan for. We need to solve that problem now. My question to you, Louis, is though we spoke a lot about infrastructure and the effect that infrastructure has, but I'm a farmer. Tell me simply, plainly, if a ton of nitrogen cost me 20,000 Rand a ton, if we fix all this infrastructure tomorrow, what's the nitrogen going to cost me then? Thanks, Yanni. How does that work? Do you understand? You understand my challenge, Lou? I want to know specifics. I want to know what the target is. You tell me I must target the infrastructure. I want to know what the target is that I need to target to fix. Then, Congress,
I think you will agree with me that there is a member of FOSCOR in the audience who is recording the questions and will take it back to FOSCOR. But I think it is a disgrace and it is unacceptable that FOSCOR, on Friday afternoon after they accepted participating in our panel in this discussion, it is simply unacceptable that they did not turn up, regardless of what had happened in their management. This morning I told the panel that we had said to the department, to government, that we are serious about our business. If we say that we are going to jointly find solutions, we cannot find joint solutions if the person with whom we have to join hands is not in the room. And our friend Kalis Kuman has taught us about the Stockdale paradox.
The paradox dictates that we need to face the brutal facts. That FOSCOR needs to face the brutal facts. You are a strategic resource, you are a strategic partner, and the industry is reaching out to you. We can make this work, we can find solutions. Just come to the table. I ask you that. I thank you all for your participation. Ons vra dan vir Nico nou om vir ons weer die volgende verkiesingsproses af te kondig.
Do the next election step with us.
Baie dankie.
Congratulations. We only received a single nomination for the position of the Vice Chair. The election committee has checked everything. Everything is in place. Richard, congratulations. Richard, an opportunity for you to address the audience.
Ja, ons gaan vir Richard nou geleentheid gee dat
Congress will give Richard the opportunity just now. You know, if we start polishing each other's marbles here.
Thank you for your support. You know, I think we make a phenomenal team. You certainly fill on a lot of weaknesses. You have strengths in areas that I have certain weaknesses. And I just thank you for your commitment and dedication as well. Thank you for serving us this way. And congratulations on your re-election.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Congress, thank you for the trust you place in me. It is a wonderful organization to serve, to serve your case and to try and execute what you need to put into effect, all of those things. And once again, I wish to just appeal to you and to confirm and affirm that we are here to serve your objectives and not to achieve our own aims and objectives, but to carry out the will, rather, of you who are present in the Congress here today. It's an incredible organization in which to be involved, from the professionalism that I've experienced, the friendships I've built, I'm clinging to, but my time is starting to run out, and therefore it is for you as the organization having a head to determine who is going to be the next team and generation who will be leading this organization. But thank you for the trust you place in me. Well done, Richard. Congress, now the next building block in our leadership building is Section 26.5 of the Constitution. So I'm asking our IT team to put Constitution item 26.5 up for the Congress.
Congress, please note the following for the election of the Vice Chairman elected second. If developing producer was not elected with first process or Vice Chairman, all developing paid-up delegates, irrespective of region, may nominate at least 2 candidates by closed ballots. If there are more than 2 candidate nominations, developing developing producers must elect between them only 2 candidates. There must be a clear majority. If needed, more than 1 round may be used to determine the top 2 candidates. After the 2 candidates have been nominated, all Congress delegates will participate in the election to determine the result. The candidate with the majority votes will be vice chairperson second elected. The person with the second most votes will serve as additional member in the executive.
Thank you for the support team, for the excellent support. And now over for the nomination. We are on page 3 and 4 of the nomination ballot papers. And for the developing producers, irrespective of region, please prepare your nomination letters, 2 of them for the vice chairperson elected second. And we will collect and close the nominations after the tea break following shortly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nico. I'm now going to call on the Standard Bank.
Nico.
Nico Groenewald, Head of Agriculture at Standard Bank Group, to come up to the podium to share a presentation with us, please. Nico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everybody. Just quickly want to share a couple of words with you, and then we can go for a quick break. Let's see if this is working. There we go. Okay. Before I start, you can relax. I'm not going to discuss the slide with you. Firstly, it's not my slide. It's the Lloyd slide. Secondly, most of what's on there is already being discussed in some shape or form today. And thirdly, it's 5 minutes before tea. If I have to go through this, you're going to throw me with stuff. But what I want to focus on is just that top part that says drivers, disruptors, opportunities, revolutions. We talk about an ag, fourth revolution, and all these words that come up. Today was also mentioned the cost squeeze, or as Peter has put it, or DISO.
And that made me think, if one looks at these input costs, like a lady on the other side of Beaufort West who made a plan, who was planning their 40th anniversary, and she thought she was going to really buy something expensive to her old husband, and she decided to fill the bakkies petrol tank.
I think all of this requires one thing, and that requires change, and that's also the theme of this conference. And I assume that change is for the sake of progress and for growth. Now, if you allow me, this might be a bit risky, this is a bit philosophical, and bankers and philosophy is not always the best combination. But there's a lady by the name of Jennifer Rankin that comes from a countryside in the US, and she's described the process of change. She did this all to explain or to talk out a simpler way of life. She's got these different milestones on this process of change, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but there's one or two which I just want to highlight. Obviously, coincidentally, it was said just now, you must have a plan. Decelerate as you approach a curve. Approach a change with plan. Slow down, think and prepare. Regret is futile. And then the third one, which I think is for me, one which I just quickly want to stand still. Ride with the right person. Business partners and business structures are critically important in a change process. And in this instance, I also want to highlight business partners such as Grain South Africa, specifically looking after the interests of yourselves as grain producers. It's critically important that you associate with the right partners. Then one which I also then stop occasionally to rest. Watch your speed. The investment bankers or the guys that do deals together always talk about change, the timing and the tempo of change, and they often refer to deal fatigue when you rush through things. So make sure that you understand the speed that you go through. And then one which is also for me relevant for today is your GPS still correct, and that specifically when you make use of external solutions. Make sure that it fits your purpose and that you didn't just get the GPS because the guy next door has one. It doesn't fit your purpose. And then lastly, the one which I think specifically from a bank perspective, ask for directions. Test your plans and intended changes with the appropriate experts and stakeholders. And we would like to think from a Standard Bank perspective that we are one of those stakeholders that can assist you with soundboarding your plans and the change that you need to go through. In that regard, again, as I say, I think change, we take it that change is for the better, and that is progress and it's for growth. But that goes with complexity, and it also goes with risks. And we would like in this process to assist you with understanding and analyze those risks, in particular financial risks that we can assist you with, and finding proper solutions. There are some of you in the audience today where we see the financial complexity and the solutions becoming significantly complex. And we have to be on our game to make sure that we find the proper solutions for your challenges and the plans that you have. We do think from a Standard Bank perspective, from an agricultural business perspective, that we do have the necessary experts to help you with that. Lastly, just something which I want to add, as I said, we look at the normal stuff, but we also, and there's two things that we've added in the last couple of years. The one is obviously inclusivity, which is critically important for Standard Bank. But the latest one, which is getting greater momentum in the banks as a whole, is specifically the issue of sustainable finance solutions. And with sustainability, I refer to climate sustainability, which the bank is subscribed to. It's part of our strategy as a bank, and it is also now part of our strategy from an agribusiness perspective. We need to find better ways to produce, to conserve the planet that we live on. And with that, I invite you to come for a quick drink and a piece of Baltic. Thank you very much for your time.
Congress, we say thank you to Nico. Thank you for the refreshments and tea. We look forward to it. Thanks, Nico. Standard Bank.
Thank you, Chair. Congress, our media friends, we will have a work session with the Grain SA leadership, Corneille, and the members of panel 2, the VIP during the tea break. So please come, we invite you to the VIP area. Baie dankie Standard Bank. Kongres, ons het nou 'n power session nodig. Hier buite gaan jy 'n lekker koeldrankie, 'n power plate en 'n biltongkie kry. Daar's ook koffie en tee in die tent en in die leerlokaal. Ons sien jou oor 30. Baie dankie.
Ek het buite op die stoel gesit. Ek vra die ou vir my, wil ek nie 'n koeldrankie hê?
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The Congress is about to commence. Please switch off your cell phones and enjoy the Congress.
Die monddruier van Paalwater in Limpopo het sy les behoorlik geleer. Jy mors nie met 'n groot voël nie en nog minder met sy wyfie. Hang 5 ou maat, die vogel lyk nog erg omgekrap. Dis omtrent 'n oorlogstaans. Tja, gered deur 'n ridder in 'n silverbakkie.
Ek dink ek het alles op video daar.
Gepraat van gekrenkte egos. En vroulief hou net aan lag.
Hier, my voet hang vas daarso.
Daar is 'n oma Rara se kant toe wat 'n redelike netjiese stoet besigheid het met Angus en so aan. Hy loop koop op 'n middag vir hom by 'n veiling, 'n bil van R372,000. Nou as jy daai klas geld op 'n bil spandeer, kerels, dis nou nie rugby nie, dis hotel besigheid. Hy sê toe daai bil die middag afgelei word op hy plaas. Hy sê toe vat hy vir Coleman van 'n paar koues en hy vat die bakkie en hy stort dit in die veld kom. Hy sê hy loop sit maak hom rustig aan ander bom en die ou knak 'n kouetjie. Hy sê nou staan kyk die bil. Hy sê maar die bil loop ook asof hy voorbetaal is. Sê die ou beweeg later, ou nou net so. Hy sê toe die bil am lyk is gemaklik toe. Ja, hulle daar 'n klomp teelgoed in laat die. Besigheid dan kan pas vat. Hy sê jongen, is die 3 tellings. Toe kom hardloop daar 'n koei verby. Hy sê en hy bil stap nader en hy wil hom loop groet, kennis maak. Hy sê toe die bil am so wil kennis maak. Toe trek sy vir haar net die kant toe. Maar daar is die ou se kant van verby. Ja, ons sê maar hy skryf sy die. Dis snel op die. Hy weet dat hy nog wel kans het om te wen. Sê jy moet dan net die kant toe ry, die bil daar so sê. Hy is so goed. Hy sê maar net die kant toe ry. Sê daai sê die moet kom in die foto. Hy sê die foto in die laat. Hy sê jy moet kom aan die kant van daar kan. Dit sê nog sê die foto. Hy sê die man kom op die man en dan steeds die program op die sosiale. Hy sê jy moet dan die kant op die bil so goed as moontlik.
Apologies for not having interpreted that. It's very difficult to drop in on a long story like this. Concerns a guy who bought a new bull and eventually had a veterinary surgeon come in. And the bottom line is the bull couldn't cover the cow, and he asked if the cow had come from Douglas because he says his wife had also come from Douglas, and he fully understands why she's turning away like that.
kan ook wat bietjie saam as ek vol kan. Ons in 'n roos. Ja, ek het daai, ja. Dit is by wat sy naam is. Ons soek die ander 3 en die ander. Dis hy.
Oké, congres, ons gaan vir Nico vra om vir ons van die verkiesings, die volgende verkiesingsaankondigings te maak
to make the next election announcements to us. So please give attention, Congress.
Dankie Nico.
Thank you, Nico.
Chairperson Derek, the nominations for the Vice Chairperson to be elected second closes now. So any of the developing producer group got any nomination letter, they must hand it in now. Chairperson, back to you to lead the discussion points. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nico. Congress, ons het dit goed gedink om vir jaar
tyd to allow enough time so that we have discussion points from the regions and from the floor. So I am now asking that Dion Berg of Region 3 to introduce the discussion point regarding training. Dion?
No. Dankie voorzitter.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Dion se mikrofoon asseblief.
The microphone is Dion's. Is that because you guys
that is why it's off.
That's why it's off.
Dankie voorsitter.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Voorsitter, die behoefte het
Chair,
ontstaan
the need has
uit
arisen
streek 3 uit,
from Region
waarvan ek die
3, of
streeksverteenwoordiger
which I am the regional
is daar by ons
representative.
jong klomp boere.
Among our troop of
Die
young
behoefte het
farmers.
echter ontstaan om te
The
vra,
need has arisen
ons
to
wat Graan
request
SA is baie betrokken by ons jong
that we
seuns
of
en
Grain
jong
SA
dames wat
who are
plaas toe wil
involved
kom.
in our young
En die behoefte
men
het
and
echter
ladies
ontstaan
who
om
wish
te
to
vra,
come to the farms.
kan
But
ons
the
nie
need has arisen for us to
'n
ask
idee of 'n platform kry hier by
whether we
Nampo
can't
Park
have
waar
an
ons ons
idea
vaardighede kan ontwikkel nie.
or a platform here
Wat
at Nampo
beteken dan
Park where we can
vaardighede?
do
Vaardighede
development of
beteken dan kort
skills.
kursusse.
What does skills
Miskien 'n dag,
development
2
involve?
dae,
Short
3 dae,
courses,
4
perhaps
dae.
1, 2, 3, 4
Ons sit
days.
hierso met 'n ongelooflike
have
infrastruktuur. Ons sit
tremendous
byvoorbeeld
infrastructure
wat
here.
die vaardighede beteken soos
As
Afrox sit hierso.
We have
Ons sit
Afrox
met ons
here as far as skills are
insetkoste
concerned. We have
komponent
our
van
input
kunsmis.
costs
Die
component
gedagte
of
was gewees
fertilizer.
kort swyskursusse.
We were looking at short
KI
courses in
kursusse.
welding.
Die gedagte het
KI
ontstaan van weidingsbestuur.
courses.
Gedagtes het ontstaan van hoe lees jy 'n
Pasturage management. How do
Kali
you
het in die
read
verlede vir ons so 'n
a
mooi
balance
storie
sheet?
gewys van
Uncle Kali
hoe
showed us a
skakel jy
beautiful
jou
picture in
familieboerdery
the
oor
past
na die
about
volgende
transitioning from a family business, one generation to another.
Riglyne en die chemie daarvan.
Fertilization, the guidelines and the chemistry behind it, operator training. We have high technology products like high
Skielik kan ons jong seuns en dames betrokke kry.
sprayers,
Hulle hierdie kursusse gee.
harvesters.
Wat
So
daarvan
in this
ons
way we can perhaps
'n goeie gaan beeld
present
gaan
courses
uitstraal
that will not
jong
only project a good image
Dit
of
beteken dat dit kan ontstaan uit 'n
organization among young people,
besigheidsoogpunt uit
but
dalk
it
vir
will also
Graan SA
be good from
vorentoe.
a business
Dit
point
beteken
of
dan
view for
verder om
Grain
te
SA
sê,
going
as
ahead,
ons daar
and it
buite
may
kyk
further
en ons
involve
sien dat
that if we
agente
look
gebruik
outside
jong Suid-Afrikaners
in the
om
industry and
buite
we see how the
buitelande
agents
te gaan
use
vir
young South Africans to go
kontrakteurwerk.
overseas for
Kan
contract
dit nie
work.
dalk 'n platform raak waar
Couldn't it
ons
become a
hierdie
platform
ouens dalk
where
'n tipe
we
van 'n
can
opleiding
offer
sertifikaat
these persons
kort
some kind
kursus
of a
aanbied,
training
wat
certificate, a
dit dan
short
weer
course
vir die ouens
certificate, which they
geleentheid
in
gee dat
turn
ons
then
dalk
can be
agente
afforded
kan
an
akkrediteer in die
opportunity
toekoms. Dit deur ons werk.
to accredit
Ons kry die jong manne betrokke
agents,
by Graan SA.
get them involved in Grain SA. They see the
opleidingsnetwerk.
wonderful training
Hulle
network
sien dat
that
van
we
hierdie
have.
ouens wat dalk nie die
They can
geleentheid
see
kan
that the
kry
people
om
who
op
may
plaas
not
te gaan
otherwise have the
werksaam
opportunity
wees.
to work on a
Dalk dan van
farm
so
can undergo
buiteland
some
af
kind
kan
of training,
terugkom. En dat daar
and
dan
then once
'n
they've
tipe
been
van 'n
overseas they can
basis
return to South
datastelsel is
Africa,
om dan
and
hierdie ouens uit te
that we
plaas
will
op
then
plase
have a database
wat ons dalk kan
according to
gebruik.
which we can
So ek
place
wil
people
graag
on
vra
farms
of
where
ons
we can use
dit
them
kan
locally
inbring
on our farms.
en dat ons dit ondersoek
So I'm requesting
en
that
dat
we
ons
look
bietjie
at
kan kyk of ons nie
investigating
dit
this to
vir die
bring
jong
it
mense kan
into our system,
bring.
and if we can't do this for the sake of our young people. Thank you, Chair. Thank you,
Congres,
Theo.
is daar enige verdere toevoegings daartoe? Enige verdere
Congress, any further
behoeftes
additions
wat
you wish
iemand
to make
miskien
to
wil
this, or
uitlig
further
in die
needs you wish to point out in this regard?
Daar's ek neem Richard.
Richard?
Ja, voorzitter, misschien kan ik voor
Chairperson,
Dion
yes,
vragen. Is die
perhaps I
gedachte
may
dat Graan
ask
SA
you,
zelf betrokken
is the
raakt bij
idea
die
that Grain
opleiding?
SA
Hoe laat
itself
ons die
becomes
faciliteiten hier so
involved in the training, or that we develop the facilities, for argument's sake, to get somebody like Soltec to present such courses? Are we looking for a partner, or is the expectation that Grain SA tackles this itself?
Richard, ek dink vir 'n verstaan
Richard,
vir 'n
I think
wegtrek. Kom ons
by way
fasiliteer
of
bietjie
a
die
point
ding.
of departure,
Ons
let's
laat
just
dan
see if we can
met
facilitate
Soltec sou
it.
aanhaak, of hoe dit ook al sal lyk.
We
Maar
could
ek
later
voel vir
on
'n
join
beginpunt
hands with
moet ons
Soltec,
hier
but
by
I
ons
think
gaan
for a
staan.
start we need to start as Grain SA itself.
Dankie Dion, jy weet terwyl
Thank
ek
you,
nou
Dion.
sit
While I'm
dink ek,
sitting here,
ons
I'm
het 'n
thinking about
ongelooflike
your
farmer
proposal.
development program
We have a
wat
farmer
baie
development
kursusse reeds ontwikkel
program which has
Ons gaan
already
nou
developed
bypas na
numerous
behoefte
courses,
natuurlik.
and we can add to those according to need, but we may arrive at a point where I have dreamt quite a lot, and that is where our development program becomes a Grain SA development program, not just one for developing farmers, for emerging farmers, but for our youth generally, especially in grain production in the country. So if it carries your approval, we refer it to the management committee, who will take the necessary steps to do the investigations and return with an answer to this. Is that correct? Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, may I add something? Please do continue, Richard. I had a conversation with the grouping last night that they will know who was involved regarding the word development. We tend to work with the term development when we talk about emerging producers, but our youth, our sons and daughters across the board need development. So we need to write our programs in such a way that everybody, regardless of whether you are a producer, emerging producer, doesn't matter. All producers are producers, and those courses should be available and applicable to everybody. Thank you, Richard. I think we can agree with you on this. Is it okay, Congress? Thank you. The next discussion point that had been raised with us is one from Region 25. I'm going to ask Tessie Kruger to submit the proposal for the discussion. Thank you, Chairperson and Congress.
Ek is uit streek 25.
I'm from Region 25.
As ek nou streek 25 moet kwalifiseer, dan moet ek praat van die Karoo.
Region 25, I need to talk about or refer to the Karoo. You all drive through the Karoo very fast because you think it's the ugliest region in the country, but nevertheless Region 25 actually produces 100,000 tons of grain in the course of the year. So the discussion point I wish to place on the table concerns Eskom. Although it is a general point that should be discussed by AgriSA, I think nevertheless that it is very important to say on the basis of our contribution that we can make from an arid area to the domestic household of our country. So what I would like to say is that we are very concerned about the availability of electricity in our country. NERSA has worked at the price formation mechanism to see whether they could eliminate the cross subsidization of the fixed cost of electricity. This will mean that in the rural areas alone, it will have to carry its own fixed cost component and be responsible for that. Now, Chairperson, for us in the rural areas, that is totally unacceptable. If we look at the contribution, and I want to specifically refer to grain production in this country, and we take the past 2 years and how important the production areas are, I think we have between 20 and 22 million tons of grain produced, and those were that was done in the rural areas, not in the cities. So if this pressure on the rural areas is increased, and we have to carry our own fixed costs, then you will have a depopulation increasingly of the rural areas, and that will involve a movement to urban areas, and we know what the squatter camps around the urban areas looks like. So we request that cross subsidization should not be done away with. We feel very seriously about it. If one looks at the contribution and the difference in the price between import and export subsidy, then it means that 6,000 grain farmers in this country is subsidizing between 60 and 65,000 million, 65 million people in South Africa. So if the President looks for money and investment, and he looks to look for, then he needs to look at what this grouping, the grain farmers, have already made to the gross domestic product, and therefore we cannot allow the cross-subsidization to be done with. We can't carry the cost in the rural area ourselves. The second point is the aging of our infrastructure, because we often sit and wait for 72 hours for power supplies to be repaired. And that's how long it takes the Eskom technicians to come and repair the power supply. They've been not having to work over weekends, and now we find that Eskom doesn't come out over the weekends to do repairs. So it's a serious problem, because together with the load shedding, we also don't have staff to come and service the infrastructure. We are facing a very serious problem. Thirdly, Jay, and this is an even more serious source of concern, SALGA, the devolution of power to sell electricity to the ability to sell electricity to municipalities, and that they will recover costs. But it is not new to us to see how dysfunctional the city councils and municipalities are. So this is totally unacceptable that the levying of costs will be left in the hands of municipalities. So we ask that the rural areas don't suffer under more pressure because of power supplies and the trend of everything that is happening in terms of Eskom's proposals. We can't take the pressure alone in the rural areas. Thank you, Desi. Nicole, I see you still here. Jaco, are you still here? This is a general matter, but as Desi has pointed out rightly, Peter says it's regularly that the most expensive input you can pay for is the one you cannot get. If you think in terms of Eskom and Eskom's problem, we think of irrigation farmers, but every single one of you on the farm suffers the impact of the absence of Eskom on your farms. And it places a tremendous pressure on our profitability and the ability to produce effectively. And if I understand this correctly, we as Grain SA has to drive this matter more extensively. Am I correct, Desi? More actively. Jefferson, yes, that's correct. Given the fact why I'm raising it specifically from Region 25 is because of our contribution, because if you can produce 1 million tons of grain in an arid area, it shows you how important a resource like Eskom is, that we cannot get along without it. Okay, so we'll refer it to both our input committee and to our representatives involved in Agri-SA in the industry chamber, so that it can be driven from both sides. So Desi, I'm going to request that you just submit the discussion point in writing so that we do not let anything accidentally drop, that we cover fully what you submit. Anything else from your side regarding Eskom? Is it only Desi who's suffering under Eskom? No, Desi and Region 25, yes, I think we all understand load shedding and its effects. Thank you, Desi. We have a next discussion point that has been passed on to us. It's from Region 9. I'm going to ask Andre Kinseer to come to the microphone and to submit that point. Thank you, Andre.
Dankie voorsitter.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Andries.
It's actually Andries.
Die groot probleem met ons almal vandag
that we have today that we see is input costs. And another problem that Grain SA has to confront is the matter of members not wanting, or people not wanting to join as members. We only have about 30% of farmers, of grain farmers, being members of Grain SA, and I think we can really push that up. If we give to the farmers a more tangible benefit. We all know the membership benefits that do exist, but I think we need to perhaps express it in terms
Ons
of
almal
a
weet van
more
koopgroepe,
tangible
die voordele van koopgroepe. Daai ouens
financial
bedink
benefit to farmers.
afslagte.
We know the
Ons sê nie
purchase
ons moet
groups
noodwendig
and the
'n
tremendous
koopgroep suk nie,
discounts that they are
maar
able
ons kan dalk 'n lerebelang-afslag
negotiate for their members, even though we may not be able to want to
En 'n deel van dit kan dan
organize
weer
in a
terug aan
purchasing group. We
Suid-Afrika.
can negotiate
As jy genoeg afslag vir
good
die boer beding,
discounts,
dan
and
gaan jy
a
omgee
portion
om
of the
sy
discount that we
tantieme te
gain
betaal nie. So
will
my voorstel is
be
om 'n
received back from
koopgroep
the
te stig
farmers
in die naam
because
van
they
Graan
will start
Suid-Afrika
to be interested in
verder
joining
ondersoek.
Grain SA. That we so my
kan ons
proposal is we
koopgroep of
investigate
daai
a
tipe
purchasing group for a
voordele
similar
en
type of
afslagte vir
organization
elke klein
to
boer,
get those
nie net die
benefits and
groot boere nie,
discounts
op deel
for
gee.
every small farmer as well as the large farmers. Thank you, Andries.
Baie duidelike ondersteuning vir die idee.
There's very clear support for the
Terwyl
idea.
ek nou hier sit dan weet ek dat ons grondwet
While I'm sitting here, I know that our constitution contains certain provisions regarding becoming physically involved in the value chain, but it doesn't exclude us from having this kind of discussion. If we find it necessary to even amend our constitution to make it possible, then we do that. Because then we as management committee and Congress next year decide to do so, then we do it. So there's no reason for not investigating a purchasing group like you suggest or propose. In many people's terms, it's a curse. Let's call it collective bargaining. So what you're asking is that Grain SA investigates the possibility of collective bargaining on behalf of our members. Is that correct? Yes, then we will refer that to the management committee and also to the input committee for discussion and for coming back with an answer to the Congress next year. Anything else that you wish to add, Congress? Perhaps recommendations? Quibus? I wish to ask a similar question, whether we could perhaps negotiate with Pannar or Bayer that you may get an additional 1 or 2% discount because of your fully paid up member. So if you purchase fertilizer, you get an additional discount of 1 or 2%. That was the sort of motivation that I wish to submit. So that 1 or 2% additional saving that I wish to link to our previous panel discussion where Louis said we need to find a solution now. This is one way in which we could possibly find a solution now. So we will definitely take it further. Thank you. Any other discussion point from the floor? Anybody else who wishes to express a need and bring it to Congress? Chris? Please give your name and your region.
Koos Blankenberg, streek 26 uit die Kaap uit.
Blankenberg, region 26 from the Cape. Chairperson 2 years ago, we were at a congress here together like this. We had a management committee election, and we departed here and COVID started the management committee.
Ons hou kongres, ons kies 'n hoofbestuur, ons gaan terug na ons plase toe. Hoofbestuur van die sake van die organisasie verder vorentoe.
Management committee took the affairs.
Nie lank na daai kongres nie, was daar onenigheid op by hoofbestuur. Net soos was daar al baie onenigheid was op die hoofbestuur. Ek was op die hoofbestuur. Ons besluit het om hierdie organisasie te hoofkantoor te vat uit Botawil uit Pretoria toe. En daar was baie mense wat nie saamgestem het. Daar was baie mense wat ongelukkig was daarmee, maar het saamgegaan daarmee. Niemand het opgestaan, sy goed gevat en geloop van die hoofbestuur. Die versoek wat ek vanmiddag wil rig, elke lid wat hier sit, en elke persoon wat op beskikbaar stel vir hierdie organisasie se hoofbestuur. As jy na hierdie organisasie toe kom, dan kom dien jy hom met alles en alle omstandighede. Ons het genoeg goed in die land wat maak dat ons van mekaar verskil en wil wegloop van mekaar. Ons het dit nie nodig in die organisasie. Stel jouself nie beskikbaar vir hoofbestuur van die organisasie. As jy nie met alles in jou in die organisasie glo en daar bereid is om voor te bedryf. Wanneer jy nie jou sin kry nie,
in this organization.
Stel hierdie organisasie
When
voor,
you
voorsitter.
do not
Baie
get
dankie.
what you want, put the organization first. Thank you, Chair.
Baie dankie Koos. Ja, Kongres, u weet natuurlijk allemaal
Congress, you know, of
praat,
course,
Koos.
what Koos is referring
Het was
to.
nie 'n goeie tyd in ons
It wasn't a
geskiedenis nie.
good
Dit was maar moeilik om te
time in
hanteer.
our history.
Ek
It was
glo
a
die
difficult time
organisasie
to deal with. I
dankzij die
believe
boublokke, die
because of
boustene
the
wat ons
building blocks
voorvaders
that we
geleë
had,
het ons dit oorleef.
that had been
Ek dink ons kan trots
laid
wees op
by
die
our
organisasie nog steeds.
forerunners.
Ten spyte Koos van die moeilike
enabled us to
baie dankie vir
outlive
julle
that
toewyding.
problem and overcome that problem. So thank you for your contribution. Thank you for the management committee who supported me during that time.
Ek dink dit was nie lekker nie,
We
maar
did
ons
overcome
is
the
beter
problem.
as ons
It wasn't
was.
a nice phase, but we are better and stronger because of what had happened. But thank you for making that point, Koos. Anything else from the floor?
Kongres het regtig geleentheid om
Congress, you really have the
hierdie
opportunity.
is die hoogste gesag
You know, this is the
van hierdie
highest
organisasie.
authority in this organization, and you really do have the opportunity to make your voice heard. I see Hansi is at a microphone. I'm going to speak English, Chairperson.
Thank you, Hansi. I'll
Thank you,
accept
Hansi.
that.
I'll accept that.
Sarel of my tol.
Sarel will interpret for me.
Ek wil terugkom na
Chairperson, I wish to return to the Voskhorp point we made. What does it cost to fix Voskhorp, and what is it going to cost us if we don't have food on the table in our country? I think we need to take the Voskhorp matter seriously and do something about it. You know, we couldn't get fertilizer during the sanction years, and we took army vehicles to transport fertilizer. So the country has to realize what will happen if we don't have food on the table. To restart Voskhorp is not as expensive as not having food. Thank you, Hansi. I wish to make the press note the one sentence. If there is no fertilizer, there is no food. That is important. Those are important words for the press to be aware of. It is incredibly sorry that our partners are not in the hall today. Any more questions, discussions, points? Patrick?
Thank you very much, Chair.
Patrick, your name and region, please.
My name is Patrick Steerman from Region 33 and Eastern Cape. Greetings to you, Chairperson, and allow me to say that all protocol observed. Chair, let me take this opportunity on behalf of the region to appreciate the well-organized Congress that we have joined as a region. However, Chair, we want to register as that region that we are requesting that Grain SA must deal with the issue of collateral in terms of getting the mechanization for us as black farmers in the Eastern Cape. However, we want to put it very clear, Chair, that we don't want to say that it must become in a form of grant, but we are saying let's have an arrangement with all these companies where we present us as members of Grain SA to be given a priority as we have got an arrangement on Ford in terms of buying vehicles. So we are saying on this instance that each and every farmer who qualifies to get a mechanization, he can or she can be allowed to do so. Then Grain SA must assist us to put that negotiations on our behalf. But we want to put it very clear that we don't say that we want a loan. We want just a collateral to say that these farmers are from Grain SA, because we find that as a Eastern Cape we are spending a lot of money on mechanization, that it leads us not to see the profit in terms of the operation that we are doing in our farms. So that's the first point that we want to register, Chair. The second point, Chair, the issue of theft
or the crime in the country in general, it's a worrying factor, Chair, that we need the attention of this Congress to have a word around that in terms of our government. What do we do about that? Because immediately when the crime is on a high rate in the country, it's a threat to each and every one of us. So we want the attention of the Congress to discuss those matters. Chair, we will be failing as the Region 33 to say that we want to see Green SA very sustainable, Chair. We can never live alone that there are those organizations probably in the Eastern Cape who are trying to attract our farmers, to say that they are presenting them to government to access grants, and it's not a threat to us, but what we want to emphasize to say that we want a very united and a strong organization which is the mouthpiece of our farmers in general in the country. Therefore, unity of the organization is very important. It's what we want to register as the Region 33. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I think you've touched on very important issues. I'm going to start with the last one first, the one of security. I think it impacts everybody in this country. And once again, it's a pity that that our partners in government aren't here in mass to actually hear what it is that we need from them, that enabling environment that I talk of often. With regard to the sustainability and our organization, and it's you said you want to see a strong, sustainable organization, and that we're not threatened by other organizations. I dream of the day when grain farming is profitable to the extent where farmers can enjoy the fruits of their labor, where they're no longer dependent on a handout from either government or whatever sector, when they make enough profits to stand proud of their successes. So that is our endeavor. That is what Grain SA is driving for each and every one of our producers. So Patrick, with regard to collateralizing or finding a way of the Eastern Cape accessing mechanization, we were instrumental in changing an approach. Some years back, I think Yanni will recall, we sat in a meeting in Pretoria when we were faced with the issue of collateral. And we stepped up, Grain SA stepped up and took some ring-fence development money that we had, and we made it available in partnership with financial institutions. Coincidentally, the institution that is sponsoring this venue today, which changed an approach. It's changed the way many people look at funding development, funding transformation. And we will most certainly take those lessons, and we'll see if we can apply them to the mechanization sector. So thank you, Patrick, for your contribution. Anything else from Congress floor? Any other comments maybe with regard to that? Thank you very much. Then we're going to move on. I'm going to ask Nico to make some election announcements, and then we'll move on to the program. Nico?
Chairperson, thank you very much. From the developing farmers, we received 3 nominations. So, now the order works as follows. I want the support from the IT team to show in alphabetical order as we go along. First, in alphabetical order, the nomination is Mr. Tabula Jeremiah. Second candidate nominated is Luisa Romodisa. And the third candidate nominated is Stierman Patrick. Now what's going to happen is that only the developing producers, they are going to elect with the voting devices one vote to determine the top 2 candidates. Then after that result, the Congress will elect between the top 2 candidates, the Vice Chair and an additional member to the Executive, to the developing producers. On your voting device screen, the 3 candidates in alphabetical order will appear, And we are opening the voting now, but we will only close it after announcement. And we will close it after the presentation by John Deere Financial. So you've got about, let's say, 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that everybody understands. Nico said that there's one vote, but it's you vote once for two candidates. So I hope everybody's got that down. You vote once for 2 candidates, 2 of the 3 nominated persons. Is that correct, Nico? Thank you very much. Now we're going to call on John Deere Financial for their presentation. Thank you, Antoine.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Congress, let's give Andre a fair chance, please. Please pay attention.
Mr. Chairperson, Congress, thanks for the applause, appreciate it. About the last time that I stood here, I shared with you a story of an officer in the British Army that helping Jews escape from Central Europe and occupied Europe. They started every day with the words, "We are still here." Little did I know that when I stand in front of you again, we have the same situation, almost the same situation happening again in Europe. And I'm sure there's people there that wake up in the morning with the words, "We are still here." And so are we. We are still here. Over the last 2 years, we've seen things that we have never imagined possible. We've had challenges that we never thought were possible, yet we are still here. It is really great to see everybody together after 2 years of being virtual. And one thing that I learned was virtual will never replace the real thing. And I'm really honored to be here. I'm really honored to be as John Deere part of this Congress. And I look forward to many years of being part of this Congress. So change is happening. John Deere Financial itself is also going through changes. Over the next few days, a couple of weeks, you're going to see in media that John Deere Financial is changing, and changing for the better. Our whole purpose is to help you as John Deere customers and potential customers to be able to afford and buy our machines. We make it easier for you, and we're going to change to do that even better. We know that there's challenges. It was interesting to hear now the challenge on fertilizer, how to procure fertilizer. I thought that the organisation industry were the only people that were facing those challenges. In fact, I can actually know the last
while I've actually had 5 offers on the tractors parked outside. So he said to me they're even less scarce than a Toyota Bakkies, so he'll swap that for a tractor. Unfortunately, the tractor isn't available. But we know that things change. We know there are challenges that we confront, and we are very proud that John Deere and John Deere Financial thus far has been able to provide in all the needs that we receive from our clients. It's nice to be part of your business. John Deere Financial is here to walk the long road with you. I would wish to invite you. We'll be here tonight. A number of us will be here, myself and some of our colleagues, and come and speak to us about your needs. I would like to hear proposals from you, most importantly, so that we can assist your businesses in being more successful. I also took note of the discussion around security or the securitization of loans. I would like to speak specifically to the person in that region to discuss what we are doing in the region to address that need. So please come and speak to us. We would like to continue to be part of your business, but we need to know how we can make a real difference. That's why we are here. We hope you enjoy the evening with us, and we hope we will be part of your organisation for a very long time going ahead. Thank you so much. Something that I heard very clearly from you is that it is your need to make it easy for us to afford your equipment. I think that's a very important statement you made there. And yes, we do look forward to the bridges that we will be building to arrive at that point. Thank you, Antoon, and for your support in this Congress as well. We are now going to request that Krista, our Head of Finances, come forward.
Krista gaan dan vir ons
Krista will now submit our financial report to Congress. Am I on the right page now? Good afternoon, Congress. I would like to submit to you the levy fund's financial figures as well as the budget that we are proposing. If we look at the levy fund, the first slide is our financial report. The first column is the budget that was approved last year at Congress, the virtual Congress. If we look at the middle column, it's our actual figures where we ended up on 28 February this year, in other words, the day before yesterday, and on the right hand side is the variance between the two. So we budgeted for 26 million for levy income. We returned a little bit less than that. We look at the investment income, it's a net figure. It's our dividends, market movements, interest, and there's quite a large, strong team that has assisted us. Thank you for the assistance we've received in this regard. We had a good growth for the market movements, almost 1.6 million of the 2 million there. And that is how we arrived at that figure, which is almost in line with the total income. We look at the rest of the expenditure that you had approved for spending. 5% will go to the agents. There's a 10% management fee for Grain SA, and that 10% is the net of the agents commission. Then the funds that flow out in professional organisation union. The membership fees refer to the agreement that the first 1,000 rands come to Grain SA. That's at 2.7, so there's about 19,000 more in our favour, and then the non-paid are all under 1,000 rands allocated there. Then there were legal costs, which was comprised of the leave with which we had worked, and then there's a contribution that went to farmer development and also to our research and economy, and the detail of the 19 million figure, you will see 5.4 went to the economy and research to 4, and 4 million to research. We don't have most of our expenditure normally goes to non-poor, non-pay, but there was no expenditure in that regard where we saved about 900,000 in the levy fund. So in total we also spent less on marketing. It's more of a cost saving and a decreased expenditure without letting the value suffer. So at the end of the day, 18.9 million of expenditure, which leaves the levy fund at about a 7.3 million surplus. That then is our levy fund financial report. If we look at the budget, the first column is what you are seeing now, our proposed budget for Congress to consider for approval. The levy income, we are budgeting at 27 million based on the latest harvest estimate made available on 28 February. So we were able to take that into account. It also includes an increase that we wish to propose. And Richard will deal with that proposal because he will present a part of the levy fund submission with me. Then we also budgeted for the investment, the net figure of about 750,000, and then all the expenses are listed there as well, which will all flow back to Grain SA in order to provide services, except for the first line item, which physically goes to the agents who collect the fees for us. So you will see we budget from paid up members the first 1,000 rands. If we look at the economy, research, all listed there, research 4.8 again, and then we are hoping for a NAMPU, and our membership benefits are included there, so it's the budgeted expenses there of about, it will result in about a 4.1 million surplus. That is our budget, as you can see it there. I wish to thank from our side and from our team side all the members who are present here and who have contributed, even those who are not here today, who are not attending conference, for their contributions. The special levy we brought in March last year, from March to September, at the end of our financial year, we had 5.7 million rands extra coming in from members. And from October, which is our new levy year, that is up to January 2022, we had an extra 1.5 million coming in terms of special levy. I'll have the figure for February next year, next week. So for 11 months we had 7.2 million extra come in terms of the special levy that you had contributed. It will also be contained in my submission tomorrow, but I would like to use the opportunity to explain to you the very great impact that it had. Last year we had a loss of about 17 million on our statements, and that was what we were facing for this year, at least a 17 million rand loss. But because of the farmers' additional or special levy that they paid and the surplus that we had last year, because we also had about a 7 million surplus, it brought our loss down to a 5.4 million loss. So we should have had at least 17, possibly more, and we ended up at a 5.4 million rand loss. So, and that is all due to the extra contributions from our members. Thank you, Krista. Just one small correction. Krista mentioned just now that there were no membership benefits. I need to explain. There are many membership benefits that flow to members, but the membership benefits that she talks about are the NAMPU tickets that we purchase from the levy fund for our members who are attending NAMPU. Because of NAMPU that didn't take place, it was not necessary to purchase that ticket from our levy funds. But membership fees are legion, and I'm sure that Richard will introduce this, and we prepared a small video that will point out precisely what the membership benefits are. So thank you, Krista, for what you have done, and I wish to join in with Krista once again to say I am so proud of our members who have put their hands in their own pockets and taken the responsibility to keep our organisation standing in the absence of our NAMPU. Thank you, Richard.
Brand Republic,
Brand Republic, we can now play in the video around the levy fund. What is my Grain SA levy used for? If we talk about what the Grain SA value is, the levy value is, then we have to talk about the value of influencing. There are four role players: the producers, output and input value chains, and government. Government has one main purpose, and that is to create an empowering environment in which the other three value chains and we must participate. So it's important to influence that particular partner in order to get policy that we need in the industry. Together with that, it is also important to influence both the input and output value chain so that we can all do sustainable business. As an agricultural producer, I realize that we need to go forward to be more productive. We need a strong producer organisation to deal with my interests outside the farm gate in order to make the value chain more favourable for us by negotiating and by improving and promoting our interests. To me, it's most important to spend time in my business on that which has to take place on a macro basis, somebody else has to do for me, and therefore Grain SA is my agent who needs to negotiate on my behalf. We are no longer in control of the government processes taking place in South Africa. There are so many new laws, regulations that are placing on the statute books on a regular basis where we have to make inputs and where we have to make our voices heard, and that in the end it takes place in a way that empowers us to farm, that we have a more agriculture friendly environment so that it makes us as investors in agriculture enthusiastic about continuing to invest in agriculture, and that is where Grain SA plays a very important role, to be on the important platforms around the tables where I cannot be myself to discuss these matters. I may raise a specific example, that is soybean, which in my district, and I think in the western portion of the country, has been the most profitable crop that we could farm with. The opportunity to have profitable soybean crops has not always been there. We've only been just over 300,000 tons, whereas now we are over 800,000 tons in production. Your producer organisation, Grain SA, has been instrumental and has played a leading role in this value chain together with our partners to create and increase this market for local soybean producers. How can this influence be measured? When we start talking about what our influence is in the winter grain area, and we try to measure that, we think about the turnaround strategy that we put in place in the industry. Farmers can tell you that it brought 200 pounds a ton into their pockets. Grain SA was also instrumental in increasing the canola production, and we brought in the biggest harvest in history last year. There's also an influence from the side of Grain SA and the barley industry, where we are constantly increasing the opportunities for grain crops and then to provide malt to the beer production industry. If we look at how much influence we can exercise, I think immediately of the grading process we have just completed. Industry was unhappy about the grading, and farmers were unfairly penalised for water damage and stained kernels. We influenced the grading regulations and we achieved the resolution and agreement where we can attribute 3 rand 7 cents directly in the pockets of the producer that is merited because of our interaction. Then we look at our fertilizer monitoring. We do that every year. If we have a 2% deviation in nitrogen, which was the most recent, the biggest deviation we had, and the producer then works out and makes the times what his losses would have been, then for the fertilizer monitoring, he gets in 33.90 cents per ton back because of the levy that he pays to monitor fertilizer. If we look at leaf services, it's something that the government has deemed fit to appoint a company for which they would simply charge R4 a ton from producers. Because of our influence, we were able to stop that completely last year, and we saved the farmer producer the full R4 per ton. It makes no sense to pay third-party insurance tax and road tax in diesel costs where we pay for vehicles not used on the roads, and Grain SA has been instrumental in negotiating to maintain the diesel rebate. And if we work out how much you gain in terms of the diesel rebate on a daily basis, it is more than 30 rands per tonne that is put back in your pocket because of the diesel rebate. If you look at all the benefits that have been mentioned by all the people now, there are many things that we cannot really attach a value to. When we open up markets where we influence policy, where it doesn't have a direct value, but a long-term effect is indeed given. We look at leaf services, fertilizer monitoring, the diesel rebate, maize grading, and if we express all of that, just those few things, it means for the 335 rands per tonne that you put in, you have had a return of more than 2,000%. There's a saying that is, if you're not on the table, you're on the menu. We're going to be eaten for breakfast if we are not on the table where these things are discussed. Grain SA needs to represent me there. If we realise the value of Grain SA, and I think we do so, if we look at the small percentage of the levy that we are paying, it's barely 0.12% of the value of your product, and you look at the return that you get on that little investment, then I think it is very important that every single farmer must be a member of Grain SA. It only holds advantages for you, and if we can get the critical mass together and we have our voice heard more broadly, then I think we are going to gain much more benefits from this. If we have the capital that is necessary to do what we need to do, we are going to make a much greater impact on the sustainability of grain production and the profitability thereof. And therefore, I can only encourage every single producer to ask yourself, why am I not a member of Grain SA? Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Krishna, for the way you manage our finances. I also wish to say it's because of the saving measures that the loss was limited, and those measures were introduced by you. So I wish to avail myself of this opportunity and to submit to you the increases in the levy. In the levies, if we look at the levy income over time, you can see the team works extremely hard, and you who are here on the sales team of our organisation, where you explain to your fellow farmers around the braai fires and the coke in the hand, where you try and persuade them to become members of Grain SA. So please don't stop this. Thank you for all of that, and let's get the people who deviate out there back in or into the kraal so that we can all work together. There's been a nice increase in the amount of income, and it was an increase in terms of percentage paid. If you look at what happens to our total levy income, the figures Krishna has given us, it may be a little bit misleading if you can't see how it is employed, but here you can see the contribution per crop. Maize is 55%, groundnuts 1%, lupines are shown as 0%, but there is a very small contribution. There are various strategies ongoing to expand that. Korog is 0%, there is just a little bit of crop that comes in there. Canola 3%, so oats is 0, sorghum is 1, soybean 14, sunflower 5, and wheat 16% of the total levy income earned. If we look at the percentage received per crop and the potential of the crop, then you will see that the various crops that what the percentages are according to potential. Barley 59%, canola 19%, groundnuts 20%, lupines 12%. Lupines, as we've already mentioned, was unorganized. We brought in the lupine committee. There was a lot of informal trade, not through the formal channels, and we are expecting an increase in the levy income from that. They are mostly oats, sorghum and soybean producers as well who are already paying the levies. Then you will see oats 47, sorghum 24, soybeans 27, sunflower 26, wheat 46% and maize 24%. So the largest crop in the country apart from sorghum and lupines has the worst payment percentage in the country. That is maize. If we look at maize and sorghum in real terms, you see the price fluctuation. In the blue line is for maize and sorghum, the orange line is the price, and the levy is the grey line. And you will see that for a long time we were not able to let our levies keep up with the inflation trends. So there was no direct relationship, as you can see from that graph.
Die toename daar is hoofsaaklik as gevolg van die
The increase is due to the COVID increases. So the spike is for the COVID levies that is added. Then if we look at the wheat and barley, real terms, the commodity price, once again you can see for a long while there's been a decrease and then a constant on the price, and it didn't keep track with the inflation. Then canola, the groundnuts, more or less the same picture we see. The levies are put in place. 2014 it went downwards and down to the real term, and then according to inflation and the levies were lifted or increased, then canola went to the side, then the COVID levies also increased there. Soya, sunflower, more or less the same. The levies are grey line, the blue is commodity in the index, and you can see that the increases were quite constant. Then in the marketing work group there was a long debate on how do we implement levies increasing.
Nou as jy na die tabel kyk,
So if you look at the table on the screen, and I want to ask from you,
los jou phone sit hom neer, gee vir
put your phone down and give me your attention.
Nou as ek sien die phone sit neer, dan gaan ek aan.
If I see the phones are put down, then I can go
Dis 'n
on.
ernstige saak nie en ons sal die
This is
bemarkingskomitee
an important matter, and then the marketing department and the head management take it up very seriously. And we know there's a negative number between the levies and the payments, and we need to see that the fund is funded correctly for the work it is doing. So the thought came up, let's look at the average trade of the commodity trade price, and we try and keep the levy to 0.12%. So strategically, that's the goal we want to achieve. Currently, maize, Safex, the price, the top one there, use an example. Currently, the levy is R3.35. That's 0.1% of the value of that commodity. So if you want to increase that 0.125, it would have been R3.69. If you had a 10% increase on that, the levy is R3.35, and if you had 0.12, then it would have been R4.36. That would have been at 20%. It's coming in English now.
Proposing. Currently, the maize price is R3,358 average for the marketing year last year. The levy on maize was R3.35. It's currently at a 0.1% of the commodity's value. Our intention and strategically we are proposing that we try to move all the commodities to 0.12% of their commodity value. If you go to the right hand side, that would mean that the levies on maize would be R4.03, which would mean a 20% increase in the levy. Are we all on the same page?
Are we all on the same page? Do we all understand the explanation? Now we went further. Let's take the
Let's take a phased approach, and we'll limit the increase for now to 10%. To get to the 0.12%, we will bring that and get your confirmation every year in Congress.
So we're not going to make the suggestion that we move to 1.25, and you do not approve it. So the 10% will also be valid. So if the commodity value double, then that means the levies will double, and then the principal is still applicable, the 0.125%, and then the 10% increase, and it gets capped on that amount.
So the proposal is that 0.12% value of the commodity is applicable. We will bring approval to you every year in Congress. If the commodity price doubles, then what would happen is that the increase would be limited to 10% per year to try to maintain that value, but it will be capped. Do we understand that? Will be good.
There are the other crops: sunflower, soya, groundnut, sorghum, wheat, canola, and that's the suggested levies that I want to put forward to you today and present to you today. So I would like to take questions, or the members, or the floor, to maybe get clarity. You said you wanted to ask questions, and you're welcome to ask questions, Richard. Maybe next time. So Kobus, you in front of the microphone. I just want to ask, in the long term, the American price was around $4. What would happen if there's overproduction and the world price decreases, what will happen to the increase? You saw at ground nuts, there's a 0%. The same principle will be applicable. You can't cut the organization's levies or income if there's not an increase. So the increases will be capped at 10%, so that if there are corrections, that it falls in line, and over time it will stabilize and take it as an equal. Congress, do you have any more questions for Richard? Before Richard can ask his question. Congress, you heard very clearly what the suggestions are, or suggestion. That is the head of management's interest, so that we can make a decision on the recommendation, so we can have the increases at that level. It will help us a lot, that if we can approve it, can I ask suggestions for the approval for the suggestion? I've got another suggestion. I need a second. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. If I can continue. Christy told you we had a loss of 70%, then your increases and the protection we put in, we took the losses down. Then the loss will be 22 million more or less. And then strategically we said the reserves that our forefathers left us, and to ensure the success for the organization, we looked at a 4-year period that we have to supplement. Then the inflation we had to take in consideration, and that we took out of the pool, that we can put it back and maybe increase. And as the last 2 years played out, we can't really provide that it will be a stable one. So financially it would be important that we have enough reserves as an organization to ensure that we can continue as an organization and survive. So it's an honor to be together today. I feel a very positive attitude, spirit between all of us. It's nice to be together. I'm looking forward to having a nice social evening tonight. And it's been an honor to present the Congress today. Nampu, with the best of our abilities, that it can continue. But Nampu can't be insured to continue. And that comes to the COVID special levy. So if Nampu did take place, even though it might be a scaled down version, it would still be a positive for the organization. Derek already said there's full bookings, there's a waiting list for the exhibitioners. Everybody has a type feeling that they want to get between the producers and the companies, and Nampu provides that platform. But if you take in consideration that it might not take place, then we've got troubles. We've got further savings in place, but I ask review of the owners of the organization that the special levy be continued at the current rate at R1.50. If that can continue, if Nampu does continue, we will take a special levy to fund the reserves, and if you get that we do have surplus, that special increases won't go to the membership but to the SA grade. If we have to apply it in that way, that it will paid over to the investment account Do you just want to confirm what I said, Christo? Yes, Congress, I want you to understand that the summer rainfall regions already started to get the crops off the field, harvest, and then there might be a chance that we can't just gather the levies. It must be a principled decision. We need to take a decision that we explained, and that if nothing does take place, then it's your choice. Your decision will be taken, and the head management will comply. And if it does happen, then we can just put that into the investments. But I need Christo to maybe explain that, and I need your permission. So, is it accepted? Chair, I accept that is approved. So is it approved? As it was made as a suggestion. Once again, thank you. You make me very proud to be part of the organization. I've just got one more here for you, Derek. The study group. The membership fee of 50 Rand. I just want you to approve that as well. A lot of upcoming producers, 3, 4, 5, 8 ton producers, as part of the study group. It's actually a lot more than the levies would have been, but it gives them a range of advantages, support, membership. It serves different programs, and I'd just like your approval as well, please. And then I would just like to ask of you if it's applicable and applied to the upcoming farmers. Can you just give me a hand, or just show me that you do approve it in some way? Thank you. That's appreciated. Thank you. Thank you, Congress. Just lastly, Chair, I just want to give recognition the agents. You've got a trader that wants to pay all of the levies. Get the guys on board. Thank them for the effort, for getting the funds in, and your willingness to do it, and to all the members that did contribute to it. And that's a list of producers. Full membership was always 1,000 Rand, and our suggestion would be 1,150 for a full member. And then study group, we said 50 Rand as approved. Can we just get that accepted? Thank you. And lastly, Chair, I want to thank the marketing work group from Kalis, Gonzalo, Rolf, and yourself, Chair. Thank you for the support. It's very important work you're doing, carrying of the funds. It's the foundation for our organization, and thank you all for your contributions. Congress, thank you very much. You really help us a lot to serve the cause, and we look forward to another good year of service. Congress, we're going to give Aubrey from APSA to come to the front and his message before we close off. So it's Aubrey from APSA. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. If I could just start off, congratulate the re-elected members. To tell Yanni, thank you for the years of hard work together. Peter, looking forward to working with you in the future. Then when I drove in this morning, I was a bit afraid to see such a big group together. It's very nice, and you realize what you missed the past 2 years. But then I think back at 2 years back, the Congress, there was a chief whip was there, and there was an old man that handed over a whip. Kali Skuman was the only whip with that whip, and I was afraid there at the back. I don't know how long that whip was. Maybe it could have hit me at the back there, but I know the risk of standing here before good evening's dinner, and a lot of problems has to be solved. But on a serious note, the thing for being together, I think we learned that in the past 2 years what is value. We should not take it for granted to be together. Then agriculture in totality, the behaviour, the way agriculture carried South Africa is really just a great honour. Then before COVID-19, the drought years, and then the past 2 years we had nice wet areas again, and we are grateful for that. Then the responsibility and change is very in line. Agriculture and producers are also concerned about the costs. Our suggestions is speak to your bank, your financial advisors, so that you have the facilities in place, so you might compete for better discounts maybe. Banks, our perspectives come here, what solutions we offer, technology, the affordability of the technologies. I don't think I'm going to say much more. Mr. Chair, I just want to thank you again for the opportunity, for working together with you, the important work that SA Grain is doing, and we're looking forward to receiving you this evening. The colleagues, speak to them. John Deere's Finance as well. We want to hear from you as well. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
With ABSA Agribusiness, you can navigate uncertain terrains, the cyclical, seasonal, volatile, influence. You can look ahead, see new patterns, inputs change, machines learning, technology evolving, supply, demand. The rules of the game are shifting, the value chain diversifying. We are the partner that brings data-driven, insight-based decision-making, matching foresight with sustainable solutions. In an ever-changing landscape, find out how our Tindo specialists can help you build a business for the future. We do more so you can. That's African Acity.
Thank you, Aubrey and ABSA. Looking forward to tonight. Congress, we're going to do something a bit different this time. Traditionally, at the end of Congress tomorrow, we would have a few handouts or gifts, and there's a person that won't be here tomorrow. So the Costa region, the region in Costa, Northwest, they have an award for Costa's liabilities. I'm going to give it to Sarah to announce it for us. So the receiver for the liabilities,
Sarah, we expect you to
the expenses. Thank you, Chair. I would prefer that, but the person I'm going to hand it over to doesn't understand English, so I'm going to have to do it in Afrikaans, unfortunately. Thank you, Congress, for the opportunity. It's about the Lone Star of Costa. It's a range of articles that is published in the Grain SA magazine, and the Lone Jannie de Villiers. We would like to award you with the prize, and we know you do understand English, Jannie. Thank you. Well done, Jannie, the shield of Costa, and the contribution to the magazine as well. Congress, I'm going to ask Nico to make a few announcements. Chair, Congress. So day one in, what a journey it was. The nominees.
The nomination process for the developing producers, in other words for the vice chairs that we elected second, will be completed tomorrow. What I can ask all delegates, please leave your voting equipment on the tables, but take your card with you, because it links back to your name to be used tomorrow morning again. Then delegates, remember the hall is going to be cleaned over, so take your books and your belongings with you. And then Absa and John Deere Financial, wonderful, they are inviting you for dinner just after Congress, and enjoy the evening with us.
Please leave the earphones on your table or hand them in. Please just do a prayer for us, a table prayer, and please leave the headsets on the table once you finish listening. Thank you, and then we'll close with the national anthem. Derek just asks for your silence, please, for prayer. Just close our eyes.
Lord and Heavenly Father, we just thank you for your presence with us today. We thank you for the blessings that we receive so undeservedly from your hand. We pray that you're going to bless this meal and our fellowship together as we're going to share. We pray that you bless the hands that prepared it and also the farmers and the laborers that grew it. We ask this all in Jesus' name.
Amen. Please remember to leave your earphones, and then we'll just sing the anthem.
Kom ons staan nie buite en ons maar kyk, hulle lê op die sandpad.
Baie keer sit hulle dit om hulle nek en of eet hulle.
Beste is om nie buite te staan.